obviously, and thanks for giving us your thoughts on that. Here's Albert, Miami, Florida, Republican. Albert, are you happy with your candidates?
Yes, I am. I'm very happy, and I'm always vote for the Republicans. And let me tell you about President Donald Trump. He's being a good president, and he's keeping America safe, and he's doing an amazing job. Now, the Democrats, they're trying to talk bad things about Donald Trump anyway. But let me tell you, the Democrats, they do a lot of fraud things because I think the Democrats are the ones who started to destroy the U.S. Capitol. And I think the Democrats also, the Democrats, they be lying to American people a lot. They never tell the truth. They say, "Oh, I'm going to promise that." But Donald Trump always kept his promise, and he never let us down. And I always vote for Donald Trump. And I know the Republicans will win in November because if the Democrat wins, then the United States of America is going to be destroyed because they're going to let the bad guys come back inside this country. And we don't want that.
Yep.
All right, and let's hear.
We don't want the bad guys to come back in. Hard enough to get them out in the first place. That is farming truths right there. All right. Well, we had a slugfest last night, and this morning the results have been finalized. I believe it was a less than 1% victory for Mr. El Sayed. More people voted for someone else in the Democratic primary. So that's why I say the hard work begins now. So that's going to be tough. It's not impossible. I think it's very possible, actually. But that's a lot of work in 90 days. More people voted for someone else in the Democratic primary last night. Got a lot of unhappy campers to win over. But I think he can do it. I think anybody could do it if you make the right moves. I mean, step number one, eject Hassan Piker from your orbit. Not saying you got to talk shit on him. Just distance yourself. I mean, Abdul El-Sayed is trying to become the first Muslim senator in America's history. On the eve of the 25th anniversary of 9/11, you probably don't want to hang out with the guy who's famous for saying America deserved 9/11. I don't think people are going to be open to the nuance of that statement. So this is where I think Abdul has to show if he's a good politician or not. He ran a decent campaign that got him a victory, though again, more people voted for other people in the primary than him. That's not a great sign. And his polls were showing double-digit victory, and he was acting like he was on the road to easy win. But now comes the hard part. And I wonder what happens. But first, I want to say I was right again. I have been saying for weeks now that this is a much closer race than people are giving it credit. I was pointing out the Glenn Gariff poll from a couple weeks ago that had Stevens +7, sponsored by local TV stations as my evidence. And then I believe it was Emerson put out a poll showing Sayed +12. And I just found that impossible. How can you have a 20+ point swing in 2 weeks? It didn't make sense. I didn't think it was going to be this close. I thought he would win by like 5% or something like that. But I think I was the only person that was saying this is anywhere near close, that it's a jump ball. I mean, so once again, I'm right. Thank you very much. And to all the haters out there who love to spam that I got it wrong in 2024, remember this day, because when I get it wrong, I got a lot of company, a lot of good company too. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm standing there alone, like, damn, went out on a limb there. I base my predictions on facts and evidence, not feelings. Uh-oh. What happened to my alerts? Oh, it was muted. Hold on. Can I have it reread that? Let me see. That'll work. Get wrecked, bro. Mike, thanks for the 200 bits. Scammed, yeah. I'm glad to see leftists believe in vote blue no matter who now. Well, this is the other thing. So number one, I was right that it was way closer than everyone thought it was going to be. I was the only person out there saying that, at least in these spaces. Number two, I'm very curious how you guys feel about this. I feel a sense of relief. Does anyone else feel like that? I feel like a weight has been taken off my shoulders in that I don't have anything to do. I feel finally, for the first time in like 5-6 years, I don't have to defend anything. I don't have to fight for anything. It's not my candidate. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to go against him and fight against him and push back on him. I just don't feel the responsibility to deal with a bunch of bedwetters who are bitching and moaning, and I have to try to talk them off the ledge to vote for the Democratic candidate. This is on them. This is their problem now. You got your candidate. That's your problem. Now you go win people over, right? Now, I'm not saying you got to come win people's votes and beg them for it and all that. I expect most people who voted for Stevens to vote for the Democratic nominee. But it's not my argument to make for Abdul El-Sayed. That's your business. I wanted a different candidate. Didn't work out. That's fine. I accept the results of elections, but I don't feel like it's my responsibility now to make the case for Abdul El-Sayed. And honestly, I feel kind of content with, it's like a feeling of peace that I haven't felt in a long time, that I don't need to sweat it. I don't need to be nervous about it. At this point, I'm just assuming we'll win that race, but if we don't, I accept that as well. And there's nothing I can do. I did not think this guy was our best candidate to win in the general. And I can't make the case that he is. That's up to the people who wanted him and voted for him.
DNC, turn out for what?
The lefties were on one last night. Wish we had that energy in 2024, or we might not have been put in this position in the first place. Sure hope there's some way to know that his approach to Israel is different than Republicans. Hashtag mend my fence.
I love the mend my fence. Go fix my fence. You go fix it. I don't fix it. You fix it. You broke it. You fix it. That's hilarious. Yeller with the 43 gifted subs on Twitch and 10 gifted memberships. Holy shit, Yeller. My God. Yeller popping off, man. That is crazy. Wow. Right, let's put this on the board here. That is something. Thank you, Yeller. That's huge, man. 53 subs, mems. I'll talk more about this, but I really do feel a feeling of relief, you know? It's like, this is what the leftists got to do in 2024, and I kind of get it now. It's kind of a sigh of relief. I've been fighting for years and years and years defending Biden and making the case for the Democrats and encouraging people to vote and ignoring the attacks and not engaging with the haters and avoiding conflict and trying to bring down temperature. And now they got their guy. So now it's their job to do that. So I feel like I'm in this zen space where it's like, whatever happens, happens, man. If we lose, we lose. I can't do anything. You can't do anything. We tried to get what we thought was the better candidate. And, you know, it's going to be up to Abdul El-Sayed to prove to the people who didn't vote for him, which is over the majority of people who voted in the Democratic primary, to prove that he should get their vote. It's nothing to do with me. I'm just kind of an observer at this point. And now I see what the leftists have been doing for years now. I get to be an observer. I get to be on the sidelines now. Kind of nice, you know, get to take a break for once and just kind of talk about what's going on instead of feeling this constant hum of pressure and having to ignore attacks and trying to, like, you know, avoid fighting with people. It's not my burden to carry now. It's up to them to
What is
figure
our
it out.
version of if the genocide in Gaza is still happening on Election Day, I will not vote for Kamala Harris.
If Hassan Piker is anywhere near Abdul El Sayed's campaign, I will not vote for El Sayed. I think it's pretty easy. And I think a lot of people are going to make that choice without us even joking about it. That, to me, is huge. I don't know what he's thinking, palling around with this guy, trying to become the first Muslim senator in America's history on the eve of the 25th anniversary of September 11th. You want to pal around with the guy who said America deserved 9/11? That's not smart. So let's see if he kicks him out of his orbit. I hope he does. I hope to be pleasantly surprised by Abdul over the next 90 days because he's going to have to win over a lot of people. Not even just those disaffected Democrats who voted for someone else, but moderates and independents. So if Hassan stays, it's a huge misstep by Abdul. Not even for us, who cares, but just in general. Like, what are you doing, you know? Even if I didn't know Hassan Piker and I wasn't in the space, I would be saying the exact same thing. Like, this guy's a huge liability, dude. 9Gs, thank you for resubbing on Twitch. And Mike, thank you for gifting a sub, bro. Appreciate that. Zoran was smart enough to distance from Hassan once he won the primary. Yeah, sure. Yeah, if I'm Abdul El Sayed, I'm not going anywhere near Hassan Piker, and I'm making sure that guy's staying far away from me. And I would even throw him under the bus if I were him, because this is an uphill climb, man. This is not an easy thing. Like, the polls showed that Abdul El Sayed was down with Mike Rogers in a head-to-head competition. Now, these polls obviously proved to be off by a lot, but that's all we've got right now. And the other data point we have now is that more people voted for someone else than El Sayed in last night's primary. That is alarming. That little thin victory, less than 1%, is alarming and a concern that needs to be taken seriously if El Sayed is going to win in November. You can't just keep doing what you're doing. Got to change. So I believe I will be pleasantly surprised by El Sayed. He seems like he has a knack for politics. He's tapped into this rage, this anti-establishment wave, and I hope to be pleasantly surprised, and I expect to be. He will moderate, he'll move to the center, and he'll abandon people like Hassan Piker if he's smart. And I think he is smart. So I look forward to it, and it's going to be interesting to see how his most loyal supporters handle that. You got to move to the center. Got to move to the center. I live in Oakland County. I was shocked how many people would mention how uncomfortable normie people were with the Hassan Association. Yeah, I mean, he's on the news all the time. Hassan had a really stupid message last night where he was telling people that they need to get on board, right? Like, I'm sorry, but you're not going to browbeat people into voting for El Sayed now that he's the nominee. Has Hassan not paid attention to himself for the last 10 years? I mean, that's been the message he's been saying for years, right? Demanding this, demanding that. And it doesn't work. That's not how you win people over, by like yelling at them to fall in line. It's not a good strategy. And now he's doing that to others.
Quick chat poll. Type 1 if you think Hassan has a small head.
Well, he's got a normal size head, but he has a huge body. That's why his head looks tiny. I guess we're all Islamophobic now. Hassan said so. Yeah. Yeah. You know, that is the other thing. Like, Islamophobia is percolating in the Republican Party, especially in the state of Texas, for whatever reason. And I think you're about to see that taken to another level that we haven't seen in a long time, because this gets right to people's animalistic fears when it comes to like September 11th and terrorism and the fear of Sharia law and all this stuff. And I don't know if people are prepared for the the level of hate and anger that's about to come out. I don't know if you can tap that down without taking some proactive steps. Like, again, I think casting Hassan out of his orbit immediately would be the best move. We'll see if he's smart to do it. I hope he does. Republicans wouldn't even vote a Trump-endorsed candidate because his last name was Hassan. Yeah, I saw that. That was funny. Have you seen the ads? Yeah, I saw the ads the NRSC put out last night. I've seen the rhetoric already. It hasn't even started. And by the way, AIPAC and all these other outside groups are going to spend 3 times the money. They're going to spend like $200 to $300 million attacking him. But as I said at the beginning of the stream, I really feel a sigh of relief. It's the first time I felt like the pressure has been lifted off me to some degree. I no longer feel that I have to make the case for this race, that I have to be ignoring the attacks, and I have to, I just have to stomach the hatred from within our party and the lunatics, because it's their job now to make the case for him. It's their responsibility to carry him over the finish line. And Abdul El-Sayed recognizes that. In his speech last night, he said it's time to mend fences. And that can only come from him and his campaign. That doesn't mean they need to come begging for people's votes and do anything special, but some simple steps can really alleviate whatever concerns people had last night that led to more people voting for someone else. So let's see what they do. But I don't know. I just kind of feel like whatever happens, happens now, man. It is what it is. We could still win the Senate even without Michigan if things go really well in November. And, you know, there's a chance we lose it. I mean, this is why we got behind Stevens, thinking she would do better and it would be an easier race for the Democrats. But the people of Michigan.
The only race we care about now is that Mike Lindell wins and becomes governor. Free the people of Minnesota, save them from the daycare centers. Free pillows for all. What about Ashley? Worst timeline.
Oh, man. Poor Ashley. Yeah. He was a good soldier. You know, whatever happens, happens, man. And I really hope that Abdul can pivot to the center. But for anybody who comes in here and bothers you guys with AIPAC and screaming at you about, you know, what happened to Blue no matter who, you can just laugh at them and shrug and say, you need my vote, dude. You can play this game and you can go down this road if you want. But in the end, is this helping get the votes you need for Abdul El-Sayed? I don't think so. That's why I don't go around there and do that. You never see me doing that. I stick to my 4 walls and I try to make the case for candidates that I believe in the Democratic Party. And I just I don't go looking for trouble because those aren't serious people. So they'll come by here and they'll talk their shit, but it just shows the weakness in their strategy because it's not a winning plan. Why waste time browbeating people as a sore winner when you should be trying to mend fences like Abdul El-Sayed said last night in his speech? You know, it doesn't make sense. He might be able to pivot. I don't see so many of his supporters pivoting. Well, they'll have to follow his lead. Can you unban me on Kick? No. I have no clue what I said, but I was probably angry. No, I'm going to ban you on YouTube as well, because if you wasted my time on Kick, then why would I want you in my other channel? Way to go, dummy. Not the sharpest tool in the shed. Why would I just unban somebody for no reason? You wasted my time and pissed me off to the point where I had to ban you. Like 99.9% of people here are totally normal, and I don't have to do any moderation. That's what happens with normal adults. But once in a while, we get a child who's having a mental health crisis like you, and we have to remove them because this is for adults. This is not for children. So I'm glad you let me know so I can remove the harm from your life, because this is clearly too difficult for you. So stupid. Like, yeah, how do you get banned on Kick, man? Kick is kind of like the Wild West, dude. I let them get away with a lot over there. What a dumbass. That's funny. All right, let's listen to El Sayed's speech this morning. He spoke. What angle do I like? Oh, I guess it doesn't matter.
I just want to say how grateful I am to my
The audio better on this one.
And what I can tell you.
Good morning, Michigan.
Well, I guess we can listen to McMorrow as well.
Good morning. Did everybody get a little bit of sleep last night? We're doing okay? I'm State Senator Mallory McMorrow, and I am so proud to be here this morning. It is an exciting morning in Michigan. And I know that this was a long and brutal primary. Take it from me, I lived through it personally. But what is most important now is that we recognize that for all of the differences we may have had in this primary, that those differences pale in comparison to the contrast that we face in November. Now, in pure Michigan fashion, I had made a commitment earlier that no matter what happened in this race, that I was going to endorse the nominee the minute the race was called and that I would be at their party. Well, Michigan decided maybe we're not going to the parties last night. So this morning, with all of you, this is the party. This is the start of a celebration of all of us coming together. Now, I want to say to my supporters, to the supporters of Congresswoman Stevens who fought hard, and to the Congresswoman herself, thank you. Thank you for putting your name on a ballot. Thank you to everybody who volunteered. Thank you to everybody who organized. Thank you to everybody who poured your heart and soul into these campaigns for almost the last 2 years. We need all of you, all of us, to stay in this fight every minute going forward, because I can promise you that today, Mike Rogers and Donald Trump are looking at Michigan and they are hoping that these family fights that we had, the disagreements within the Democratic Party, are the fights that we're going to retain through November. They will be hoping that we are either too hurt because we or our candidate lost, or too proud because our candidate won to not be willing to reach across and bring somebody in.
Shout out to the most positive, most handsome, most fly guy, political commentator I know. imreallyimportant.
Thank you, Mission. Appreciate the resub on Twitch.
I just ordered a framed picture of MLK. If it worked for El Sayed, it might work for me. Manifest destiny.
Hell yeah. Got it. You got to make sure you put your picture up next to it too, right? So that people make the connection. Look, what she's saying here is great, but the onus is on El Sayed here to win people over. I love people who will march in here over the next couple of days and weeks and say, you guys need to vote for him. You need to get on board. That's not up to us. That's up to the candidate to lead and to reach out to the people who didn't vote for him. And I have confidence in him that he'll figure it out and find a way. But browbeating people into supporting him after they chose someone else is not going to work. And that, again, that's why I have avoided that all these years. I have accepted that most leftists, 90% plus, will vote for the Democratic nominee. And so for me, that's good enough. I don't see the need to go fight with them over the last 10%. And I'm sure most Democrats in Michigan will vote for Abdul El Sayed, especially if he moderates and moves a little bit towards their position, which I would expect he will if he's a smart politician. So there's nothing that anyone out there has to do to, now that he won, right? Like, those people are silly, and it just shows their lack of knowledge and understanding. The burden is on Abdul, and he knows that. Like, I'm sure in this speech, he will already begin that process. Last night, he began that process of saying it's time to mend fences. And I think that's smart. I think that's what somebody who just won a primary and needs the support of their opponents would do. You don't just expect people to figure it out and to get on board, right? Like, you try to make the case. So I thought it was smart of him to say we need to mend fences. And that's not the people whose fence was broken. That's the fence breakers. That's the people who've been running their mouths and who have been causing problems, right? So let's see what happens.
Or just to be too sad to move forward. Well, this morning, are we ready to show the rest of the country what Michigan is made of? Are we ready to show the rest of the country what it looks like when Michigan fights and wins? Are we ready to do it alongside a fellow girl dad, girl parents? And I just want to give a huge amount of credit. I mean, look, this is an ugly business sometimes, and
girl dad is right up there with pup cups for me, man. I am not a fan of that term. It just seems weird. Girl dad. Do guys really go around there and say that? Like, it's so emasculating, it seems. Like, you might as well be walking around with one of those sashes that carries a baby with you, you know, or whatever. Like, I'm sorry, maybe I'm a little old school, but I don't know. Some of that stuff is like, dude, what is going on, man? I don't care if that offends anybody, man. I don't give a shit. I'm sure someone will cry about it. Yeah, you know, that's actually offensive. Shut the fuck. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It seems weird. Girl dad. What does that mean? Girl dad. It's performative.
Unsubbed. Good luck. He'll be in Hutch chat talking about pup cups.
Like, what does it mean that I just don't really know what it really entails. Like, okay. Unsubbed. Yeah. Sorry, we lost one. I just think the term is cringe. And that's my opinion.
I just got to meet Sarah, Abdul, thinking about our girls and the future that it's going to mean for them in this state and in this country. That's why I'm here today. I know that we share a why. I know that we all care about making a better future for our kids. And that is why I could not be more proud to introduce you to now officially the Democratic nominee to become the next United States Senator from the great state of Michigan. Please join me in welcoming Abdul Sayed.
I just want to say how grateful I am to my colleague, Senator McMorrow, Chairman Hertel, to all of our incredible supporters here. What a race. You know, in the words of Muhammad Ali, we shook up the world. And I want to say, just first and foremost, how grateful I am for the opportunity to participate in democracy. Now, my family immigrated to this country from a place where there is not democracy. You cannot just put your hand up and run. And the ability to do this, to have our voices heard, to select our leaders, it is a gift that sometimes we take for granted. So to have participated means so much. And to my fellow participants, I just want
to remind people, I will not tolerate you talking shit to me. This is my living room. If you run your mouth, you're going to get deleted without any fanfare too. So I don't know what makes people think they can talk shit to my face. You're just going to get deleted, man. We'll never see you again. You will watch my stream, and you'll continue to watch my stream, guaranteed, but you'll do it in silence. So why waste your time? You're just saying to the world, I'm suffering from a mental health breakdown, and I don't know how to deal with it. That's all you're doing. You're just screaming, I am a child. It's embarrassing. Don't do that. Don't embarrass yourself, please. Why bother?
Say how grateful I am to you, Senator McMorrow. You ran an incredible race.
Whitmer,
You fought
Stevens, and
to
Schumer
end
all
the corporate
endorsed him,
corruption in
so
our politics.
leftists can't use the excuse of the establishment is against us.
Yep. Absolutely. Everybody's going to endorse him. Why wouldn't they? He's our Democratic nominee. There's nothing to fear, nothing to be scared of. I think he's fine.
You took on the power of AIPAC. You were willing to speak truth to a level of power that sometimes is unbeatable. And I just want to say thank you and how grateful I am to have your support here today. I cannot wait to see what you do next. And I hope that for as long as I'm in this work, that we can be in this work together. Thank you. To my colleague and friend, Congresswoman Haley Stevens, we shared a great conversation this morning. And I know that it was a bitter end to this very long primary, but I also know that Haley brings the best of herself to her work. She is one of the most committed public servants that you'll ever meet. She loves democracy like I love democracy. And whatever differences that we might have had in the primary, they pale in comparison to what unifies us. A recognition that so long as we want to keep our democracy, that democracy better be working for people, and that all of us have to come together to make sure that we never let Mike Rogers see the inside of the U.S. Senate. So, Congresswoman, thank you for your race.
Wow. Where was that energy during the campaign, man? That's one of the mistakes I think he realizes he made, is like raising the temperature, all the insults, saying she couldn't string 2 sentences together, that she's the least electable person. I mean, really nasty things. That's why he got that little tiny victory last night. More people in the Democratic primary voting for someone else than him. So got to eat a little bit of humble pie there. We'll see how that continues moving forward. But I think it's a step in the right direction. It's going to be tough for his supporters, though, after just gleefully engaging in bad-mouthing all day long. Siren, thank you for the Prime resub on Twitch. Appreciate that. Are you debating on the way? No, I have no plans to debate on TikTok.
And I have to say a few more thank yous before we talk about where we're going next. First, I got to thank my wife, Sarah. I really, when we decided to jump into this race, I knew that it was going to be tough for me, but I also knew that it was going to be particularly tough on our family. And the fact that she held it down alongside her medical practice, alongside making sure that our daughters didn't experience this without thinking life was just normal, that takes just an extraordinary amount of effort and sacrifice. So I just want to say how grateful I am to you, love, and I'm so honored and thankful that we get to continue this. 20 years on, it's been a hell of a ride. I owe her a 20th anniversary on our 25th.
No applause for his wife. Just silence. What was that? What happened there? That was weird.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Watch William Lawrence interview on NBC where he has to kinda backtrack and welcomes DNC money for his campaign and talks nice about Elissa Stotkin now after bad-mouthing her lol.
William Lawrence, the Sunrise Movement co-founder, not a DSA member though. I heard Manu Raju interviewing him this morning, and he's like, "You're not a member of DSA." He said, "No, I let my membership lapse in the last month." Oh. So very, very newly, no longer DSA. That's interesting. Yeah, we'll see if we can check that out. But yeah, he's a progressive who won a swing district because 2 moderates split the vote. 2 idiots. Really need to start screaming at some of these idiots in our side of the party too. Like, what are you doing, man? Orange Pill, thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that.
First anniversary, because we definitely didn't get one of those this year. To my daughters, I know that they're not watching, but you know, I wish this meant I get a little bit more time with you, but give me 3 more months. To everybody who put their shoulders into the work, anybody who made a contribution, who knocked on a door, who made a phone call, who put yourself into this democracy, who gave us your stake in democracy, this movement, this moment is for you. And I just can't say how grateful I am to have earned the votes that we got. We took on a machine. You're not supposed to be able to beat $70 million of outside spending. A record amount of money spent in a campaign against a Democrat in a primary in any campaign. You're not supposed to be able to beat that. And what we showed is that the power of our many is greater than the power of their money. What we showed is that if you're willing to build a movement brick by brick, if you're willing to go and travel your state and have the conversations in rooms big and small, starting in moments when people aren't even paying attention to an election, but are paying attention to the price of gas and the price of groceries and the price of housing and the price of healthcare, that you can build a conversation that builds into a movement that defeats Goliath. This is what you all showed. And my hope is that our democracy will never be the same. So when Big Pharma and Big Tech, when DTE and Blue Cross come a knocking saying, you know what, this is our democracy and we're going to own it, from here on out, we can always point and say, no, this is the people's democracy and we will always own it. This would not have been possible without the incredible efforts of so many allies and allied organizations. I gotta give a special thank you to my first endorsers. Bernie Sanders, the OG, who came in on day one, put his entire shoulder in the work. I just hope that I can help to carry some of that load in the fight for working people and Medicare for all that he's been carrying for all of this time. To the UAW, the unbeatable, indomitable UAW.
That was a big endorsement for him, but it's because of Medicare for all. They would love to take health insurance off the table in their negotiations. Makes sense. Did you see how mad Hassan was? No, I don't know what what would he be mad about? Like, this was a huge victory for him. He invested a lot in this time, I'm sure money. What in the world could he be mad about?
The unbeatable, indomitable UAW. As a son of immigrants, son of a father who came to this country to build cars, I gotta say that this is still the best place in the world to make an automobile, and that is because of the fighting UAW, but it's also the best place in the world to build a family because of the fighting UAW. And our work is about making sure that the folks who want to sell our democracy off to corporations and special interests don't get to take that away, and I stand in lockstep with our UAW sisters and brothers. To the AFT, the National Nurses United, the AFGE, the AAUP, thank you so much for your work. To all of the advocacy organizations who made this possible on the ground.
Mad that El Sayed told him to stay backstage. He was with the Commons in the front of the stage. He wasn't allowed on stage or backstage. He had his little bowling alley perch to stream by himself with his little twink assistant, and just it was depressing watching last night. I mean, boy, I thought I was lonely, but good Lord, at least I had some friends hanging out with me online. But if I flew all the way to Michigan to be a part of a huge movement and campaign, I would be at the party. I'd have the camera off, or I'd have them following me around if I really wanted, but I'm there to have fun and be with my friends. I mean, I didn't stream election night in 2024 because I was at a get together and hanging out, and there was other people streaming, you know, like, talk about like tone deaf, like, enjoy the moment, bro. What are you doing? And so to hear that he's salty, which I have to assume is correct based on a few of you guys saying, is just funny to me. Like, it just shows you that nothing can really buy or get you happiness. You have to find it. You have to do what you enjoy, and you have to really pursue things you care about. And you can just tell how much of a fraud that guy is and what a grifter he is, because he can't be happy with anything. It's so funny. Flew out just to get excluded. Yeah, I think he's going to have a hell of a reality check. If Abdul El-Sayed is smart, and I think he is, he will cast that pariah out. He will knock him out of his orbit with great force. He will throw Hassan under the bus in order to win over skeptical voters. Like, I'm willing to bet in the next week or two, El Sayed will do an interview or on camera say something to the effect of he doesn't agree with Hassan on that issue, like on a lot of things, kind of like what Bernie did yesterday. I don't have the exact quote, but Bernie was saying like he's wasn't happy with some of the things Hassan has said. I think we're going to see a little bit of that. But if he was smart, as a guy trying to become the first Muslim senator in America's history on the eve of the 25th anniversary of 9/11, I think it would behoove him to throw Hassan under the bus. Hanging out with the guy who said America deserved 9/11, probably not the smartest idea. He can double dip on Hassan, cash in, cash out by distancing from him hard. Yeah. I mean, even if I wasn't in this space and didn't have my personal reasons for not liking Hassan and wanting to see his downfall, I would, just as a normie Democrat, be looking at all the press coverage of Hassan and what I just described as Abdul al-Sayed trying to become the first Muslim senator. And I would say, you got to move away from this guy, man. What are you doing? You can stay friends with him if you want, but don't bring him to the show. Don't talk about him and throw him under the bus. Why not? Who cares? Hassan can take it, right? Like, if I was Hassan, I'd say, go ahead, throw me under the bus if it helps you win, because, right, it's the real goal is to win. That's the goal. So we'll see what happens.
Folks like the PCCC and Move On, folks like the Working Families Party, all of the constituency organizations who knocked on doors and made phone calls, thank you so much for putting your shoulder into the work. I also have to...
You guys really think Hassan has a lot of influence with voters? Like, do you think moms and dads seeing ads saying we deserve 9/11 have a clue? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They see a guy saying America deserved 9/11 and that El Sayed is standing next to him. It's like Obama's preacher or pastor or whatever, right? Like, you are guilty by association. So it doesn't matter if they know anything. It doesn't matter if they even believe it. It matters just saying it. And I think it is a wicked attack against El Sayed.
Thank all of our endorsers, 300 strong, who came in, spent their time with us, came from just down the street or came from across the country to talk about what it looks like to build a movement of the people, by the people, and for the people. I want to say how grateful I am to you. We built this campaign brick by brick. Back in April, I remember talking to a room of 5 people in a discussion that most people will never clock, but it was an opportunity for us to share a honest conversation about pain and about purpose. And I've been able to have 500 more of those discussions over the past 15 months. I trained to be a doctor, and the single most important moment that makes a clinical encounter is that moment that somebody shares their pain with you, believing that you could do something about it. I don't practice medicine, as has been well documented by all of you. But I hope that I get to practice that part of things. And I've been able to practice it, but it requires people being willing to share their pain with you so that you can do something about it. That is a moment, a piece of vulnerability people give you because they believe that you can actually fix it. It's an investment, sure, in a campaign, but it more is an investment in democracy. And as we traveled our state, we were in living rooms in Lansing, VFW halls in Escanaba, basements in Grand Rapids, churches in Detroit. I got to meet so many of you, Michigan, so many. And you shared both what caused pain, but also what brought purpose. And we forged a movement out of that to get money out of politics, put money back in pockets, and pass Medicare for all to guarantee health care in this country. And for our troubles, the corporations, the special interests, who would rather get to decide who our elected officials are than let us decide who our elected officials are, they spent an unprecedented amount of money to beat us. Attack ad after attack ad after attack ad after attack ad. Wall-to-wall ads. But it turns out that the commercials are the part of the television show most people don't want to watch. It turns out that you can spend as much money as you want on lies, but it doesn't make them true. It turns out that when you're able to reach out and dignify somebody's pain, people remember that a lot more than a 30-second ad played on a loop on television. And it turns out that when the people want something in this democracy of ours, the people can get that thing if we're willing to do the work of that. And that's exactly what Michiganders up and down the state showed. 12,000 volunteers knocking nearly 10,000 doors a day to defeat an unprecedented amount of outside money, $70 million.
Yeah, we heard that part already, dude.
But right now, as bitter and as divisive and as cynical as the campaign against us might have been, I want us to realize that there is so much more that unites us now. Because...
Okay, here we go. This is the part I want to hear. How is he going to get those people who voted for someone else to support him? What is the plan? I think he's got a plan. He has to have a plan. There's no way to win without winning over those people. I don't think that it's tough. I don't think it's a uphill battle to get Democrats to vote for the Democratic nominee. But there are some hurt feelings, and a majority of Democrats who voted last night in the Michigan primary voted for someone else. That is something to be concerned about.
The campaign that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump and their GOP MAGA allies are launching is already more bitter. All you got to do is look at the ads you're already watching on TV, started today. You know, they think that you want to use my whole name against me. Mike, listen, man, if you can't say the name, it's Abdurrahman, keep the name out your damn mouth.
Oh! So based.
I'll be happy to give you lessons.
They're starting to call him by his real name, which he just said his first real name. I think his full name is Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed, right? So they're starting to call him that now to really play up the Islamophobia, which, boy, that they're going to spend $300 million fueling the fire of Islamophobia. It's going to be brutal the next 90 days, which is really sad because that's going to have blowback on totally innocent people, right? Like, I guarantee hate crimes go up in America for Muslim Americans, which is really unfortunate.
But they understand that the only way that they think they can win is to drag us into the mud, to believe the worst about each other, to believe that what divides us is bigger than what unites us. They want us to think that the reason some of us ain't got is because of other people got. But it turns out that the reason so many of us ain't got is because of the system that has corrupted our politics to take it away from us. And that is the thing that we are taking on now. That movement to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all, it is a big movement. So if you supported me or you did not support me, if you voted for Vice President Harris in 2024 or you voted for Donald Trump, if you believe like me that you ought to be able to afford your groceries, if you believe like me that you ought to be able to afford your home, if you believe like me that your tax dollars ought to be invested in you rather than sent somewhere else, if you believe like me that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people is our birthright in this country, if you believe like me that we have a responsibility to stand up and walk with our union so that everybody has collective bargaining rights in this country, if you believe like me that you ought to have the guarantee of good health care in this country without some corporation trying to tell you what you
#mend my
cannot
fence. Kelly.
Fix my fence.
have and should not fight for, I hope that you'll join this movement now. I want to speak specifically to an issue that has been focused on in this race. To my Jewish American sisters and brothers, one of the most indelible memories of this campaign.
This ought to be interesting. This is what I've been waiting for. There's like this strange idea that you can just run your mouth about Israel and Zionists and Zionism and genocide. And then when people go, whoa, chill, man, you're causing anti-Semitism to flare up. And it's becoming a problem for just Jews in general, who have nothing to do with anything. It's like, well, then Israel should stop. It's like, okay. But if they would just couple that with what he's probably about to say now, it would not be as much of a problem. Right? Like, why is anti-Semitism so high? Is it because Israel's doing something? Or is it because the way people are talking about it and screeching about Zionists, which Bernie Sanders is a Zionist and so is Brad Lander. So these guys have a huge anti-Semitism problem. I'm not accusing him of being an anti-Semite, but what I am accusing him of, and a lot of his followers, is fanning the flames and shrugging when people say you're causing anti-Semitism. What are you doing? They're like, not my problem. So let's see what he does to address this, because this should be like his central focus in some ways. the biggest concern about him is this anti-Semitism. So let's see what happens.
Will have been the opportunity to break bread with you at Seder, to worship with you at Shul, to be embraced by you. And listening to sisters and brothers who said, you know, I want to join this movement because AIPAC doesn't speak for me. Because I understand that self-determination for one people does not require the quenching of self-determination for another people.
He's very comfortable with anti-Semites around him. That, I definitely agree with that one. He's had some characters around him that are very questionable.
That unless all of us are free, none of us are free. I want to tell you the great gift that you've given me. And to all of my sisters and brothers of the Jewish faith, or any faith at all, or no faith at all, I want you to know that my commitment to your safety, my commitment to Jewish safety, is the same commitment that I have to the safety of my own daughters.
So we just white lives matters. We just white lives mattered it. So why would you do that? In the middle of your speech to Jewish people who are concerned, you talk about other religions and any religion, you know, it's like, dude, you just white lives matter. What the fuck?
Because if there is one question of a political philosophy that ought to animate us all, is what would we build, what would we do if we treated all of our kids like they were all of our kids? How would we spend our money? Where would we put our investment? How would we embrace one another? What kind of schools would we build? What kind of health care would we offer? What kind of jobs would we protect? And I say this because there could not be a greater contrast between that philosophy and the cynicism of Mike Rogers. See, Mike's a guy who spent 14 years in Congress with one goal: to figure out how to cash out the day he left. And guess what he did? As soon as he left Congress, after having taken corporate check after corporate check after corporate check to empower the corporations to pick your pockets, he went and he cashed out. Not in Michigan. No, winters are too cold for him. He's got thin skin after all. He went to Florida. So, Mike, if you want to be a Florida man, go be a Florida man. If you want to golf in Florida, go golf in Florida. But I promise you in November, we are going to send you back to Florida. Mike Rogers is the guy who wants to put a data center in your backyard so he can make himself feel a little bit more manly by making an AI video. Mike Rogers is the guy who has never shied away from a DTE check so he could turn his face in the direction of Florida. Mike Rogers is a guy who will do anything Blue Cross Blue Shield wants him to do, including raise your rates. Mike Rogers is a guy who introduced legislation to increase the flow of opioids. He did that while I was in high school. Mike Rogers is a guy whose politics and vision and perspective are old. Mike Rogers is a guy who has never shied away from a corporation he could do a favor for. Mike Rogers is a guy who, believe it or not, went back to Florida so he could lick every single boot Donald Trump owns to beg for his endorsement. I'm so sorry. If you want a senator who's going to lick some boots, fine, go vote for Mike Rogers. But if you want a senator who's going to stand up to Donald Trump, then you've got your option right here. And what's funny about Mike Rogers is that he's like the worst of all versions of the Republican Party, right? He's the worst of the neocon version. I mean, he was in the House during the entirety of the Iraq War. He left because he got tired of it. And then he swore up and down he could never support Donald Trump until, of course, he was licking Donald Trump's boots. So now he carries the burden of both of those things. Is he MAGA? Is he neocon? Nah, man, he's just a corporate sellout. So,
nah, man.
Mike, I'm going to say right here, I know you're going to say no because you're a coward. 5 debates, all right? If you're willing to stand with me and have a conversation, you and I both know that you will wither in front of your own crimes. But I'm going to make sure Michiganders know about them. Because at the time we're done, you are not going to have safe quarter from people holding you accountable to what you've done for them here here in Michigan, we will send you back to Florida where you belong. 5 debates. I'm hoping for an answer today. It's going to be a lot of fun, my guy. But I want to finish here because it's not about Mike Rogers. It's not even about Donald Trump. It is about who we are as a country. I worked in that building right there. In fact, you could see the window of my former office. And there are moments I had to pinch myself because my story in America is about as unlikely as it gets, but for an accident of history that allows my dad to immigrate to Detroit to go to Wayne State University. I was supposed to be a cab driver in Egypt, like my cousins. I would spend a lot of my childhood summers in Egypt. I'd spend them there with a front row seat to what my life should have been. Except for I got to be born in America, where I got vaccinated against diseases that killed an aunt and uncle I never got to meet. They died before their first birthday. I got to go to amazing public schools, an incredible public university. I got my medical education paid for by a public agency at the NIH. That's what America gave me. Now, the crazy thing is I grew up not 20 minutes from here.
The manifest candidate owes it all to his dream board.
Don't sleep on a dream board, man. Game changer. Rock Hard Slab, thanks for re-upping your membership on YouTube as well. Appreciate that. I actually don't think Abdul would do as well in a debate as he thinks, because when he was pressed on some of the things he said in the past, like defund the police, he would just deflect and say, this is just a distraction from this issue or that issue. And that's not a great answer to me.
Is it more concerning that the polls were so wrong in his favor? Like, what's his projection if polls already have him down to Rogers?
It's a fair point. If the polls showed him up like 13 points and he won by less than 1%, then you could come to the conclusion that Mike Rogers beating him by 1 point in the most recent polls is a lot bigger of a gap than the polls are predicting. You know what I mean? Because if they were favoring him in the eyes of the people being polled by that much and they were off by double digits, then you have to assume that they were off by a lot when it comes to him being able to beat Mike Rogers as well. So I think it's a fair conclusion to come to. I still think he's got a decent chance of winning. I think it's his race to lose. And I'll talk about it when his speech is done here in a couple minutes, but it's really up to Abdul El-Sayed to pivot to the center and win over those voters who chose to vote for someone else last night. Again, the majority of people who voted in last night's primary in Michigan voted for someone other than Abdul El-Sayed. That is a bit of a problem, and it shows you that him eking out a victory is going to require a lot of work to win over those skeptical people who are voted for someone else last night. It's not impossible. I don't even think it's that difficult if he makes the right moves. My first suggestion would be to cast Hassan out of your orbit. Throw him under the bus. When the next person asks you about Hassan saying America deserved 9/11, say, you know what? I've been thinking a lot about it, and I completely disagree with Hassan Piker, and I think he's dead wrong and owes an apology to America. Like, throw him under the bus, man. You're the first Muslim, you're trying to become the first Muslim senator in America's history on the eve of the 25th anniversary of 9/11. And you're going to pal around with this guy? I would toss him under the bus in a heartbeat. I would reach out to him privately, say, hey, bro, you're about to take a ride. It's about to get ugly for you, homie, because we got to back the bus over you in order to get over the finish line. So sorry, sucks to be you, but I'm just giving you fair warning.
And in traveling 20 minutes, I travel a 10-year life expectancy gap. I got to meet kids who never got the opportunities I got, despite the fact that their families had been here far longer than me. I know what America gave me, but I also know what America continues to deny too many of her own children. And a lot of my work in that building right there was about trying to address exactly that. And I kept running up against one thing: the kind of politics that tell us that we cannot invest in those children because we should be sending their money to deny rights to other children abroad. A politics that tells us that the corporations should do what they can and the rest of us do what we must. A politics that tells us that our democracy is there for the taking if you have enough money to take it.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
There may be a gap in terms of El Sayed's radicalness versus Roger's seeming normalness. But the handsomeness gap? It's like Fabio versus John Madden. Not even a contest.
Well, I don't disagree. He's a good-looking dude, and he's actually, I like that he works out. I don't care for the black T-shirts tucked into jeans. That's kind of cringe. Might as well clip your cell phone to your belt and wear a jawbone earpiece. But I do like our leaders encouraging people to stay healthy, and you know, I believe looks. There's no such thing as ugly people, only lazy people. So I'll give him that. I think, you know, the beard, again, I'm just nitpicking here, but the beard seemed a bit out of control until very recent. Looks like he trimmed it up. Looks nice. I don't know. I don't have much to say about his looks beyond that. I appreciate people that promote a healthy lifestyle. I think that's super important.
And so when the opportunity to run for U.S. Senate came up, I realized that this was a fight not just against Mike Rogers and Donald Trump. It was a fight for the kind of America that can give what I had to all of her children. That is the work in front of us. This country of ours, this America of ours, is more than a flag. It's more than a set of colors. If you're a patriot, then you better fight for an America that is America for all of her kids. That's what this is about. Building a movement to take our democracy back, to serve the people who absolutely deserve the best of what America has to offer them. That's the commitment all of us are making. So whether you voted for me or voted for my opponent or didn't vote at all, we're inviting you to that movement to get money out of politics so we can put money back in pockets and finally guarantee the promise of health care through Medicare for all. And I'm so honored for all of the folks who've already invested, to all the folks who haven't. I cannot wait to meet you, and let's go in November.
Yeah, I agree with the comment that he should drop the Israel AIPAC bullshit too. I mean, AIPAC is about to switch teams here and go hard against him, and it's going to be 3 times the spending from all the outside groups against him. Republicans don't give a shit about rejecting corporate PAC money, so he's going in with one arm tied behind his back, discouraging corporate PACs from getting behind him. I don't expect him to be able to make up that gap with grassroots donations, $5, $20 here and there. So already at a disadvantage with the money. And people will say, yeah, but he overcame the $60, $70 million in spending. Barely, right? Like that. Now imagine 3 times that, you know what I mean? So, and the Republicans have not had a contentious primary. It's been uncontested because Donald Trump endorsed Mike Rogers right off the bat and nobody wanted to run against him. So the Republicans are united. And yet we just had a very divisive primary where more people voted for someone other than Abdul El Sayed in last night's primary than voted for him. Winning by less than 50% of the vote, with less than 50% of the vote, and by less than 1%. It's not exactly a vote of confidence for Mr. El Sayed here. So he's got a lot of work to do to win over people that are skeptical of him. I don't think it's impossible. I don't even think it's that hard. But he's going to have to take some steps. And people will say, he'll lose people, though. He'll lose support. No, he won't. No, he won't. The people who already are convinced he's their guy, they don't need to hear it every day. Just like you guys don't need to hear the Democrats saying stuff that you agree with. And in fact, I would argue they're wasting time if they're saying anything to win people like us over. That's why when I show political ads or speeches or candidate debates, I try to remind people watching in this channel, hey, this is not for us. So you may say that's cringe or I wish they didn't say that, but they're trying to win over people that are on the sidelines that are indifferent, that aren't convinced yet. But you're already convinced. You guys will do somersaults over broken glass to go vote for a Democrat. So if they're trying to say anything to appeal to you, it's a waste of time. Same thing with Abdul El Sayed. talking about AIPAC and Israel and Gaza. It's like, what's the point? You've already won those people over, man. So let's see what he does. I'm fascinated to see how he shifts in the next 90 days. Is that it? Looks like he said a little more.
Hands up for a question, please.
Oh, he took some questions.
And say your name and outlet when called on. Start here.
Joey with the Associated Press. You mentioned that you spoke with earlier. Can you talk a little bit about what was said, if she indicated whether she would be endorsing you?
I think he said you talked to Haley Stevens earlier. Can you talk about what she said?
She will absolutely be endorsing us, and she will be fighting alongside us to make sure that we defeat Mike Rogers and win the future in November.
The questions. Looking for locals. Go here.
Okay, thank you. Arlette Signs with CNN. This was a very tight race, perhaps closer than you had hoped or expected, about 15,000 votes right now between you and Haley Stevens. Does the fact that this was such a tight race make it more difficult for the Democratic Party to unite and also reach out to those swing voters who might be looking and seeing, well, Democrats couldn't even agree on their candidate here?
Well, I'd love to get others' perspective on this, but let me give you mine. You heard about the historic turnout. Sometimes, you know, intra-family squabbles are the biggest ones. But we all know that when we walk out the house, we stand united. And sometimes we gotta have it out about the conversation about who we are and who we want to be. And I think I'll tell you that the things that unite us are so much bigger than the things that divide us. If anything, when you've got 500,000 more voters who came out to be a part of a process to pick a nominee, that means that their voices have been heard. And we're going to build a movement that reaches out to everybody. I know not everybody's going to agree with me on everything. That's not how this works. But I do know that they agree with me on the need to beat Mike Rogers, and the need to hold Donald Trump accountable, and the need to provide people health care, and the need to address the affordability crisis that is making it so that all of us struggle simply because we want to pump gas or go to the grocery store, and the need to stop fighting stupid wars we should never be fighting. There is so much more we agree on. So I'm looking forward to unifying together. The Congresswoman and I, the Senator and I, we've had some great conversations about where we go from here, and we cannot wait to come together and win in November.
So the onus will be on him to lead by example. And I kind of worry a little bit about this camp's ability to win over skeptical voters. They've been in attack mode for years and years and years. They're not exactly good listeners. They're not the greatest fence menders. So I really think this is going to be a bit of a challenge for the rank and file to try to win people over. You know, they're just going to like screech about AIPAC and Israel. And it's like, okay, well, but I'm concerned. It's like, well, how can you be concerned? So let's see what happens, though. Maybe he'll lead by example and show people how to get it done. But the onus is not on the people that voted against him to figure it out. You know, this is why I said at the beginning of the stream, I don't go into other people's spaces and give them a hard time. I don't even bother fighting with leftists. You guys can back me up on this. I don't seek it out. In fact, I try to stay away from debating leftists because, first of all, 90% of them will vote for the Democrat, no problemo. And then why am I going to waste my time with the couple of the remaining people that have their heels dug in that can never be won over? It's pointless. So, but these people, they've never had to do this. They've always been on offense, screeching and crying and pissing their pants about liberals and the corporate Democrats and you need to earn my vote and all that. Now the positions have been switched and they've got to go win people over, and they've got to, the responsibility is on their end. And so when they come at you and they say, I thought it was blue no matter who, it's like, well, sure.
Hey Saeed, I like my fence Western red cedar with a nice sealer and dull enough to see over but not too tall, like Wilson from Home Improvement.
Nice. It's good to let people know what you're expecting in advance so there's no disappointment. These people will screech at you that it's blue. I thought you said blue no matter who. I thought you said blue no matter who. You're like, yes, I did. And you responded poorly to that time and time again. and you ignored our entreaties. You fought us on it nonstop. And so why would you expect anything but the same treatment in response? Hit dogs, holler. But it's up to them. Now's the time when you got to put the big boy pants on. You don't get to piss and crap in your pants anymore. You finally have to go use the toilet like a big boy and girl and learn how to wipe your ass. And that means having good conversations with people who disagree with you and listening and understanding and compromising, what we've been preaching for years and years and years. So do not let these people wag their finger in your face about blue no matter who, and that you've been telling them that for years, because your response should be, and you've fought me tooth and nail. So now do you see what I was talking about the whole time, you jagoff? So anyways, it is what it is.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker. And
by the way, if anybody has a clip of Hassan crashing out this morning, sounds like he was in a cranky mood. Probably got the call from El Sayed that we're throwing your ass under the bus, Mr. 9/11 guy. I would love to see a couple minutes of that if you have something. I feel like he knows his days are numbered because Mr. El Sayed cares more about power and the Democrats winning, which he should, than Hassan's feelings or Hassan's reputation or anything about Hassan. Like, you're about to get chewed up, bro. You got used and you're about to get chewed up now. We'll see. If he's smart, he will. If El Sayed is smart, and as of right now, I think he is, though I was disappointed in his grumbling about not getting certain endorsements from popular people in Michigan, which is idiotic. You're going to need their support in the general. Why would you talk shit on them? But if he's smart, he will throw Hassan's ass under the bus very quickly. Very quickly.
Washington, where it is now full steam ahead for both parties to the midterms after a dramatic night of results in the year's biggest remaining primary night. The results making it clear the insurgent progressive movement on the left is gaining strength inside the Democratic Party. In the highest profile race of the night, the Democratic Senate primary in must-win Michigan, progressive Abdul al-Sayed narrowly defeated establishment-backed Congresswoman Haley Stevens. Speaking in Detroit today, al-Sayed saying his victory represents the power of the movement.
We took on a machine. You're not supposed to be able to beat $70 million of outside spending. A record amount of money spent in a campaign against a Democrat in a primary in any campaign. The power of our many is greater than the power of their money.
Progressives also notching wins in Michigan's 7th congressional district, a key battleground in November, where the two moderate candidates split the vote, leading to victory for activist William Lawrence. And in the
So there's definitely stuff to fix on our side here as well. This is outrageous. These two idiots split the vote, allowing this guy to win. Now, I don't have any reason to be concerned about him. This guy claims he left DSA in the last month, which is kind of weird. He told Manu Raju on CNN today that he let his membership to DSA expire within the last month. I kid you not. He's a co-founder of Sunrise Movement, which seems to be pretty useless lately. And quite progressive, which I'm okay with, but I don't know what to make of this guy. There's a guy in Michigan's 13th district that I'd be more concerned about who defeated a Democratic incumbent. He's an actual DSA guy. So they added another DSA person to their block.
The 13th district, where Donovan McKinney knocked off incumbent Congressman Shri Thandar.
This guy Shri was a weak candidate, though.
And in the Democratic governor's primary in Kansas, Cindy Holscher, the more progressive candidate, won over the establishment-backed candidate there. It was not a clean sweep, though, for progressives. Of the 4 candidates endorsed by Senator Bernie Sanders, 3 won, with former Congresswoman and squad member Cori Bush losing.
What an ass beating of epic proportions here. Holy, nobody from that side of the party wants to talk about this one. Wesley Bell was proudly supporting Israel. He was like, the M in Missouri doesn't stand for the Middle East. This guy leaned into it and whooped her ass. Oh my God. Bye. You're done, Corey. It's over, man. If we ever hear her name again, that's incredible to me. Like, he beat her twice now, and this by a mile. Her own community rejected her. This could happen in Wisconsin too. I think you guys are cooked on that one. You're going to get the Thanksgiving Day hater.
Her rematch against Congressman Wesley Bell. Now the question is whether these progressive candidates can unite their party and win battleground voters in November. Today, Al Sayed saying both wings of the party have a common goal.
As bitter and as divisive and as cynical as the campaign against us might have been, I want us to realize that there is so much more that unites us now. Because the campaign that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump and their GOP MAGA allies are launching is already more bitter. The things that unite us are so much bigger than the things that divide us. We're going to build a movement that reaches out to everybody. I know not everybody's going to agree with me on everything. That's not how this works. But I do know that they agree with me on the need to beat Mike Rogers and the need to hold Donald Trump accountable.
In her concession statement, Congresswoman Stevens offered her support to Al Sayed in the general election. And Senator Schumer and Gillibrand said the party's campaign arm will work with him to defeat the Republican candidate Mike Rogers. Meanwhile, Republicans are eager to define Al Sayed before he can define himself, using last night's progressive victories to paint him and his party as radicals.
I said this at the beginning of the stream, and I just want to say it again because people pop in and out, but I don't know about you guys. I feel a sense of relief for the first time in years. I feel like a grandparent who gets to play with the grandkids, and then I don't have to deal with them, and the parents take them home. I for so long, I've been making the case for Democrats, and I feel like I've been fighting this impossible battle, uphill battle, not only against Republicans bullshit, but all the leftists and all the DSA types. And now they won this race. And so the responsibility is on them now. They have to go win people over. They have to prove that their candidate is the winner. It doesn't mean I'm rooting against this candidate in any way. I want to see El Sayed win. But I don't feel a responsibility as much as I normally do. And I don't know why that is. I guess I'm just kind of resolved to whatever happens, happens. Obviously, I think a Democrat would be a million times better than a Republican, but I don't feel this sort of like low hum stress that we've got to get this guy over the finish line. And I have to ignore the attacks. I have to ignore the bedwetters who refuse to listen. I have to ignore the lies. I have to defend my candidate. I have to come up with a defense. I don't have to do any of that because it's not my candidate. And I tried what I could to get Stevens, who I thought would be better in November, to be the candidate. But I wonder if you guys feel that as well. Like, at first I felt a little guilty, like I'm kind of playing fast and loose with the future of our country and control of the Senate by making some jokes and pointing out some flaws and pointing out the hypocrisy. But this is how I really feel. And I think it's good to put a mirror up to some of the people who've been crying and getting in our way and causing problems for years and years and years and say, it doesn't feel so good, does it? So maybe next time you won't go this hard. Maybe next time you'll work with us. Maybe next time you'll realize that you need us too. And we all have to do this together. We're all in this boat together. And I think some people could use a slice of humble pie right about now. And whatever happens, happens. I mean, I'm just kind of resolved to that. I feel like this is what this is the dope that leftists have been smoking for years now, that they feel absolved of any responsibility, and they just somehow convince themselves that it's not their fault and they don't need to do anything except cry all day long. So I kind of see the the draw of that, right? Like you just kind of, you give yourself an excuse to kind of, well, it's not my problem anymore. These people don't learn lessons. We'll see. I cannot control what other people do. That has been a big lesson I learned very on in my life, and I'm so thankful. I read the book 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey, and it was a great book. I could do without the religious stuff, but I took the lesson to heart that you can only control how you react to things and what you do. You can't control what other people do. So that has helped me a lot in life. And I think I feel the same in politics. Like we can only do what we do, and we can only control what's, within our scope and our lives. We can't control what other people do or even how they react to us, but we can put a mirror up to these people and say, this is what you've been doing for a long time. I'm not encouraging anyone to go out there and give people a hard time, but I want you to know that, like, you don't have some great responsibility to convince yourself to become a mega fan of El Sayed or to join the people who've been screaming at you for years and hold hands with them. They have a responsibility to lower the temperature and to convince you.
Vigeland called Haley voters Republicans. So yay.
Yeah. See, I don't know when she did that, but I'm expecting a lot more of that. It's going to be very hard for these people to transition to defense. They've been on offense the whole time. Just attack, attack, attack. And now they have to defend and listen. They have to quiet. Shh. They have to close their mouths and be quiet and listen and understand. Because the only way you change minds is if you ask questions and talk to people and listen.
I think if we're actually fearful of fascism, these primaries shouldn't be this vitriolic. That's just bad business.
I agree. I do agree. That's why I was disappointed in the vitriol that was coming from the El Sayed supporters and from him as well. I mean, he had to put out a statement saying, stop attacking my opponent for personal stuff. I've never seen that in the 10 years that I've been following politics closely. I've never seen a candidate put out a statement telling their followers to stop issuing personal insults. And just hours before that, he had said she can't even string 2 sentences together. So he was contributing to that. So I think he was like what Yeller was saying. He was creating his dream board and manifesting encouragement for himself to stop engaging in that behavior. But it's going to be fascinating to see how our leftist friends, our DSA allies, quote unquote, how they change their tone, because screeching about AIPAC in Israel and corporate Democrats is not going to win over the people who voted for Stevens and McMorrow.
I have never seen someone so radical, so extreme, get nominated by a political party. And the DSA candidates in the state in 2 different congressional races look like they're pulling it off as well. The Democrat Party is lost to this hardcore socialist attitude.
The communists are the new base. I think they should have a new party, the Communists of America, and it will do well. It'll get about 10% of the vote.
It is gearing up to be a personal and nasty general election, with the Republican Senate campaign arm already up with their first ad against El Sayed. Take a look.
Here we go.
Abdul Muhammad El Sayed, the most...
How hard is it to not be cringe? Do they not realize that normies are allergic to cringe?
Metal Gamer, thank you for the resub. It is hard for a lot of those people to not be cringe, believe me. Cringe is their life motto. Oh my God. What was his name there? They said his full government name. Holy shit, bro.
Ad against El Sayed. Take a look.
Abdul Muhammad El Sayed, the most...
Barack Hussein Obama.
Exactly. Barack Hussein Obama. Damn.
First ad against El Sayed. Take a look.
Abdul Muhammad El Sayed, the most radical Senate candidate in America.
Pretty dangerous.
Abdul El Sayed, too radical, too dangerous. Wrong for Michigan.
Well, today, El Sayed...
I don't think that's a great ad. That kind of makes him look cool. Like, he's dangerous. He's badass. Okay. I don't know. I would have played some of his other hits, but okay.
Reacting, and he fired back.
Mike, listen, man, if you can't say the name, it's Abdurrahman, keep the name out your damn mouth.
Oh!
My name is not raising your gas prices. My name is not taking us to war. My name is not the reason you can't afford your groceries. You know what it is? Their BS policies. Mike Rogers is a guy whose politics and vision and perspective are old. Mike Rogers is a guy who has never shied away from a corporation he could do a favor for. Mike Rogers is a guy who, believe it or not, went back to Florida so he could lick every single boot Donald Trump owns to beg for his endorsement. I'm so sorry. If you want a senator who's going to lick some boots, fine, go vote for Mike Rogers. But if you want a senator who's going to stand up to Donald Trump, then you've got your option right here.
And joining me.
You don't feel you need to stand on your core principle that the voter needs to find a reason to vote for the Democrat. Well, I encourage people to find a reason to support him as the Democrat. Absolutely. But I'm saying the onus, the lead, the lion's share of the work is on him and his camp, the people who supported him, to go reach out to people who didn't and tell them why they should and listen to their concerns. And I think he will pivot to the middle to address those concerns. He was in campaign mode up until now in a primary trying to get energized people out. So I get it, but I think there's going to be a shift. But yes, of course, everybody should go out there and read up on the candidates. I read his whole book, Medicare for All. I wonder how many of his supporters have read the book, but I bought the book and I read it. So I wanted to hear from the horse's mouth how he plans on getting us Medicare for all. And I was sorely disappointed by what I read because he basically said it'll take a groundswell of support from the people. Well, that's not a great strategy, if you ask me, depending on the people to get so pissed off that eventually we get it. If the pandemic didn't do it, then I don't know what will. And we're up against trillion-dollar industries with health insurance, hospital groups, private equity, doctors. That's not banking on the people to get pissed off enough to rise up ain't gonna happen. But yeah, I mean, he signed up for this job, as somebody just said in the YouTube chat. It's his responsibility to go out there. I'm not saying people should cross their arms and demand to be won over. Everybody should be open to voting for him, but he's the one who needs to go out there and sell his brand to those people who didn't vote for him. That's part of the job. And I would expect that from Haley Stevens, if she won, to go out there and address the concern of Abdul El-Sayed voters.
Now to break down last night's results at the big board, of course, is NBC chief data analyst Steve Kornacki. Shaquille Brewster is on the ground for us in Michigan. And with me on set, NBC national politics reporter Bridget Bowman and Jessica Taylor, Senate and Governor's editor for the Cook Political Report. Thrilled to have all of you to start us off. Steve, I have to start with you. This was a narrower victory than
Lib and let lib.
Lib and let lib. I like it.
than the polls portended. How did Abdul El-Sayed pull this win off?
Yeah, I mean, a couple things here. Just take a look at where the vote kind of was strong for each candidate. From the Stevens standpoint, look, where did she win? She won right here in Macomb County. This is a big population center, big blue-collar suburbs just north of Detroit. She won in Oakland County here. These are sort of the higher-income suburbs north of Detroit. And she won in Wayne County. Specifically, she won in Detroit.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
As long as Americans have access to TikToks and Instagram and Uber Eats, they will never get that angry where they take action.
I agree with you. Like, Americans' credit cards are getting maxed out, but now they have buy now, pay later. And there'll be something else that comes along after that in order to keep them in debt and to keep them consuming. So that's a great point, and I agree that people, as long as they can continue to live a certain lifestyle, then nothing's going to change. So to argue that we just need enough people to get pissed off and rise up to get Medicare for all, that ain't happening anytime soon. I believe we need to incrementally get there. That's the only realistic path to Medicare for all. We need to expand Medicare slowly and show people that the sky doesn't fall. Otherwise, it's never going to happen. I'd like to see Medicare for all implemented before I leave this earth in the next 40, 45 years. So I don't see that happening at this rate with the Medicare for all crowd, but I do see it happening with the incrementalism crowd.
Do nothing DSA about to learn a little something about national level discourse in politics. Good luck with your 10 seats.
10 seats? I think you're being a bit, you're giving them a little too much there. They're up to 5 seats now. They've got 2 in New York. They have Chris Rabb in Philadelphia. They have Kiros in Colorado. And now they have a 5th in Michigan with Michigan's 13th. Am I missing any? Those are like official DSA. Well, I guess then they have AOC and Rashida Tlaib, if you're counting them in the bunch too. But I would say those 2 have been neutered by being in the system for a while. They're not coming in with that gusto. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know. But if I count those 2, then we're up to 7. I believe that we will have 10 to 15 seat majority if we win the House. I think that's a safe bet. 10 to 15 seats. And that these people will not have enough votes to hold up anything, nor do I think they'll want to, honestly. I'm still convinced that we will see all the Democrats come together and vote for their leader, hopefully Speaker of the House Hakeem Jeffries, with 1 vote on January 3rd when the 120th Congress convenes. I still am bullish on that, and I haven't seen anything to make me feel otherwise. I believe Hakeem and the other leaders will work it out with them in advance. If these people want to be on committees, if they want to have legislation introduced, if they want to get anywhere, then they will follow AOC's lead and play ball. That's how it is.
Meaning she did very well with black voters. Detroit's 3/4 black. She won Detroit overwhelmingly. That also is why she did well here. The city of Flint, Genesee County, and Saginaw. These are other places with substantial black populations. So the suburbs of Detroit, black voters, she did well there. Where did it go right for El Sayed? Well, one thing that really jumps out at me when I look at this map is if you look at the counties where they have the youngest median age in the state, okay? What are we talking about? We're talking about Ingham County. That's where Lansing, the state capital, is. It's also where Michigan State University is. And you can see El Sayed, he cleaned up there. There's actually, this was a bit of a surprise, I think, to some folks last night. Why was El Sayed doing so well in Grand Rapids?
How the socialists got this far in the first place. Just because they're quiet does not mean they are actual Dems.
Well, I take their actions from the last 8 years as evidence that they're not lunatics. So if they're any indication of what's to come, then I'm really not worried.
In Kent County. Why was he doing so well next door in Ottawa County, where the Holland is? They have very young median ages in those 2 counties relative to the rest of the state. There's also some college counties on here. This is Isabella County, Central Michigan University. This is where Kalamazoo is, Western Michigan University, up here in the UP. This is where Northern Michigan University is in Marquette. So those sort of college areas, places where there are younger voters. When I say young voters, I mean in their 20s and in their 30s. I think that's where he really ran up the score last night. That's what jumps out at me looking at this map.
Well, and Steve, how big a role did turnout play in his victory? There were some new voters who turned out last night, right?
I mean, I think so. When you're looking at the pattern I'm showing you here, that's where I think you're looking for new voters, folks who are young, in college areas, young professionals, newcomers as well. That's one of the things that's happening here in Western Michigan, particularly around Grand Rapids. A lot of new arrivals in the last couple of years. So yeah, I think the sort of the makeup of the Democratic electorate here in Michigan, maybe over the last few years, over the last decade or so, has evolved a bit. But yeah, sort of the traditional, where you'd kind of look traditional traditionally a lot of the places for strength in a Democratic primary, that's where Stevens was doing well. As I say, Al-Sayed was doing it in some different places.
Well,
boy, I kind of feel bad for these young people because they are fed up and they live their lives with instant gratification. They do not live life planning decades into the future, and they're about to run into a brick wall with the way our government works. I mean, it is just slow by design, and nothing happens quickly. And one guy can't change that, and I think he's going to have to play ball too, and he's going to have to slow his roll and compromise, just like Mamdani, and kind of work with the existing players and system. And these people, I'm afraid a lot of them are going to be very disappointed and disillusioned, even with their own heroes. But I think it's a much bigger problem than politics. Like, it's just young people in general right now. And I honestly, it's not even just young people. It's everyone is sort of this instant gratification mindset. I mean, try talking to people about saving for retirement 20, 30 years from now and watch their eyes roll. I mean, nobody wants to hear anything about working on something for decades. It's just, what are you on about, bro? But that's how life is, man. You take one little step every day forward, and you're next thing you know, 3 years goes by and you've improved. I mean, like, I've been going to the gym 4 days a week for about 2.5 months. And about 2 weeks ago, I looked in the mirror and I was like, whoa, I don't know why I didn't notice it. Maybe it was, like I said, I stopped eating my beloved Krispy Kreme donuts, maybe spiking my insulin once a week with a couple of donuts was keeping me from shedding some body fat. But, you put in work. My point is that you put in work and you don't realize what's happening. And then one day you kind of look up and you're like, holy shit, man. Same thing with retirement, saving for retirement. Same thing with building your life and your relationships. It's like you look up one day and you're like, damn, I've made some progress, man. But I'm afraid a lot of people aren't willing to put in the hard work for a long period of time. And these people voting for Al-Sayed, they're being promised the world, man. Medicare for all. We're going to stop Israel from doing bad things. And it's like, none of that is going to come to fruition anytime soon, dude. The wise man plants trees whose shade he will never know. Exactly.
And of course, there were some other progressive victories in Michigan, Michigan 13, Michigan 7. Talk about what we saw there. Did it mirror the win that Al-Sayed had?
Yeah, that Michigan 7th district, I think, really is sort of a congressional district version of the same thing we're talking about here with the Senate race. You put this up, William Lawrence.
Bro, why do you want Haley Stevens? The primary's over. I don't know if you realize that, Phil, so stoned. So it's fence mending time for you. This is not what you're supposed to do. El-Sayed won. Now it's time, per his instructions, to mend the fences. So coming in here with that energy after the primary is weird. Like, it's time for you to start listening and winning people over, because El-Sayed couldn't even get the majority of Democrat votes last night. Right? So that's a problem. I mean, more people voted for someone else in last night's Democratic primary than El-Sayed. So you need to change that behavior and start asking how we can win people over. That's what you do. You need to pick up your tools and start going around your neighbors and asking if you could fix their fence.
Sort of the candidate of the left, definitely.
Let's not be a sore winner. I know it's tough for leftists to do anything but attack and screech, but this is the big leagues now. You've got big boy pants on. You don't get to shit and piss in your diaper anymore. Now you have to actually go use the toilet like a normal person. So this is where you start to take some responsibility and try to win people over. Time to grow up.
A split establishment here, Brink and Mazdam. None could attain separation from the other. And it allowed Lawrence to win this thing actually by margin pretty easily. But again, take a look at this here. We're going to the 7th district. Again, it is right around Lansing. Okay, it's right around the state capital, Lansing and East Lansing. And again, young voters, Michigan State University. Ingham County has one of the lowest median ages in the state. And take a look at how it went there for Lawrence. That's where he really rolled up the margins. I mean, he benefited from the split opposition outside of here, but half the vote came from Ingham County, one of the youngest in the state, big state university town, East Lansing there. And that's where he just rolled up his biggest margin. And so what that means, you know, with Lawrence winning this primary, I say it's sort of a congressional district version of the Senate race. We're asking the same question. Is Al Sayed too far to the left to win in a state that Donald Trump carried? Is Lawrence too far to the left to win in a district that Donald Trump carried? This was a 1-point Trump district, just like the state was a 1-point Trump state, and he will be going up again.
IRI saying the same thing leftists said after Kamala's ascension, but doesn't see it. Of course I see it. It's called putting a mirror up to people so they knock it off. They've been doing this for a decade, and it's a great moment to show them how stupid it is and how ridiculous it all is, right? So why wouldn't we? It's a teachable moment for these people, but it's the truth. And it's why I never went after these guys. You didn't see me walking into channels I disagree with, who voted for someone I disagree with and didn't want to see win, and telling them, why did you do this? Why did you do that? You know, like that's loser behavior. So I don't participate in that. I've always encouraged people not to do it because 90% of people who are leftists or whatever vote for Democrats in the end. It's not worth bothering them. But I feel a sense of relief that I don't have to do anything. It's up to them now to win over the people that didn't vote for El Sayed.
Against Tom Barrett, freshman Republican.
Did the establishment reach out progressives? Yes. Biden linked up with Bernie. What do you mean? Did you recall? Bernie had a seat at the table. Kamala was all over progressives. Of course they did. Everybody did. Everybody tried to reach out to them and say, what are you doing? Join us. But they didn't want to. They wanted to cry. They didn't even want their votes to be won. They pretended they did, but they just kept moving the goalposts over and over and over. So now it's their turn to win people over. So let's see how they do. Let's see if they like it. So it doesn't, and also it doesn't matter what happened in the past. Like you can't say, but you were saying blue no matter who, and now you expect us to do that. Yeah, exactly, dummy. Connect the dots. Why do you think we've been preaching this for so long, that people are crazy to not support the Democratic candidate? And now these people are giving these leftists and progressives a taste of their own medicine, and they don't like it so much. Like, wait, but you said yes, and we were right, and you screamed at us to F off, and you had the same reaction, and now you're wagging your finger. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's funny to me, but don't argue with me. This isn't between you and I. There's hundreds of people here, okay? Shut the F up. You're here to watch me and listen to me. I'm not here to debate you. I don't give a shit what you have to say. I'm here to talk my shit and say whatever I want. You are supposed to be convincing me, dumbass. You're not doing a good job at mending fences as per El Sayed's instructions. Why are you risking this race? He's gonna lose if you keep going down this road. What are you doing?
Didn't face opposition here, so similar dynamics.
Well, we will be watching all the way to November. Before I let you go, Steve, let's talk about Missouri 1, that race between Cori Bush and Wesley Bell. She was trying to win back her old seat. This was a rematch. She fell short. And
go fix my fence, little gup. Get out of here. They can dish it out, but they can't take it, right? It's funny. I'm not here to argue with anybody. I don't give a shit. I couldn't care less. I'm here to say what I got to say. People, I don't know what it is, why they think I should tolerate them running their mouths. It's so funny. It's like, is this an echo chamber? You see people say that. It's like, yes, every channel on the internet's an echo chamber. Go try to argue with Hassan. Go try to argue in any leftist channel. You'll be deleted in a second. So why would we not delete you here? Why should anybody tolerate one guy arguing with everybody? It's stupid, you know? Pointless.
She did so pretty early on in the evening, Steve. This one was a decisive victory.
Yeah, this is, I mean, how many of these primaries have we had the last few months where we see this setup, the candidate from the left going against the sort of more establishment, moderate, almost incumbent, and in cities. We've seen this in cities in particular, right? Washington, D.C. and New York and Denver. Here we are in St. Louis. And no, Cori Bush was not.
Hassan's entire stream is him arguing. Yeah, he seeks out. But I'm saying, I'm under no obligation. I don't want to do what Hassan does. He seems miserable. The guy seems like he's absolutely miserable seeking out criticism in his own channel. If I had thousands of people watching me, I wouldn't even care about the randos spamming nonsense at me. I just let the mods delete them. But my chat moves a lot slower, so I see the comments. But I'm under no obligation to debate anybody or listen to anyone's complaints or bullshit. I couldn't care less. And I hope they take that to heart, because instead they should try to win people over. But that's not what most of them are about. They are looking to fight. They're lacking something in their lives and they need to fight with people and purity test or something. I don't know, but it's not my problem. I'm not a psychologist. I can't fix them. I'm just here to chill with people that can relate to what I'm saying and want to talk politics and hang out. We got leftists here. It's not like I exclude anybody. I have MAGA, leftists, all sorts of people that hang out here.
Didn't just lose, she was crushed. Remember, Bush had held this seat. She lost to Bell in the primary in 2024. That primary was much closer than this. One of the dynamics that you saw zooming in here in that 2024 primary was a big divide between the city of St. Louis, that's where a bunch of the district is, and the inner suburbs of St. Louis County. And there was a divide last night. You could see Bell only won the city of St. Louis narrowly, and he did run up the score in St. Louis County. But 2 years ago, when we were looking at this primary, St. Louis City was a big, a big win for Bush, almost enough to carry her a couple years ago. So this kind of bucks the trend that we've been seeing in a lot of these other primaries, especially in Michigan.
I haven't heard any of that crowd talking about this race. Hassan, has he talked about this one? Any leftists out there? Any DSA types have anything to say about this one? I don't think they had a peep. I mean, black woman on the ballot, not exactly their cup of tea, so I understand.
Yeah, just fascinating patchwork of results last night for progressives. Steve Kornacki, as always, thank you so much. Hope you got a few hours of sleep last night, my friend. Let's turn to...
I don't hear vote blue no matter who for this race. Yeah. If you want to come at us saying we need to vote for El Sayed because he's a Democrat, then I want to hear that energy for Wesley Bell as well. I want to hear that excitement and that enthusiasm for Mr. Bell.
Shaq Brewster, someone else who was up late with us overnight. Shaq, good to see you. So let's talk about this. You were at El Sayed's headquarters. They had pretty good enthusiasm throughout the night, even when it got pretty tight. You talked about the fact that the campaign already started looking ahead to the general election. What is the strategy at this point, Shaq?
Yeah, I think they do feel good about their positioning, even though the results were more narrow than perhaps they expected going into election night. It was even before election day where you heard El Sayed really starting to ramp up his attacks against Rogers. And you heard that today in his first press conference after that victory. But step one for this party is coming back together and uniting the deep divides that were revealed in this primary race. I think
he has. We phone banked. I understand you have issues with this creator, but this isn't productive. She was also $30 to 1. Shut the fuck up. Go back to your little hug box. Get out of my channel.
That's why you heard El Sayed praising Stevens, talking about the positive conversation that you heard from him. Stevens releasing a statement praising El Sayed and saying that she's going to roll up her sleeves to stop Mike Rogers from winning the Senate. And then the key candidates, the key politicians that helped back Stevens. We're talking about Governor Whitmer, retiring Senator Gary Peters. They all released statements backing El Sayed. So right now the focus will be bringing this party together, kind of going over and getting.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
I'm going to go participate with my local, Bangor, DSA chapter to demand the KPIs are clarified and an improvement roadmap is developed and shared with the Democratic Party at large.
Oh, you're going to get woke scolded out of the building, political Sarah. Good luck. I don't know what KSP stands for, but good luck. If you dare challenge them on anything, they'll tell you you're a monster. Get the hell out of here. Good luck on that one. Appreciate the $10.
Moving past the deep divides that we saw.
I guarantee if I go to my local DSA, they will throw me out they won't even let me in. I guarantee. Wouldn't even let me in.
Over the course of the primary, because they know they have a very tough fight ahead with Mike Rogers waiting now.
Yeah, they sure do. And we played some of that NRSC ad against Al-Sayed today. Mike Rogers also attacking him as un-American. I'm going to play a little bit of that, Shaq, and get your reaction on the other side.
Never in my lifetime thought I would be running against a guy who believed that America deserved 9/11.
Dude, if El Sayed doesn't throw Hassan under the bus within the next 7 days, he's cooked, man. Just do it. Poor Hassan is about to experience some pain, dude. He's about to become public enemy number one. I hope he does it. It'd be the smartest thing, and it would be so wonderful to watch. It would make me so happy to watch. Just throw his ass under the bus. Say that you got some real problems with those comments. Say that you don't approve of that. Say, really you lean in. I mean, again, I've said this a couple times and I'm going to say it for weeks now, so get used to it. This is a guy, El Sayed, trying to become the first Muslim senator in America. There is a lot of Islamophobia out there, man. There is a lot of Islamophobia in America. Being a Muslim, you are in a small minority. There's more and more Muslims nowadays, which is great as people appreciate and respect all religions here. And it's a major religion around the world. But here in America, like, wow, it is a real big boogeyman for people. And so here we have a guy trying to become the first Muslim senator on the eve of the 25th anniversary of 9/11. And you are going to come anywhere near a guy who said America deserved 9/11, it would be the most brilliant thing, the smartest thing he could do. So easy would be to just throw Hassan under the bus and say, Hassan Piker is no longer welcome around here. I was unaware of some of his worst comments, and I've had a real thinking about it, and he had to go. I mean, why wouldn't he do it? Sacrifice Hassan in order to ascend to the Senate. Even Hassan should support that. Peace go. What up, bro? Trump looking like this right now. Pretty happy. Just say he used Piker for his clout. I mean, I think it would be brilliant.
Hassan said America deserved 9/11, and instead of trying to distance himself from that take, he framed a photo of the Twin Towers exploding so you can see it behind him on stream.
Yep. What is the eve of the anniversary of September 11th? It'll be 25 years this September 11th. So I would argue that we're in the eve of, we are on the eve, in the eve? I don't know what you say. This is the eve of the 25th 9/11 anniversary. Mamdani did something similar in the New York City debate of distancing from Hassan. I don't recall that, but Bernie did it recently. There was some comment he made to CNN like yesterday saying that he doesn't approve of Hassan's comments. Let me see what it was.
Got into an argument with a DSA buddy about how Gaza has only gotten worse since Trump won, and he doubled down that Kamala would have been worse. God.
Damn. Your mistake was getting into a debate with somebody over that. I could have sworn I saw a quote about Bernie saying something about Hassan. It didn't come up in my first search there. I'm scared for Zohran Mamdani giving the 25th anniversary 9/11 speech. Well, yeah, no. These guys will figure it out. Mamdani's a smart guy. Vosh telling Abdul to toss Hassan was funny. Smart. I think Hassan should encourage El Sayed to throw him under the bus and say he's a mother effer and he wants nothing to do with him and he's demanded an apology. I mean, think about it. Like, El Sayed has to overcompensate.
Mamdani hardcore threw Hassan under the bus after Cuomo brought him up in a debate.
Damn. What's the quote? I don't remember. This clip? This might be it. Yeah. Bring this up.
I will say, I'm impressed that the Michigan race was able to hit the sweet spot to stoke both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in one go. Hassan 100% would accept it and try to shamelessly signal to his audience that Hess in frequent contact with Saeed in the background. I remember when Mamdani denounced Hassan. He went, "Hassan? You mean Hussein?" And then everyone laughed and clapped and baddies came out and danced.
Oh, is that how it went down? I'm not sure that's what happened, but I'll take your word. Basically, you said that Hassan streamed for a long time. He can make mistakes. Yeah. I remember that. Is that it?
To give you an example, one of them...
Which
the
is
line
bullshit.
last night ignored destiny like Voldemort.
Total bullshit.
New fan here. Didn't know how based you were? Take my money.
Thank you, Big John. I think I'm pretty based. That excuse that this guy streams for hours and hours is going to say some weird shit, that is a horrible excuse. If that's what Bernie said here, let me see. Because give me a break. I've streamed for hours and hours, and I've never said anything as horrific as that. That doesn't just come out of your mouth.
To give you an example, one of the more controversial ones is that Piker has said America deserved 9/11. Are you comfortable with that association?
No, I am not. I think that's a dumb statement. On the other hand, he has a whole lot of followers, and there's a lot of things that he's saying that are making sense to a lot of people. I think, we have to get above cancel culture. When you're doing radio, whatever they do, podcasts 3 hours a day, you say dumb things. I suspect if you go back over your career, there may be one or two things that you said that you may have regretted.
Oh, that ain't it, Bernie. That ain't it, old man. Sorry, bro. Listen, who hasn't done a Heil Hitler salute after streaming for thousands of hours? Once in a while, you're going to end up doing a Heil Hitler. I mean, it happens. Come on, Bernie. What are you talking? Like, as if Hassan, hasn't had a chance to take it back over the years or anything, right? Like, the guy, as Nelly just said, he framed a picture of the Twin Towers exploding behind him. He does not regret it, Bernie. He did not mince words. He did not misspeak. That's idiotic.
But I think what we have got to do is look at the totality of where people are coming from and go forward.
So when someone like James Carville says he doesn't want to be in the same...
Define the context.
...political party as Hassan Piker, which one are you going to take?
Well, that's not much of a choice. If Mr. Carville doesn't want to be in my party, the party that I belong to, that Piker, that El Sayed belongs to, he can start his own party. But I think we need...
I mean, I would love to hear an argument from anybody opposed to my idea of El Sayed throwing Hassan under the bus. I feel like Hassan should be making that argument. Throw me under the bus. What is the argument opposed to that? What could somebody say? What is the argument that opposes El Sayed throwing Hassan under the bus? Like, how would he be hurt in any way by doing that? Hassan should volunteer for tribute. Yeah, Hassan should throw himself into the volcano and be the sacrificial lamb for El Sayed's campaign. I mean, here we have, again, the first attempt at having a Muslim senator. You would think Hassan would be really behind this.
That sounds like a Larry David skit. Sometimes you do a little salute.
In addition, this is somebody who's really in line with Hassan's views in politics, and you would assume it would make a huge difference in the future of our country to get El Sayed elected from Hassan's perspective. Why wouldn't he want him to do whatever it takes to get elected, including throwing him under the bus? I guess the argument is that if Hassan says throw me under the bus, people think El Sayed is still secretly in line. I don't think so. I mean, of course, there'll be people out there that say that, but they will take him at face value, Like, people will listen to your latest statement and take it as your position.
Unfortunately, I wouldn't be surprised if Abdul will continue the "it's a distraction" shtick.
He will. Yeah. That's why when he said, I want 5 debates with Mike Rogers, it's like, what, 5 debates of you deflecting? You're not going to take on the hard questions. You're just going to talk about how much Trump and Mike Rogers suck. And then when they ask you, why did you say defund the police? You're going to say it's a distraction. And why do you pal around with Hassan Piker? You're going to say that's just gossip and nonsense. So I don't think he's going to do as well in those debates as he thinks. How can Abdul actually go about throwing Hassan out? I feel like he's already been way too buddy-buddy. Easily, just next time asked about it, say, I disavow that guy. I think Hassan, after talking to more people and talking to my Jewish brothers, really throw him under the bus. After talking to some Jewish leaders in my community and the state, I see a perspective in how his words are fueling anti-Semitism, and I have to denounce him. I don't know. I have no clue, but I say lean into it. I think I think it would help his campaign tremendously. I mean, this is not going to be a layup to win in the general. Again, the majority of people who voted last night in the Democratic primary voted for someone other than El Sayed. So he has a bit of a challenge ahead of him. And this Hassan thing seems to be one of the couple of main things dragging him down. And it'd be so easy to just throw Hassan in the garbage. Why bother holding on to him? What value is there in holding on to Hassan after the primary? Hassan's supporters and people who like Hassan aren't going to abandon El Sayed because he trashes Hassan and moves on. They're not going to, what are they going to do? Vote for Mike Rogers and stay home? They're convinced already. They'll believe him. They'll say, yeah, fuck Hassan. Even if he disavows, they'll just show the pool party pictures. Again, you can't take away the past, but people value the present a lot more than the past. They won't just like let the past overshadow. I mean, people cheat on each other all the time and then go on to have great relationships moving forward. It's like you can't hold a grudge. Choose a coalition between 50% of Democrats in Michigan who align with Stevens or some terminally online losers who don't give a shit about general elections. Well, I wouldn't even say that. I would say you're choosing between the people who already support you, aka Hassan supporters and people like Hassan, or the people you need to win over, which are the people that didn't vote for you and are concerned about your relationship with this guy that isn't providing you of anything valuable moving forward. Hassan is of no value to El Sayed moving forward. He's just a liability now going into the general. In the primary, El Sayed made the calculation that Hassan was an asset and he was energizing people. And I would argue that didn't work out because of how close the race was. I'm willing to bet El Sayed would have won by like 5% without the Hassan distraction. Think about that. If you just eliminate all the criticism about El Sayed for the Hassan stuff and all the ads, all the debates, all the Fox News stuff, remove Hassan from the picture because El Sayed distanced himself from the very beginning from him. Yes, he would have had to deal with the Islamophobia and the socialism and all the, whatever criticisms. But I believe Hassan was a liability for him. Hassan already probably got a call to stay away. I have no idea. But I think he needs to do it openly. Personally talked to voters that didn't support Mamdani because of Hassan. Yeah, I mean, some of you guys will say Hassan's not a big deal, but you have to understand that CNN, Fox News, right-wing media are just talking about him nonstop. They bring him up all the time. I mean, every Fox News Sunday we watch nowadays has somebody bringing up Hassan, and he's a constant fixture over there. He's their big boogeyman. They love bringing him up. And I think El Sayed would have had an easier time winning, and he'd had a comfortable lead if he had nothing to do with Hassan. If he just denounced him from the very beginning. He doesn't need him.
John Ussoff.
Hell yeah. Games are for kids. Thanks for the $20 super chat. Showing some love to John Ossoff. That's awesome.
I'm telling you, this is about the heart and soul of our country. The whole country is looking at us here in Michigan. They're looking at you. And they're hoping we do everything that we can do together to make sure that we stop this in its tracks. You cannot have an anti-American 9/11 America's fault candidate win an election, and I don't care where it is, but we're not going to let it happen here in Michigan.
Oh my God. I think Hassan is so screwed, and I'm here for it, man. I dream of days like this. I dreamed for days like this. Oh my God. I'm a certified Hassan hater, man. I got a card going back to the 2020 set. I have been dedicated to my Hassan hate for years. This guy, all the way back to 2019, when he jacked a live stream I was doing and then mocked me and dicked around. It's a long story, but I've got my bona fides, okay? And so watching what's about to happen to Hassan just brings me great joy. And I'm talking about what I hope happens in El Sayed dropping his ass and denouncing him. Oh my God. And then think about it. If El Sayed drops him and actually says something negative about him, then everybody's going to follow El Sayed's lead. Hassan will become a pariah. Very interesting. Can't believe you don't like the guy who doxed you live on stream for no reason. Yeah. Can't believe it.
So, Shaq, let's
I
just
didn't hear
explain
that it's
for
about
folks.
Hassan as much as they're latching onto him as a shock jock to excuse their louder dog whistles because JFC the coded language Rogers just used.
Well, where do you think they're getting the America deserved 9/11 from? El Sayed's never said that. It's all Hassan. And El Sayed going to pool parties with him on the evening before the primary. I mean, El Sayed has made him a fixture in his campaign. So it's not coming from anywhere else.
What he's talking about, Rogers suggesting Al Sayed supports these 2019 comments from a streamer and Al Sayed supporter Hassan Piker.
That's it. El Sayed right now is coupled with Hassan Piker. There's no daylight between them in the eyes of the Republicans, who are about to spend $300 million reminding every American of that, especially in the state of Michigan.
Hassan killed fish. Skeptical El Sayed will drop him. More than likely he will Matrix-style do bullet time dodges when asked about it.
I agree that's possible, but I think if El Sayed was smart, he would drop him like a pile of bricks. So we'll see what happens. Memory Castle, thank you for the resub.
America deserved 9/11. That's something that Piker has said. What's the
This is it. You guys are seeing what's about to happen here. El Sayed is Hassan Piker.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing. My point was more the second part was what they've been wanting to say all along. They now have the excuse to say it so explicitly. Bits as tax, go Ossoff.
Oh yeah, I mean they're just fanning the flames of Islamophobia and bigotry. Absolutely. But you can see what's happening here. El Sayed is Hassan Piker. There's no difference between them as far as the Republicans are concerned in their pitch to the American people. So every bad thing Hassan has said, every bad thing Hassan stands for, El Sayed stands for. And they're just going to link the two of them nonstop. Every time El Sayed is talked about, they want Hassan Piker's comments to be brought up. So that's why I think he has to drop him. He has to distance himself. He has to show he's not Hassan Piker. But we'll see. He won't. I think it's a safe bet that he won't, but it'll be horrifically disappointing. You are carrying the weight of so many people and the future of like how Muslims are treated in America and progressives and everything. And why hold on to this relationship?
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law.
and he voted for Obama.
Can we start adding Islamophobic-style middle names to Republican politicians? I'm obsessed with this now. Mitch Hassan Takrit Hormuz McConnell. Asaf.
I don't know if it'll stick, but you can try. I just think in order to bring down the tension and the temperature with Islamophobia that's about to be turned up to max on the stove by the Republicans, it would be in El Sayed's best interest for the Muslim community in America to denounce Hassan Piker, because otherwise I think it hurts the community at large, and it just fans the flames of bigotry.
Reality check here. Has El Sayed disavowed those comments?
Look at that. This is going to be every question. Has he disavowed? Has he disavowed?
He has distanced himself from those comments for sure, saying that no, he does not believe America deserved 9/11. He also distanced himself from comments that Piker made regarding Hamas, the comments that were sympathetic or felt sympathetic toward that terrorist group. So while he has distanced himself from him, we did see Piker last night at that celebration event, at that watch party last night.
Huge mistake. Big mistake inviting him to that, for sure. Even Hassan is a moron for going to that event. What are you doing? Like, have some brains, dude. You're clearly hurting his campaign, and if you think he's on the verge of winning, you should be nowhere near watching from your hotel room. You know, what are you doing, man? Hanging out by himself at a bowling alley.
He also appeared multiple times on the campaign trail with Piker as well. And when you talk to his campaign, the messaging that they have is that while they don't agree with everything that you hear from Hassan Piker, they do know that he has influence, especially among young progressive voters. And they actually credit the fact that El Sayed has appeared with him on that stream, has done those events with him for helping them get that energy and the young base and young support that he's been getting. So that's definitely going to be a criticism that's going to continue. You heard Mike Rogers. I was in the room when he made those attacks. You're going to hear that continuously between now and November, Kristen.
Yeah, Hassan Piker is about to enter a world of pain. He's seen nothing yet. This is about to get to a whole new level, man. I don't think he handles the pressure well either, especially when his own allies have to turn on him in order to start addressing this concern. I don't see why El Sayed would hold on to Hassan. I do not understand why he would do that. If he does, he's an egomaniac who's just cucking his own movement and his chances. Like, I think he's more of an egomaniac that wants to win the seat than hold on to his relationship with a streamer. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. $200 million, yeah. $200 to $300 million is about to be spent to tell people that El Sayed is Hassan Piker, and I don't think that's going to go well for either of them. Did you see Bernie refuse to endorse Hong? No, I didn't see that.
And if the Burnster dropped him, El Sayed will too.
I don't think it'll be enough for El Sayed to do what we just saw Bernie do. He's going to have to create some real distance between him. And he's got some making up to do because he was at his party last night. So that's not good. But he wasn't on stage with him, which I think sent a message to Hassan that you cannot be here you're not special. You're down with the commons.
And there's going to be a big unity rally on Friday. What is the strategy to try to unify the party between now and November, Shaq? It gets a lot harder after they leave that rally.
Absolutely, and I think we're seeing the starts of it
Abdul
right now. When
isn't
you
the
have
same shade as Bernie. Press X to doubt that it'd be as effective if he did that, Lamau.
Well, again, I think he's got to be quite harsher, quite more aggressive, because he is looked at suspiciously, unfortunately, because of his name and his past association with Hassan and him not being forcefully disagreeable about his comments, again, he's trying to be a first. This is the first, possibly he's on the on the precipice of being the first Muslim senator, you're going to have to do a little more than the next guy. You know what I mean? Like you're going to have to go a bit further than you should. And it's unfair, but it is what it is. You have to basically prove to people that you're not what they're scared of, which that's just life, man. You know, a lot of people deal with this. A lot of people deal with people judging them.
Party leaders coming together and backing him. But another message that you hear from El Sayed is that while, yes, he wants to unify the party, he believes that is very important. He believes his message will bring in some of those new voters. You were kind of having that conversation with Steve a little bit earlier. The campaign does believe they were able to do that a little bit in this primary, but they want to kind of put that on turbo drive as we get to the general election. They believe the messaging of Medicare for all, of abolishing ICE, of ending U.S. military aid to Israel will be popular among general election voters who sometimes don't even come out to vote, or even El Sayed has been very clear, even voters who have voted for President Trump in the past. This will be a very clear test of that theory when you have Mike Rogers bringing out those contrasts, highlighting those contrasts, and El Sayed leaning into what he did throughout that primary campaign.
Well, it is going to be a fascinating, even if bruising, battle that we're about to witness. Thank you so much, Shaq Brewster. Really appreciate it. Bridget, let me turn to you. Let's talk a little bit more about who made up this win for Abdul al-Sayed. We're talking about younger voters, educated voters, less working class voters. What can you tell us about who helped him win, and what does it suggest about what we might see in the general election?
Yeah, so we took a look at some of the counties that Steve was also talking about. It's counties where El Sayed did really well, that were some of these bigger counties where we could get into the data, and counties where Stevens did well. And if you look at where El Sayed did pretty well, it is, like you said, it's these younger counties, the county that included Ann Arbor and the University of Michigan. And you get these clear pictures of the two ideological factions within the Democratic Party right now. These younger, very far left, very liberal progressives, and these more moderate black voters as well. And the black voter piece is really key when you think about that's where Stevens really kept this race very close, is with the support among black voters. And that could be a warning sign for El Sayed looking ahead to November. He needs black voters in order to win. It's going to be a real problem for him if a big chunk of them stay home.
Well, it's notable because Democratic turnout in Michigan was higher in the Senate race than the gubernatorial race. What do you make of that?
Yeah, that's right. That's in part because the Senate race was a lot more competitive than the governor's race. There was a ton of money spent on that race compared to the governor's race. But it does really show, as we've seen in election after election so far this year, that there is a lot of energy on the Democratic side. It's a good sign for El Sayed going into November for sure. But on the flip side, this race was really close. If you add together the Stevens vote and the McMorrow vote, that was actually more than the El Sayed vote. So he's really recognized he does have to win over some of these folks. You saw that in his press conference today. He called out Jewish voters in particular. So he's kind of showing some signs that he's trying to mend some fences going into November, because he needs as many Democrats to show up as he can.
He sure.
He's going to a Shabbat service this Friday, guaranteeing. Put that keep on, light the candles. Yama Yisrael. Watch. If he's smart, he'd do it.
Does. I mean, we're talking about just how close this was. Cook has rated this Senate seat as a toss-up. Does that...
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Donald John Caden Trapper Parker Adolf Trump. Ossoff. Obama.
Adolf. Damn, did him dirty. Actual facts. Thanks for the $10. Thank you guys for all the super chats and the subs and all that. I appreciate it.
Does anything change about that?
Yeah, Abdul about to do a trip to Israel. He's about to go on his birthright citizenship tour. Check it out. I'd never seen Masada before. This is interesting.
given what we witnessed last night?
We are keeping it a toss-up, but Democrats would have felt much better, I think, had Haley Stevens won, just because I think that she was going to bring out those black voters. We see those younger voters that are lower propensity. Someone like El Sayed has clearly shown that he can bring them out. Will he continue to do that? I think, does he turn off independent voters that he needs as well in there? So, you know, there was a lot of money that was being spent on Stevens' side, but El Sayed showed that he, I think, had the momentum. Certainly it was closer than polls, but there is not a path that I see for Democrats to get the Senate majority unless they defend Michigan.
Let me follow up with you on.
I do. I think we can, okay? It'd be tough. Don't get me wrong. It's not easy, okay? I'm not saying it's easy, but it's possible. We can lose Michigan.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Isn't it ironic Hassan has hoped to bring down liberals to push voters further left, and he'll end up potentially personally sabotaging not only that momentum and credibility, but also a fellow Muslim?
Yeah. Well, when you put it like that, yeah, listen, I believe justice eventually happens one way or another. And Hassan, he's talked a lot of shit. He's ruffled a lot of feathers over the years, and you can only do that for so long until the tables turn. So it would just be juicy to watch El Sayed throw his ass under the bus in order to get to the finish through the finish line tape, you know. Hassan ain't Muslim. Yeah, I don't know if he is or isn't, but I think the point is that Hassan shares a lot of values with El Sayed and policy and believes he's part of the same movement, and he thinks he should be part of that leading vanguard, you know? And yet I think the smartest thing El Sayed could do is throw his ass under the bus right now. I don't think it'll happen. I agree with Zubars that I don't think he's that smart to do it. But boy, if I was advising him, I'd be like, best thing we can do right now is toss this Hassan Piker guy under the bus, man. Like, it is going to kill us. It is a nightmare, and we can't stop it because we screwed up by having him this close already and inviting him to the pool party last night. But we can at least go into all the debates and all future interviews and all public appearances and say, I want nothing to do with that scumbag. He's wrong for what he said, and I've thought about it. God spoke to me in a dream last night and changed my mind. I don't know. But what value is there in holding on to Hassan for the next 90 days? I really can't make the case. I do not understand how anyone could argue that keeping Hassan in the tent is going to help him and not tragically hurt his campaign and his once-in-a-lifetime chance of getting into the U.S. Senate. I do not see the value in keeping this guy around.
Let me put the map back up of the battleground races that we are watching as we head into November.
Okay, so let's talk about this here. So let's say we lose Michigan. Now we need 5 seats to flip the Senate. So we've got a few of them on here, right? North Carolina's looking really good. Maine looking much better thanks to Troy and Graham dropping out. Alaska and Ohio are considered toss-ups now. Mary Patola has won statewide before. She's a well-known commodity. It's a tough race, but this is definitely a great environment and a year to do it. And Ohio, they have Sherrod Brown, the former Democratic senator, running for re-election. That's a toss-up. And the top of the ticket with governor is a total mess for the Republicans, with Vivek Ramaswamy getting booed out of the room in his most recent GOP appearance. So there's 4 right there. Now, then you've got 2 other options here. Iowa, which is looking just as good as Ohio, in the same neighborhood and same kind of toss-up vibes. We've got a strong candidate, Josh Turek, who Barack Obama just cut a commercial with. And we have a rock star running for governor as well, who ran unopposed, I believe, Rob Sand. And obviously Tallarico in Texas. So one of those could go our way. And then we also have Nebraska, where we have an independent, Dan Osborne, who the Democrat cleared the field for and dropped out. And Dan Osborne got within a little less than 7% of his Republican opponent in 2024 when it was not a favorable environment. So he's back on the ballot, and he will most likely work with the Democrats. He's claiming he'll be independent, but he's definitely, he's like a union head, and he seems quite on the left. And then there's some other interesting opportunities like Kansas, Montana, Florida. So, there's a path, man. And I don't think it's even that crazy. Syed already pulling back on Hassan. What is this? Let's see, because
as quick as I can without sounding too trust me bro. As someone who's literally worked every iteration of DC campaigns, there's too many stakeholders with too much on the line to sacrifice a candidate in favor of an advisor, no matter the size of the stream or geef sip.
I agree. It's not worth it. That's why I'll be shocked if he doesn't drop him in a heartbeat. Wow, they used this clip from last night. Is it the clip of Hassan saying, you guys need to come get on board and knock it off? Was it that clip? Oh my God, he just can't do anything right, Hassan.
His words have been used against you before. They're being used against you again. He's here talking about mending bridges and basically giving you advice. I'm just paraphrasing, not necessarily to do that. What do you make of that advice? Is that helpful advice for you?
Look, he's a streamer. I'm focused on trying to win a race for Senate in Michigan. And I've been up and down my state, spent the last 15 months talking to Michiganders. And I understand that this is a very serious election and that we got to come together. Obviously, he's got his perspective on it, and he's welcome to his perspective. It's not mine. My perspective on it is that you have to ask for every vote.
See, now he's annoying El Sayed. Look at that. Now he's got to explain. It's like, I see a little bit of Trump here, where if you're chill with Trump, as long as you don't take the spotlight and start making him have to explain what you're doing, he doesn't like that. And I could feel the same vibes here with El Sayed. I know someone will say, oh, IRI's comparing El Sayed to Trump? That's ridiculous. No, I'm just saying, when you start annoying the principal, the CEO, the leader, and you start becoming a distraction instead of a help and an asset, you become a liability.
Okay, now I'm just going to casually ask if you trust me now, bro, lol.
Well, this is what we've been saying, that it's not worth it. So look at this. It's going to happen over and over and over again, and he's going to get more and more annoyed, and his answer is not good enough to just say he's a streamer. So I was curious to see if he would go further, and he is going further now, which is good. I think he's just going to completely cut this guy off at some point. So, because he doesn't want to talk about Hassan. He doesn't want to talk about Hassan. That's not how he wins. If Abdul El Sayed is talking about Hassan and his comments, he's losing. The only way he wins is if he makes this a referendum on Donald Trump. Wow.
Talking to Michiganders. And I understand that this is a very serious election and that we got to come together. Obviously, he's got his perspective on it, and he's welcome to his perspective. It's not mine. My perspective on it is that you have to ask for every vote. I've been in this work for 15 months, and then I ran for office 8 years ago. And I know that a vote is a very serious thing, and folks want to give it to people that they know and trust. And if we've got more trust to build, I'm looking forward to doing that. And I hope folks who trust the Congresswoman enough to vote for her now trust her endorsement of me to beat Mike Rogers. That's going to be the work that we do for the next 13 weeks. I want them to understand exactly what the contrast is between a corporatist who never saw a corporate check he didn't want and somebody who's never taken a corporate check to run a campaign and never will. We've got an opportunity to win the future here in Michigan, and we intend to do that.
Do you intend to continue to campaign with Hassan Piker?
I'm focused on campaigning in this state, all over the state. I'm not as focused on who I'm campaigning with. I'm focused on who I'm campaigning for, which is the 10 million people in the state, reaching out to them in their communities like I have for the past 15 months.
I have to ask you about this Islamophobia that...
No, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. He's still trying to hold on to him. He's still trying to hold on to him. You're going to have to abandon that, Abdul. You're going to have to cut him loose, bro. You're going to have to throw him under the bus, man. Because that answer isn't going to get people to stop asking. and he's going to get annoyed that he keeps having to answer for Hassan's comments and his actions. And so the only way out is to throw him under the bus. Wow. Oh my God. I live for these days, man. Oh God, this is just wonderful. I could not have seen this, and I should have. I should have mentioned this during the primary that if he wins, it'll be the end of Hassan because he's going to have to throw him under the bus. But I was focused on other things. Oh my God, that's hilarious. So funny, man. Life is a movie, dude. Got to do it.
November, talk a little bit about the importance of Michigan. Why is it so impossible for Democrats to win back the Senate if they can't hold on to Michigan?
Democrats already have to pitch a perfect game to even get 4 seats because that requires them winning at least 2 seats that are double-digit Trump states. If they lose Michigan, that means they need 3 double-digit Trump states, and they would need to flip 5 seats total if they lose one of their defensive seats. So, they want to be playing offense and not defense, but Michigan is still their biggest threat to lose right now.
Bridget, one of the big issues in this primary was the money that was being spent. Al-Sayed talked about the fact that he was outspent by nearly 11 to 1. It is a staggering figure. We interviewed Senator Bernie Sanders last night. He made the same point about this race. But what do you anticipate in the general election? Is he going to have to accept, in fact, some of that money as he heads into the general against Mike Rogers?
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't expect AIPAC to be playing in the general election for him, of course. But he is going to need money. This is going to be a really expensive race. But it does seem like both parties are gearing up here. The super PACs tied to Republicans and Democrats, the super PACs that play in Senate races, have already reserved millions and millions of dollars in ads for the fall. So both parties are really ramping up here. The trouble for Al-Sayed is he had to spend a lot of money also to win his race. He's probably starting at close to zero going into November. But the good thing for him is he was actually one of the stronger fundraising candidates of the field, in part because of that small dollar donor enthusiasm. The help from Senator Sanders, too, on the fundraising front was definitely big for him. So we'll see if that small dollar machine really turns on, especially now that he's the nominee, but expect a lot of money to flow into Michigan.
Well, Jessica, what are you watching for in terms of how the Democratic Party might allocate its resources to these various states? I mean, I've heard Democrats say, look, Georgia is basically one that they are starting to think about writing off the map. North Carolina looks very tough for them.
North Carolina, the Republican super PAC is in there right now. To me, that's kind of a test. Can they make this a closer race? But I wouldn't be surprised to see some of that money. They still haven't reserved money in Texas, and that's a race that Republicans are feeling increasingly nervous about. They're feeling nervous about Iowa. Both of those states we have in the lean Republican column right now, and that's even without thinking about Ohio. That's going to be incredibly expensive. So, and Republicans right now, because of the Supreme Court ruling, they have more money to coordinate with campaigns. We see Democrats still raising more money at the candidate level, but the playing field is going to be a lot more even across the Senate battleground than we've seen in some time.
All right. Well, Jessica, Bridget, what a fascinating night. Thank you both for being here.
This is wild, man. It's happening. This is the sprint, guys. We're not done with our primaries. Next Tuesday is Wisconsin. Also, the election to replace Lindsey Graham on the November ballot. We'll see what happens there with Lindsey's sister. A couple of high-profile Republicans not leaving the race, even after Trump endorsed Darlene. But just to make a final point about Hassan for this moment, I'm sure I'll talk about it more. I think Al-Sayed is going to be put up as the face of Muslims in America for the next 90 days. And it's unfair. And it's not, nobody should have to be the voice for millions of people and a religion, but I think he is going to be forced into this position as representing Muslims in America. And it's bigger than Hassan. It's bigger than him. It's like, you are going to cause a lot of grief for Muslims in America if you do not denounce the guy who said America deserved 9/11. I think that's going to be an interesting dynamic to watch unfold, Like, imagine John Ossoff was running as the first Jewish president in 2028, And he had associations with a guy who was Jewish and was saying that, Gaza deserved what happened to it or something crazy like that, or the Palestinians, they don't deserve to be there. And it would cause heat on Jewish people if John Ossoff did not denounce that guy and tell him and say that I don't, not only do I not agree with that, but that is scumbag behavior and I want nothing to do with that guy, right? Like it would cause blowback to the wider Jewish community if he didn't do that. And so I think the same thing will happen here if El Sayed doesn't throw Hassan under the bus, that Muslims are about to be associated with a guy saying America deserved 9/11. I don't think they want that, all right? Like, I think it goes without saying that we love our Muslim neighbors and brothers in America, and they don't want this, They're not looking for this fight. They're not looking for this bullshit. And I don't think they feel like that, So, I agree. I don't even think Hassan is Muslim. I'm pretty sure he's not. But if you are the first Muslim, if you're trying to become the first Muslim senator in America, that's going to be talked about a lot, your religion, and you will be the face of that religion for the next 90 days. This will be 2001 levels of Islamophobia. I think so. I think you're about to see September 12th levels of Islamophobia the day after, when people started finding out who was behind this. I remember living through that, and I lived in New York City at the time, and I remember how people looked at Muslims and how they were treated, and to this day, I think.
Y'all know Hassan grew up in Istanbul, right? Like he famously grew up Muslim, no?
Well, whether he is or isn't, he's gonna have that label put on him and El Sayed as well, All right, what do they have next here? Oh, they have an interview with this guy and this progressive. I'm gonna let this keep playing. I'm gonna get some more water and get a drink.
Help us break down all of the results. We really appreciate it. Coming up, we'll dive deeper into the results from last night and the electability questions facing progressive candidates. My one-on-one with progressive activist William Lawrence, one of the big winners of last night. That's coming up next. Plus, our panel of political pros breaks down the challenges facing both parties as Republicans battle a bleak political environment and Democrats battle bitter ideological divisions. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Welcome back. We want to turn now to a key battleground race we showcased for you on the program yesterday as Democrats look to flip the House in November. Progressive activist William Lawrence beat out his two more moderate opponents in Michigan's 7th congressional district. Lawrence was backed by Bernie Sanders and Abdul al-Sayed. He now faces incumbent Republican Tom Barrett in November as Democrats try to win back the Michigan House seat that once belonged to Senator Alyssa Slotkin. It's gearing up to be one of the country's most important House races of the midterms. And joining me now is the winner of Michigan's 7th congressional district Democratic primary, William Lawrence. Congratulations, and thank you so much for coming back to the program. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad to be back.
Well, we're glad to have you back to talk about this win. Let's talk about the results. If you look at the breakdown, the majority of the vote seemed to be divided between your two more moderate opponents. How did you read these results? Do you see it as a big win for the progressive movement, or do you see this as a tactical win, given that the vote was split?
I see it as a validation of the movement we've been building for the last year here in mid-Michigan. And what I see is actually very broad and strong support from throughout the district. Of course, we did very well in Lansing, but we also won in Livingston County and in Eaton County and in Clinton County, all places where people had doubts about how I and our movement would be able to perform. So I'm proud to say that we've built a grassroots campaign that is spanning every single corner of this district, and we're fired up to go beat Tom Barrett on November 3rd.
Let me ask you about the Senate race. Of course, that has gotten a lot of attention as well. Abdul al-Sayed did win. He endorsed you. He won by a smaller margin, though, than the polls would suggest he would have. Does that concern you about his chances going into the general election?
I'm not concerned about his chances. I know that he, as well as Representative Stevens, are both ready to undertake the work of uniting the party after what has been a very hard-fought primary. And I've been thrilled to see the statements from both of those campaigns, as well as other Democratic leaders across the state today, with a laser focus on beating Mike Rogers so we can defend this Senate district in November.
Well, let's go back to your race. This is what the National Republican Congressional Committee said about your race. The Democrats' path to the House majority is evaporating in real time. Every embarrassing defeat leaves them with a radical socialist nominee, an emptier bank account, and another must-win seat off the board. How do you plan to counter those attacks that progressive candidates are socialists?
You know, we're focused on issues here in the district that are appealing to people across the political spectrum. You know, saying no to AI data centers is an issue which is dramatically popular with Republicans and independent voters. Stopping these stupid wars. I mean, I talk to people every day who are Republican voters, and they say, I believe Trump when he said he wasn't going to start any more wars, and look at where we are now. An utter catastrophe in Iran that is causing gas and groceries to go through the roof, and Tom Barrett just voted to fund it. And meanwhile, the rest of life continues to get more expensive, like the cost of health care, which Tom Barrett has voted to increase through his vote on the big ugly bill. And so you see this from the National Republicans because they know Barrett is a deeply flawed and weak nominee who has not done the job of representative, and they're trying to spin it however they can to cover up his weakness. But those of us on the ground here in mid-Michigan are very clear about that.
This guy seems like a policy wonk geek. I think he'll do just fine. Nevis, I see you gifted 10 subs over on Kick a few minutes ago while I stepped away. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you hooking up some Kick chatters, man. That's awesome.
Well, let me get you to respond now to the DNC. The DNC releasing a statement last night congratulating you on your win, calling you a, quote, proven organizer, and saying the DNC is all in to help you. Do you welcome the DNC's support?
Absolutely. I welcome their support and the support of everybody around the country who understands that we need to put a check on this out-of-control president, stop these stupid wars, and stop these AI data centers. And the path to do all of that is by flipping Michigan's 7th district, because we know that Barrett is dramatically unpopular. He hasn't done the job, and he's going to go in November.
Well, you, during your campaign, called the Democratic Party establishment, quote, corporate funded and imperialist. Will you now accept financing from the Democratic National Committee and other establishment groups?
It's like such tough talk from a fucking geek, man. Imperialist pigs? Calm down, little guy. Imperialist party? What a fuckhead. Yeah, it's like such fucking nerdism. Cringe. All right, buddy, let's go. What do you have to say about calling the Democrats imperialists? Like, are you horrifically embarrassed to see this brought up on national television? I'd be. Yeah, I might have got a little excited when I said that. I you know, I was emotional at the time. Like, okay, how do you explain that? Like, okay, let's hear it, buddy. Go ahead.
Certainly. We're all on the same page to defeat Tom Barrett and flip this district in November.
Oh, my God. Gun to his head right now. Are you okay, bro? You under duress? She gave him an out by saying, are you willing to accept their money, right? Why do that? That's such shitty reporting to me. You've got this fantastic quote of him, and you give him an out at the end.
Do they really want support from libs and Zionists?
Oh, sure. Listen, we have to work with imperfect people now. But we were screeching at them for years before, but now it's okay to deal with them and accept them, and Zionists are fine. Not all Zionists. Remember, if you're a Zoran Zionist, it's okay. Hassan is looking at Fox talking about his connection to Abdul. I'll wait for the video. Man, she screwed up royally there. Who cares about him willing to accept money from them? Just ask him to explain his cringe comment first.
And I look forward to welcoming the support of allies from across the democratic ecosystem to get that done. I've said all along, and I stand by my pledge, not to take a single dime of corporate PAC money, but we're looking forward to raising the resources in every other way that is necessary to flip this district.
Do you worry that if you, in fact, accept financing from the DNC, for example, that would open you up to allegations of hypocrisy, given how outspoken you have been against corporate funding? Is that not yet another extension of it?
Ooh.
You know, I got this question a few times in the district, and what I've said to folks is that, you know, there's no purity in politics. And we know that there's so much big money in politics. And if I didn't want to have anything to do with raising money by the millions of dollars, I would have never gotten into this race. But the good news is that there are Democrats around the country who are contributing to organizations like the DNC and others for the sake of putting a check on this president's out of control agenda and lowering costs for people here in mid-Michigan. And I look forward to doing that work.
Yeah, now's not the time for purity testing, okay? This is serious. This is all hands on deck, and we all have to work together, okay? And I expect people to ignore my ridiculous attacks and screeching about them for years and just put that to the side and work with me now. And yes, I am being a hypocrite. I admit that I'm a hypocrite, and I was always going to be all along, if ever pressed, to actually have to live up to the standards that I was demanding of others. But I am what I am. What can I say? That's life, right? Ba-doom-sh.
Well, Senator Alyssa Slotkin, who once held the seat you are running for, congratulated you on your victory. She's thrown her support behind you. You had called her a warmonger at one point. What do you say to some of her supporters who might have hesitation about throwing their support behind you, given the past tensions?
Well,
I mean, Tams talk shit on him too, like right now. Good one. Get out of here, child. I'll let the next security guard know that you've lost your parents and see if we can find them for you. All right?
Thankful to Senator Slotkin for her support and for her tireless work to represent Michigan and previously this district in Congress. And along the campaign trail since last...
Yeah, get to fixing my fence, dumbass. You heard, Abdul. It's time to mend fences. That means you. That doesn't mean you don't go around talking shit. Your job is to win voters. People who did not vote for Abdul. Get to work, boy. Your time's ticking, man. You got less than 90 days. What are you doing? Must not have got the orders. Need to go revisit what Abdul said. Mend the fences.
Last August, I've met a lot of people who said,
yeah, snarking us is not going to get you anywhere closer to the votes you need, champ. More people voted for someone besides Abdul El Sayed last night in the Democratic Party than for him. That's a problem. So you need to really start taking this seriously, all right? This is the big leagues now. You don't get to pee in your pants anymore with your diaper. Now you've got to actually go use the toilet like a big boy. So time to grow up. Time to stop the sore winner nonsense. Time to stop screeching at people and get to work. Mend them fences, dude. A lot of broken fences out there right now. Need your attention.
You know, I just loved Alyssa Slotkin. I still love her. And I love you for the same reason, because you work hard. You show up in the entire district, including the big cities and the small towns, and you tell it like it is. You're not here to play partisan games in Washington, D.C. You're here to do the work to represent the people of mid-Michigan. So I think we've got a lot of common ground in our approach to politics, and I look forward to...
Did he say, I love Alyssa Slotkin? Hold on. I missed that. The CIA officer?
because you work hard. Since last August, I've met a lot of people who said, I just loved Alyssa Slotkin. I still love her. And I love you for the same reason, because you work hard, you show up in the entire district, including the big cities and the small towns, and you tell it like it is. You're not here to play partisan games in Washington, D.C. You're here to do the work to represent the people of mid-Michigan. So I think...
Yeah, he said people told him they love Alyssa Slotkin and that they love him too. Wow. There's no shot this guy would love the ex-CIA officer, Alyssa Slotkin. She's the devil incarnate.
We've got a lot of common ground in our approach to politics, and I look forward to working with her to take this district back.
Well, he looks forward to working with her, at least. I look forward to working with the ex-CIA officer to continue to destabilize South America. I mean, to help me win an election.
Well, just quickly before I let you go, you have said you would support Leader Jeffries as Speaker if you win.
That's right. That's right. Bend that knee. Bend it. Beg.
Win if Democrats win.
Look at his face.
Pro tip, get a Home Depot membership for all those fences you guys are going to need to mend. Side note, look at all these sellouts praising Democrats.
Right? It's so easy to run their mouths from the sidelines, and then when they need the Democrats, all of a sudden it's like, well, they're not all so bad, and actually I love it. Oh my God. If this guy has already capitulated and is ready to get in line behind Jeffries, I'm going to be thrilled. I love it. You love to see it, guys. Jeffries didn't even have to buy him dinner, man. He just gave it up. This guy spread like a starfish the next morning. Yes, sir.
Back the House in November. I know that's a lot of ifs. Some other progressive House candidates, though, have said they would not support him. Why do you think he would be the best leader for Democrats?
Well, I just believe that he's the one who can unite the entire party to...
Oh, man. I just picture Hakeem 2 feet off camera, gun to his head. Say the line, motherfucker. Do it. I think Hakeem is the man to unite the party. Hakeem the dream. Oh, my God. This guy is so cucked right now. See what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what Hakeem said to this man to make him fall in line that quickly. But everybody's acting like these guys are going to be some sort of rabble-rouser group that comes in just throwing elbows. And look, some of them may, I don't know. But I'm seeing more and more evidence that it's going to be a united front behind Hakeem on January 3rd. Like,
ifs. Some other progressive House candidates, though, have said they would not support him. Why do you think he would be the best leader for Democrats?
Well, I just believe that he's the one who can unite the entire party to elect a Democratic speaker and to have a historic tenure rolling back the negative impacts of the Trump and Barrett agenda and delivering real economic security for the American people. So I look forward to voting for him to be the next Speaker of the House.
Great. Hey, man. I love it. Now, I think it's actually bad politics unless there's more to the story and like he's already got something from Hakeem. Like, why not use this moment to extract something? I want to be on a committee. I want a position in a caucus. I don't know. I want some fundraising help. I want this. I mean, why just give up your vote? Why not play the game a little bit? Like, well, I'm going to look at all the options and I look forward to talking to Hakeem. Obviously, he's the leader now, and it sounds like he could be a great fit. But I've got to take a look at everything. You know, I mean, I don't think anybody would hold that against him. That's what a couple of the DSA people are saying. They're not against Hakeem, though. There are some people running for Senate that are against Chuck Schumer. But Chuck Schumer's taken that in stride. He's just kind of shrugged it off. What's the chances that they just lie? I think very little. Very little. This is a strategic move by him to play ball.
All right, William Lawrence, thank you so very much. We will be watching your race very closely. We appreciate it. We're also going to talk to your opponent, Republican Congressman Tom Barrett, tomorrow. Thanks for being here.
Thank you again. It's a pleasure.
All right, well, coming up next, presidential.
Fascinating, man. It always cracks me up when these guys are immediately behind Hakeem Jeffries. So I'm curious what interviews have come out since I started. I did want to watch this, though, too. CNN put out this video, The Democratic Party's Civil War. Carville and Hassan Piker face off.
Do you know who Hassan Piker is? A blowhard. I think these guys failed.
Blowhard?
Failed so spectacularly. When you say progressive left, there's a tone of contempt there. Is there?
I hope the camera was able to pick up the contempt.
There are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Democrats haven't done anything about it.
They never win.
Have they been given a chance?
You know who's going to decide the future of the Democratic Party? Let me break the news to you. They ain't that liberal, okay?
Pro-Israel politics is so poisonous in the Democratic Party.
There's no place for criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party.
Will you endorse the 2028 candidate if they are pro-Israel?
Whoa. Whoa. Tough one for Hassan. So I'm expecting El Sayed to toss him under the bus. So it's kind of interesting to see this could be like his biggest moment. And this is the beginning of the end. Again, El Sayed could disappoint me, and I think he's playing with fire if he keeps him around. But I think El Sayed's going to get annoyed by all the questions, and it's a distraction from what he needs to be asked of him to win and the narrative he needs to have going when he goes on TV and does interviews, that this is a referendum on Trump and Mike Rogers and the Republicans. But if El Sayed is just constantly being asked about Hassan Piker, that's obnoxious and that's a distraction. So the only way to get rid of that is to create a lot of daylight between you and him. And so far it hasn't worked by him just saying his normal deflection. He's a streamer. Those are his comments. I don't agree with everything everyone says. Nah, that's not going to get the press to stop asking you.
How are you feeling about the midterms?
I feel very good. But the only thing that can derail us is we could nominate some of the wrong candidates in the wrong place and not be as successful as I hope. But it's going to be massive. I mean, in spite of anything, we're going to win that thing.
The wrong candidates, what do you mean by that?
I see challenges from the, quote, progressive left, unquote. And these people are too hard-headed to know that they're not popular. People don't like them. And but if you get a skewed turnout in a primary, you might end up losing a race that you should have never lost in the first place.
When you say progressive left, you sort of, there's a tone of contempt there.
Yeah, so you were very wise. I hope the camera was able to pick up the contempt.
This is high definition, yeah.
Yes. They don't win elections. They never run against Republicans. They just run against other Democrats. Their only message is, we're going to blow everything up. Okay, great. And they run for president. They never win. They are the...
Have they been given a chance?
Huh? Let's take over. Let's think of somebody. Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders ran for president twice. You know what he did twice? He lost. By a lot.
James Carville says this is all going to implode at the general election.
Yeah, as opposed to previous neoliberal.
Fake laugh.
Yeah, as opposed to previous neoliberal Democratic candidacies that have been spectacular successes so far.
Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016 and Kamala Harris in 2024.
Oh, you skip one. You skip one.
I think these guys have failed so publicly and so spectacularly that it has caused people to seek out alternatives. I don't think I'm like exceptionally good at proselytizing the gospel of socialism necessarily. I think there are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Cost of living crisis is completely out of control. Democrats haven't done anything about it. Republicans.
Yeah. Democrats out of power haven't done anything about it. Historic high inflation. The whole world suffered. And Biden brought it down to less than 3% by the time he left office. And Trump has screwed it all up with the Democrats and the minority. And goddamn Democrats. Where's the flow chart? Always the Democrats' fault.
Haven't done anything about it. There has to be a different alternative. And a lot of people are also very frustrated with the rise of Trumpism, rise of MAGA, rise of fascism in this country. They're scared. There's a lot of instability. And they see the Democratic Party as insufficient in dealing with Trumpism. And they go out there in the streets. They want to demonstrate. Who do they see on the streets? People like me. They see DSA. They see PSL. They see these organizations that have never stopped protesting. They don't stop protesting when Democrats are in charge. They don't stop protesting when Republicans are in charge.
Bro, those PSL is a joke, man. Are you kidding me? They're out there. Larky, thank you for subscribing on Kick. Appreciate that.
Why do they do that? Because the issues persist.
Do you know who Hassan Piker is?
Yes.
What do you think of him?
Blowhard.
A what?
A blowhard. Name me one Democrat in a tough election that wants Hassan Piker to come in and campaign with him in a general election. Do you think that Talrico is going to invite Hassan Piker to come to Texas? I don't. You think John Ossoff is going to invite him to come? I don't. You think Roy Cooper? No.
I predict we will see El Sayed not want him around either. Hassan is about to be a pariah. If these people are smart. El Sayed has shown that he's made some mistakes, right? Grumbling about Gretchen Whitmer, causing so much grief that he had to put out a statement to his followers to stop attacking Haley Stevens. So, he hasn't been perfect, but if he's smart, he will throw Hassan under the bus.
And, I mean, he's a niche guy.
Do you think, candidates that embrace you in the primary process might want to tuck you away in the general election?
Maybe. But I think that'd be a mistake.
Why is he a 1 HP voice? Maybe. I think he's come to realization what's about to happen. Maybe. I think that'd be a mistake.
Tuck you away in the general election?
Maybe. But I think that'd be a mistake.
I think that'd be a mistake. Hold on. I'm turning back into a boy.
Tuck you away in the general election?
Maybe. But I think that'd be a mistake. Because the reality is, not only do I have a lot of passionate door knockers and organizers in my community, but also outside of that, I represent a position that is objectively popular. The criticisms of Israel, that is the overwhelming majority's perspective. So I think.
No, I think, like all, 1/3 of Democrats, supposedly, according to polls, identify as Democratic Socialists. I do not think they associate and approve of the most extreme elements. I don't even think they've heard of the most extreme elements. Is there a general dissatisfaction and uncomfortableness with Israel in America? Sure. But I don't think that he is tapping into some sort of like Hamas love, Houthi appreciation, There were no rapes on October 7th. I don't think that's where the masses are at. I think that it's just, they don't even know about the most extreme stuff. Like, his chat is just full of people chilling, vibing. I remember when I first got on Twitch, I hung out in Lyric's channel. I don't know how I found Lyric. I came to Twitch because of League of Legends, and I was watching a couple pro streamers. This is like season 2. People like Hotshot GG, and I don't even know how I found them. It might have been within the League client or something like that. It was advertised, and I came to Twitch, and somehow I stumbled upon Lyric, and it's because he was a giant streamer, and he was funny, and he just kind of played games. I didn't even play the games, and I was just hanging out. So I think Hassan is the biggest streamer on Twitch. People are just chilling. They don't even know anything else exists. No, don't even look for anything. And so they just kind of go with the flow. But my point is, I don't think they join him on his most extreme views and all that.
Simply leaning in to attack ads and saying, oh, you're right, that this person is bad. Actually, this person was wrong. It was wrong of me to identify or align with him. Abdul could have done that in the primary as well. It was very risky for him to say, no, this is ridiculous. Yeah, I have disagreements with him, but who cares? He's a Twitch streamer, And I think that's an honest message. That's something that people can understand. And as long as he sticks to the issues, as long as he keeps fighting for Medicare for all and keep fighting for policies that will improve people's lives, that's what people are going to vote for.
I think Hassan is in for a rude awakening, man. He's becoming a liability. He may have been an asset in the primary, which I think is up for debate after the results from last night, where El Sayed barely won. And I'm willing to bet Hassan's association with him played a role in that, because it's in every ad. It's in every time his opposition speaks, they bring him up. So it's not like some random internet thing. I mean, he is in all of the opposition ads, and he's associated with him. So I'm willing to bet El Sayed would have won by a couple of points last night if it weren't for his association. So I'm not so sure Hassan is the asset that he thinks he is. I think he's much more of a liability right now. We'll see how El Sayed handles that. But based on that interview clip we just saw from MS Now tonight, it's going to get annoying to have to defend Hassan's comments. That's not what you want to be doing if you're El Sayed 90 days from the midterms. You want to be talking about Mike Rogers and Donald Trump and have this be a referendum on the current leadership, not defending Hassan Piker's comments. You've already got his followers and his fans behind you. So I think Hassan is about to enter a world of pain. We'll see. I could be totally wrong, but it would make sense politically to do that.
The rest of it is just noise. You look silly if you try to consistently take the conversation back to an allegiance that a politician might have with a Twitch streamer.
No, it's not about that. People don't see it as a streamer. They don't think, you're Hassan Piker. He is making a huge mistake here. He's just acting like he's just some comedian or something, right? Like, I'm just an actor, man. I'm just a jokester, It's like, I'm a Twitch streamer. Nobody even knows what that means. They just know you're influential and that you said some shitty stuff and that these guys won't disavow you. Nobody's going to dismiss his comments as just a Twitch streamer.
The other side is saying, I want to give people health care. It's not a great message.
In the primary process, of course, he has become this sort of central part of a debate, right, about the future of the Democratic Party.
Well, let me tell you, we're going to have a debate about the future of the Democratic Party. In the Democratic primaries of 2028, in Hassan Piker and the progressives, you know who's going to decide the future of the Democratic Party? Let me break the news to you. Democratic primary voters, primarily Southern black Democratic primary voters. Let me further break the news to you, because I happen to have hung around Southern black people all of my life. They ain't that liberal, okay? But that's that. Now, I'm sure what someone on the left would say, well, we have to have another process. No, we don't. And what Hassan Piker needs to do is run for president. If everybody agrees with you, good, run. Go, cat, go. I think everybody ought to run. And I think that the judgment of Democratic primary voters is what I'm going to follow. But if you claim that there's all of this energy and this activism, then okay, have at it. Run for president.
You're allowed to take part in the democratic process.
I don't say
without running for
I,
office.
of course you are. I don't run for office. What I'd say is, why do these people call themselves Democrats? Call yourself Democratic Socialists. Maybe what we need.
I mean, I think a lot of them do.
They're
right?
good, but don't call yourself Democrat. But we're on with you. There's no place, any place for criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party. There's no place for anti-Semitism. But if you want to be anti-Semitic, go form your own party. The reason that most people become Democrats is the same reason that I did. I don't hate anybody. I have a big issue with the government of Israel.
Yeah.
I worked in Israel. Was part of the closest set in history that ever come to having a deal. And I am a full supporter of the right of a Jewish state on the Eastern Mediterranean. I think the only way to have that is you have to have a corresponding Palestinian state, fully recognized. You have to have security zones. You have to have massive aid to the Palestinian state. And we got to have peace and not war. Now, I can't stand Netanyahu. And the big change that I've seen in Israel is they used to actually try to get people to like them. They don't do that anymore. And I detest the settlements, right? And I would love to see policy changes in the government of Israel. But I am a firm believer in the state of Israel. Two different things.
Sure.
Never to be confused.
I was with you.
I think this is a problem that is not going to be around for very long. Could be wrong on that, but Israel has elections coming up at the end of October. Can't delay them. Have to happen. Don't think Netanyahu's going to win. And though the opposition isn't that much different, they are definitely different. And the Israelis are demanding something different, because even with all the war of the last 3 years, they're still living under rocket fire and feeling no safer. And so something has to change. And he's right that they've done a terrible job of winning people over. They've completely lost the optics war, and everyone is mad at them. And something has to change. You can't keep this up. And so I think that change, which I don't know what it is, will take the focus off of this, because nobody can live with this sort of hatred and this pressure, and they're losing support all around the world, and that's not survivable. It's not, no way to live. And also, like, Congress is not giving them anything now. Israel has even said, don't send us anything. Like, it's going to be really hard to send money or weapons to Israel moving forward. And so change will be required.
At the DNC in 2024, where you said you didn't endorse Harris. Will you endorse the 2028 candidate if they are pro-Israel in a way that you don't like? I mean, if you ultimately are about defeating fascism in this country as you describe it, MAGA, whatever, surely...
Did I hear a smoke detector?
Fascism in this country as you describe it, MAGA, whatever.
No, he just whistled.
Surely shouldn't you get on board with whoever the main candidate is?
Luckily, I don't think I'm going to have to make that calculation at all. Because, again, pro-Israel politics is so poisonous, in the Democratic Party especially, that there is, and I'm telling you right now as a promise, and you'll see, 0% chance that whoever the elected Democrat is that wins the primary will be pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form. And I will do everything in my power to make sure that that doesn't happen regardless, but I don't think I'll have to push too much. And you'll see.
No, he's dead wrong. It's not going to be, hey, I'm pro supporting Israel's weapons and massacre of people. It's Israel's our ally. They are the only democracy, and we need to be involved with them to make sure other people don't influence them. I don't even know if that's the argument. I think it's just like Israel's our longtime ally, and I do not support the current war effort. I think Netanyahu's terrible, but the idea that they won't support the state of Israel, I don't think we're there. I do not think we're there as a country. I don't think Americans are like Israel. We shouldn't support Israel. The people probably will tell you we shouldn't be sending money and weapons there. But the idea that we should not support Israel as a country and America should have a different relationship with it, I don't think we're there. And I think that, like I said, the elections in October could really change that, and Israel changing their behavior could turn things around. I'm not saying that we're going to be best friends or anything, but I just don't think the American people are like, yeah, Israel sucks, time to give up on them. We're too intertwined. They're like our weapons warehouse in the Middle East. I think Americans are fine stopping the money. Yeah. Well, I guess it depends what pro-Israel means in his eyes. But when I hear pro-Israel, I think just America having a relationship and respecting that it's a democracy and wanting it to do better. I mean, you got to understand we've had a relationship with them since the founding of Israel. And they are dealing with an authoritarian government that has done some bad things and is not helping them in any way. And that doesn't mean we're like abandoning the idea of Israel. It's not even about the American people. It's geopolitics. U.S. will never cut ties to Israel. It's just too important. Yeah, like I think that, like I'm saying, is like they're our base in the Middle East, basically. Yes, we have other facilities there in Jordan, in Iraq, you name it. But Israel is like our Germany, you know? They're like our huge ally in the region. But I don't think you'll see this like anti-Israel sentiment in the 2028 election. I mean, look, we have some Jewish people that are considering running, like John Ossoff, Josh Shapiro. Those are not the type of people that will be denouncing Israel. They'll just say, I think Israel is made some mistakes and we need to be there to guide them properly. And I agree with withholding certain weapons and money until they change their behavior. But they're important to us, and we want to, keep a relationship. They'll find a less clumsy way to say it.
Rahm Emanuel is a great example of this. Rahm Emanuel himself is very critical of Israel now.
He's very pro-Israel. He said he's for a 23-state solution.
Very, very critical of Israel. And it's clear that he has ambitions of higher office, and he sees which way the winds are blowing.
What? I don't think anybody would say Rahm Emanuel is anti-Israel. He was just there giving a speech in front of the Knesset, if I recall. I don't remember where. It might have been at a university, but Rahm Emanuel was just there talking about how Israel is our ally and a 23-state solution. I think Hassan needs to clarify what he means by pro-Israel.
It's not going to happen. So that's not even a problem. But I do warn, just as I did in 2019 with Joe Biden, that if we don't have a bold, progressive candidate as someone who can take advantage of the momentum of the growing socialist movement in this country, seek to improve the material conditions of the working class in this country, it's going to be worse than Donald Trump next time around. Just as Donald Trump 2 was far worse than Donald Trump 1.
The left insurgency. Got to take care of those material means of the workers and the people. Hassan will be leading the charge with his ill-fitting suits. You just watch. He will command the troops from an empty bowling alley. See here. Okay, here's the full interview with El Sayed from tonight. Awesome, 11 minutes ago. Let's freaking go.
Who better to ask than the candidate himself? Abdul El-Sayed is the Democratic nominee for Senate from Michigan. He joins me now. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much, Jacob. It's like I see you in Detroit. I see you now. You're in New York. You're everywhere.
I got a lot of makeup on. I got a tired face, but I cannot imagine how tired you are. I was at your victory party last night, and the vibes were real. There are other people who are watching this very, very closely, including the Vice President of the United States, who was just asked on Fox News about your victory. Let me show you a little bit of what he had to say.
The base of the Democratic Party just wants radicals. It wants these DSA types. It wants people who hate even the idea of private property ownership. But it also, I think, tells us that that particular set of ideas is very popular in places you wouldn't expect. Because Al-Sayed, he's this guy who holds himself out as a working class hero, as a guy who's going to fight for the working class. How does he fight for the working class?
By primary that's super anti-Israel but also anti-LGBT, just to see the far left twist themselves into pretzels trying to justify throwing trans and queer people under the bus to destroy Israel. Lamau.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I want to bet you'll see some of that because Israel is hated by a lot of different people. So why not? You know, they could sneak their way in. Why not?
Flooding his state and his country with low-wage immigrants.
In case you missed any of that, he said that the Democratic Party wants people who hate the idea of even private property ownership. It's very popular in places you wouldn't expect. Speaking of Michigan, he said you hold yourself out as a working class hero who's going to fight for the working class by flooding your state with low-wage immigrants. What's your response?
Is that Peter Thiel's boy with that Ohio charisma he's got? That guy. I think we've had enough of him. The last thing that he said that made any sense was hillbilly elegy, after he said that Donald Trump had no business being president of anything. That was the last time he made sense, and then he decided to suck up to power. But that's exactly what this is about. You've got Republicans who'll do anything for power and money, including corrupt their office, just like Mike Rogers has. For the 14 years he was serving in Congress, he took over $1 million from the pharmaceutical industry. He voted 19 times to raise prescription drug prices. And then he helped to architect the legislation that kicked off the opioid epidemic, killing nearly 600,000 people. Why? For money and power. But that's what that party's about. We're trying to get money out of politics to put money in your pocket past Medicare for All, which of course are things that people like Ohio J.D. Vance and Mike Rogers have no clue about because they've always been in it for themselves rather than for the public.
I would like to hear him go into a little more detail about Medicare for All. Obviously can't lay out the whole thing, but why should people support Medicare for All? It's one thing to say it's too expensive, this isn't working, but why is Medicare for All the answer? I think he could drop a line on that to win more people over and get the ball rolling. Because I don't know, I know the details, but your average person has no clue why Medicare for All would save them money. Unless you're on Medicare, then you have no idea what it even entails. But why should Medicare for All be the thing?
Looking at some of the headlines about your victory that have come out, since last night. Democrats' path unclear. Democrats licking wounds. Warning for Democrats. These are mainstream headlines about you and the victory. What's your reaction to this?
Don's in the house with 5 gifted subs. Hell yeah. Thank you, Don. Getting some C-SPAN tonight. Appreciate that, man. Hell yeah.
Framing about the race.
Well, I understand if you think that the whole point here is about where the Democrats go, you might miss the fact that this is about everyday people in the state of Michigan. My goal is to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket past Medicare for All, because when I talk to Michiganders, as I have for the better part of 15 months, in their living rooms, in their basements, in their backyards, in their parks, they don't tell me about where they sit on the left-right spectrum. They're asking me about who's going to show up to make sure that I can afford my groceries, who's going to make sure that I can see a doctor when I get sick, who's going to make sure that the infrastructure that I travel, the roads and bridges, don't pop my tire every time I drive over them, and who's going to make sure my kid's school is competent. Those are the questions people are asking, and they're asking them because Donald Trump and his acolytes like Mike Rogers have done just such a piss-poor job at actually doing the thing they got elected to do. They're taking us to, what, another war? We've got an opportunity to actually answer their problems. That's what this movement was built on doing, and that's why I think Democrats have a real pathway forward. If you look at the numbers coming out of yesterday, Democrats voted in, 500,000 more voters? If we show up like that in November, What's that going to mean for Mike Rogers and, frankly, any of their chances?
Oh, come on. I appreciate that more people came out, but we had a competitive primary that was the talk of the town, man. Also, you're ignoring the fact that more people voted for someone else in that Democratic primary than you, and that's a lot of energized people not happy with what you were selling, dude. Come on, man.
You mentioned universal health care, Medicare for all. It's been a central part of your campaign. I would imagine there are a lot of people who are saying some version of this to you, or when you're out on the campaign trail. Congress cannot even, there's no way that they're going to pass Medicare for all under this president. They can't even exercise their war powers. What do you tell those people about whether or not this is a pie in the sky dream that you're going around Michigan talking about?
Okay, here we go. W Press. Explain Medicare for all, because this guy's saying there's no chance we get anywhere near it. So let's see, what does he say? Because I read his book and he said we just got to get the public support for it, and then politicians will cave eventually, which I find to be ridiculous. You're up against trillions of dollars in the health insurance industry, doctors, private equity, pharma, you name it. People have got their hands in the pot.
Well, clearly I'm a different kind of Democrat, as we just talked about. $60 million spent to try and beat me because I don't take corporate money. I'm here to actually take on the challenges that working people face. Imagine you had a Congress that actually worked for you instead of worked for the corporations in the exact same way that Mike Rogers has made it work for a very long time. I really believe that Congress can do good things. That's why I'm running, because I'd like to make it do good things. But it's going to take defeating the defeatism of Trumpism and of Mike Rogers and the kind of politics that tells us that Congress basically sits there to figure out how to make themselves rich or to enrich the corporate donor class that they have been taking orders from for a very long time.
You know.
So the answer is I won't take orders from corporations. That's it. Okay. Well, you're like one dude, man. Like, that's not a real plan. Like, okay, that's great. You're not corrupted, though I'm not sure everybody else is, but I don't think that's the primary thing standing in the way. Some people may disagree, but like, no, it is. The only reason we don't have Medicare for all is because corporations are paying politicians to vote a different way. I don't think so. I think that's part of it, that there's a lot of stakeholders in the healthcare industry, and you're going to hurt a lot of people if you change to a different system. People are going to lose their jobs. People are going to make less money in some ways. Some people make more money. It's just a lot of upheaval, and something's got to give. I'm all for Medicare for all, but it's a heavy lift, man. And it's not just because of corruption. Like, it seems like a very watered down, simplified excuse that is going to break a lot of people's hearts, because to me, it's not about corruption. It's about finding a way to get the people who will be affected to support it. And right now they haven't done that yet. And I think you do that by expanding Medicare's role in society and showing the sky doesn't fall, and that it actually helps more people, including the stakeholders, right? Like, you're not going to get Medicare for all unless you win over the doctors, the nurses, the hospitals, the pharmaceutical companies. You cannot force this on them. You have to engage with them. That's the only way we've made progress on everything else. The ACA, in his book, he talks about how it passed is because they engaged with the doctors and the stakeholders and the pharma companies and the hospitals. They worked it out. They got them on board. I don't remember. There was one big group that wasn't. It might have been the doctors or something, but they reached out to all the stakeholders and got them on board. And that's the only way you're going to do it.
Though, what Mike Rogers is going to say when you're standing on the debate stage talking about Medicare for all, he's going to say, you want to take away people's private insurance and socialized medicine, is what they always say. You're going to say what to him on that debate stage?
Do you know what's taking away people's private insurance? The fact that they can't afford it. The fact that the deductibles, the premiums have gotten way too high because of people like Mike Rogers, who take checks from the private insurance industry and then fail to regulate them. So they keep upping the prices on people, putting people into bankruptcy. We hold $225 billion in medical debt. I want to know what Mike Rogers wants to do about that. I want to abolish it, and I want to make sure that every single person in this country has the health care that they need and deserve.
But
you're saying as senator, he won't negotiate his policies with stakeholders. That's not the answer he gave. When asked, how would you get it done? He said, I don't take corporate money. That was his answer. And we had to extrapolate from that he's implying that if enough senators aren't bought off by the corporations, then we can pass anything. Well, that's not how it works, right? Like, I would like to hear an answer from him saying, I think we can pass Medicare for all, and we can get doctors paid more. We can get pharmaceutical companies to be able to make a profit, and just talk about how you get all the stakeholders on board, not just I can save people money. It's a fantasy.
Will you be saying on that debate stage people can keep their private insurance if they want it?
Yeah, I'm not against abolishing private insurance.
Oh, that's interesting. His book says he is. That keeping private insurance is part of the problem, because the people who can't afford the private insurance are the people that tend to be healthier, right? It's the poor, the people who can't afford insurance. They get stuck in the government pool. Wow. Okay, that's interesting.
You want it?
Yeah, I'm not against abolishing private insurance. I'm for guaranteeing you public insurance so that you never have to worry about what happens if you turn 26 or get a job or lose a job or turn 65 or get married or get divorced. All the ways that Mike Rogers is okay with you losing your health care in our current healthcare system.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to go back and read it. And his book's from like 2020, but he definitely was making the case that private insurance, it's not going to work, that it would take away from the bigger pool. Larky Tom, thank you for the Prime on Twitch. Subbed on Kick, but then remember I can give you a Prime sub too. Hell yeah, thank you, bro. Yeah, so the ACA.
It looks like today everybody seems to be coming together. But I talked to some of your voters yesterday who said that they wouldn't vote at all in November if Stevens won. To the Stevens voters who may have felt the same way about you, that they're going to sit it out because they can't get behind you, you say what to them?
Hey, this is a big tent, and I know we might not agree on everything. But I do hope that you agree with me that the things that bring us together are so much bigger than the things that might be dividing us, and that we have an opportunity to protect ourselves from an ongoing Trump administration that has enriched him, $2.2 billion personally, but also taken so much money out of our pockets. If you believe that we need to be able to make groceries affordable, we need to be able to afford housing, we need health care when we need it, then I hope that you'll join me in this movement to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. I'm grateful for Congresswoman Stevens' fight and for her support in this race. As with Senator McMorrow, we are unified in the idea that Mike Rogers should never see the inside of the U.S. Senate, and we do need to hold Donald Trump accountable, and that's exactly what I intend to do when I'm in the U.S. Senate.
I don't think that's a great answer. So again, the question is, what do you say to the people who said they could never vote for you? They've heard your pitch. He just gave it again. Money in your pocket, money out of politics, and Medicare for all. Like, they know your pitch, bro. They heard it, but they have concerns. Why not just take the concerns head on? Pick one and say it. Look, some of these people said they wouldn't vote for me because of this. Well, I want to say to those people, I'm going to do this, this, and this. And I hope you will give me a chance and listen to people like Haley Stevens, who has now endorsed me, and McMorrow, and know that I'm going to continue to fight to win you over, whatever. Vote blue no matter who? Yeah, so you guys must have missed this conversation earlier. We've been saying that for years, and the lefties told us no. So now we flip it, and people are like, wait, you said vote blue no matter who. Yeah, and the reaction has been, F you, win my vote. So does this not show you how ridiculous that argument has been for years and years and years? I love how people are saying this is hypocrisy now, and how can you say that after telling us to vote blue no matter who? And then we turn it on them and they go, this is ridiculous. They go, yeah, isn't it? Isn't it ridiculous, the response to say, no, I shouldn't? These people are incapable of any self-reflection at all. It's just like, how dare you say the thing I've been saying to you for years and years? I can't believe it. I don't like that. That's crazy. Yeah, exactly. That's what we've been saying. But the onus is on the candidate to win over the people that didn't vote for them. Zero self-awareness. I agree. So funny. I'm not telling anybody to withhold their votes. The point is, more people voted for someone other than El Sayed last night in Michigan in the Democratic primary. Those people did that for a reason. It is up to El Sayed and his group, his campaign, to win them over. Just yelling at people to vote blue no matter who is stupid. Nobody ever says that. That's crazy. Like, the point is that you should vote for the Democratic nominee, but the onus is on him to go out there and win those people over. I don't think that's unfair. The onus was on Kamala to go win people over who didn't like her, and she failed. You guys are wasting your time. You don't get it. People did say that. Who cares who said that? I'm saying the onus is on him, the candidate, and the campaign to go convince the people who didn't vote for him to vote for him. Obviously, they didn't want to vote for him. So why would he not have the responsibility of convincing those people to vote for him? You have to be crazy to say he should go on TV and say vote blue no matter who. That's insane. I'm not arguing with you idiots. Get out of my channel. 7 messages.
Anybody who's got a phone or a television, certainly Michiganders, who might be on the fence, are getting blasted with this this message right now. There's a Hassan Piker video that's out there, and I don't know if you.
I think this should be rubbed in the face of every single one of these little pricks that have been crying about the liberal candidate for years, to show them how ridiculous they have been to refuse to get on board with the Democratic nominee. I think that 100% should be done in this moment. And I feel no obligation to help this guy win. I feel no obligation to get on board because it's not my cross to bear. My candidate didn't win. He took on the responsibility to win over those voters. And I feel like a release of pressure. I was talking about it earlier today, that for whatever reason, I feel like a weight has been lifted off me, that I don't have to carry all of the weight anymore, that these guys now won, and it's up to them to convince people. I have no issue with voting for this guy, and I would encourage everybody to vote for him. But the truth is that there's a lot of people out there that were unhappy with his campaign, and he has a responsibility now, as well as his supporters, to try to win people over. Just like when liberals win, they have a responsibility to try to win people over. Now, I don't engage in fighting with people because 90% of leftists end up voting for Democrats, and so it seems pointless to me. But his campaign barely won. Barely. Oh, what the hell? Why did that happen? What did I hit? I think it right-clicked when I hit my hand on the mouse. The Twitch emote. That's funny. Hey, where did he go? Oh my God. So annoying. Let me get back to it. There we go. Group all lefties as non-Kamala voters is pretty toxic. Nobody's saying that. I'm just saying that for years, we tried to convince people to vote for the Democratic candidate when their candidate lost, and they cried and cried and cried and said, you have to earn my vote. You have to earn my vote, blah, 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 blah. And now there's a situation where their candidate won, and we're just putting up a mirror to show them how ridiculous they've been all these years, and they're soying out about it. I think it's hilarious, and they deserve a dose of their own medicine so that next time they don't do it. I have no faith in them learning from this example. They'll continue to do it moving forward, but it's funny to see them upset that people are using their own argument on them. I think it's hilarious.
But will you be saying on that debate stage people can keep their private insurance if they want it?
Yeah, I'm not against abolishing private insurance. I'm for guaranteeing you public insurance so that you never have to worry about what happens if you turn 26 or get a job or lose a job or turn 65 or get married or get divorced. All the ways that Mike Rogers is okay with you losing your health care in our current healthcare system.
Your straw man is ridiculous? Are you talking to me? It's telling how you feel attacked right now. Who are you talking to, man?
It looks like today everybody seems to be coming together. But I talked to some of your voters yesterday who said that they wouldn't vote at all in November if Stevens won. To the Stevens voters who may have felt the same way about you, that they're going to sit it out because they can't get behind you, you say what to them?
Hey, this is a big tent, and I know we might not agree on everything. But I do hope that you agree with me that the things that bring us together are so much bigger than the things that might be dividing us. And that we have an opportunity to protect ourselves from an ongoing Trump administration that has enriched him, $2.2 billion personally, but also taken so much money out of our pockets. If you believe that we need to be able to make groceries affordable, we need to be able to afford housing, we need health care when we need it, then I hope that you'll join me in this movement to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket past Medicare for All. I'm grateful for Congresswoman Stevens' fight and for her support in this race. As with Senator McMorrow, we are unified in the idea that Mike Rogers should never see the inside of the U.S. Senate, and we do need to hold Donald Trump accountable, and that's exactly what I intend to do when I'm in the U.S. Senate.
Anybody who's got a phone or a television, certainly Michiganders, who might be on the fence are getting blasted with this this message right now. There's a Hassan Piker video that's out there, and I don't know if you've seen it. I ran into him yesterday, a very popular streamer. He supports you. You've campaigned together. He's a controversial guy. On a stream last night, he addressed this. It's all over Fox News. I want to play just a little bit of it for you and our audience.
Everyone being like, Abdul has a ton of work to do mending bridges. Here's the take nuke for you, okay? You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of okay? You literally called the dude a terrorist for months on end and called him a sexist, misogynist, terrorist, bad candidate, fake doctor when he has 2 degrees. And now you're going to sit there and be like, well, you really got to come to me now. What are you talking about? Do you want to win or not? Lock the in.
Oh, man. The hypocrisy. It's just thick. You cut it with a knife, man. And this is what I'm saying. This needs to be rubbed in their face for all the bullshit that they have put up for years and years and years. And how funny is it? This isn't helping. The worst message possible in this moment. What a moron, political moron, to put this out there. And now El Sayed, the guy he wants to win, has to distance himself from this. This is why time to throw this guy under the bus, dude. How dare you? How dare you ask for him to come begging? How dare you demand that he wins your vote after you attacked him over and over and over? How dare you? The audacity. You called him all these names. Boy, ain't that something, man? This is why these people, you got to put a mirror up to them. You got to show them, hey, man, look familiar?
His words have been used against you before. They're being used against you again. He's here talking about mending bridges and basically giving you advice. I'm just paraphrasing, not necessarily to do that. What do you make of that advice? Is that helpful advice for you?
Look, he's a streamer. I'm focused on trying to win a race for Senate in Michigan. And I've been up and down my state, spent the last 15 months talking to Michiganders. And I understand that this is a very serious election and that we got to come together. Obviously, he's got his perspective on it, and he's welcome to his perspective. It's not mine. My perspective on it is that you have to ask for every vote. I've been in this work for 15 months, and then I ran for office 8 years ago. And I know that a vote is a very serious thing, and folks want to give it to people that they know and trust. And if we've got more trust to build, I'm looking forward to doing that. And I hope folks who trust the Congresswoman enough to vote for her now trust her endorsement of me to beat Mike Rogers. That's going to be the work that we do for the next 13 weeks. I want them to understand exactly what the contrast is between a corporatist who never saw a corporate check he didn't want and somebody who's never taken a corporate check to run a campaign and never will. We've got opportunity to win the future here in Michigan, and we intend to do that.
Do you intend to continue to campaign with Hassan Piker?
I'm focused on campaigning in this state, all over the state. I'm not as focused on who I'm campaigning with. I'm focused on who I'm campaigning for, which is the 10 million people in the state, reaching out to them in their communities like I have for the past 15 months.
So I said this already, but I'll say it again. It's over for Hassan, dude. Time to throw him under the bus. This is only going to get worse. The entire strategy by the GOP is to associate him with Hassan Piker's comments. Every time they open their mouth, they're talking about Hassan and him, trying to basically attach them. So he has to throw Hassan on the bus, or he risks not winning. And this is bigger than Hassan. This is this guy's chance to win this race. It's his job on the line. It's the first Muslim senator. And Hassan ain't worth it, dude. So I am so looking forward to him moving past this, because you can see how annoyed he is already that these are not past comments. These are new comments now. So he can dismiss Hassan's comments as, oh, that's in the past or whatever, which I don't even think he's trying. But now this is from last night. Hassan is becoming a problem. So the sooner he throws Hassan to the wolves, and the better, because it's not going to work to just be like, he's a streamer, he's got his opinion. No, dude. He said America deserved 9/11. He said people shouldn't be asking for you to win them over, that they should just come over without any questions. You're trying to become the first Muslim senator in U.S. history, and you are going to be asked every day, 10 times a day, about why do you hang out with this guy who said America deserved 9/11? All you have to do to get rid of that is throw him under the bus. And that's it. That's all you got to do. I disavow. I think Hassan is dead wrong. He will be nowhere near my campaign moving forward. I've learned more about him. I know these are things that won't happen, but if he does that, then I think he can shake these questions. That's what James Tallarico did. They started asking him about his past comments, like, you said that God has 5 genders, and he had great answers. They've never asked him about it since. This guy is going to be haunted by Hassan for the next 90 days. Every interview, every campaign stop, every segment on Fox, they're just going to hammer him as the guy who supports the guy who said America deserved 9/11. On the eve of the 25th anniversary of 9/11. This is a nightmare for Abdul El-Sayed. And I think he's going to slowly realize, if not very quickly realize, that he has to get rid of this guy. And it's not enough just to hand wave him as, that's his opinion. Gotta throw him under the bus. And I cherish the day he does it. It's going to be amazing.
I have to ask you about this Islamophobia that is already coming in to this race. It did in the primary, but now already in the general election on day one. I want to reread what your opponent, Mike Rogers, said in particular today. He said, Abdul isn't just another liberal. He is an extremist. Never in a million years did I think I would be running against someone who believes America deserved 9/11.
This is all they've got. They're going to pour $300 million into this Islamophobia. That and the socialism, communism. But boy, this is all they've got to run on. Imagine $300 million in ads nonstop between now and November, calling you a terrorist and showing highlights of Hassan. Got to push back on that, man.
I'll let you respond to that.
Well, look, Mike Rogers has no new ideas. He was in Congress, 2000 to 2015. He left Congress, made $14 million. He doesn't want to explain. His ideas are old. His perspective on politics is old. And he's going to find that people don't want that perspective anymore. So, of course, he's going to do the same thing that MAGA always does, which is try to divide us. I've been Abdul in Michigan my whole life. I'm so grateful for the way Michiganders have embraced me and my family. And I know that Michiganders are open-minded. They're big-hearted. They're less interested in how you pray than what you pray for. And we all pray for the same things. We want what's good for our kids and our
I don't think Hassan cares if ICE distances. Mamdani did, and Hassan just continues to tell his chat they talk all the time anyway.
I don't think that's going to work, though, this time. This is bigger than Mamdani. This is a swing state. Republicans, they weren't doing anything there, right? This is totally different than a primary in the bluest city in America. This is a statewide Senate seat that if the Republicans take it, it makes the Democrats' chances of taking the Senate so much harder. So the stakes are so much higher. And that was child's play, what they did with Mamdani and Hassan. This is a whole nother level.
Families want clean air, clean water, healthcare we can afford. So they're going to use Islamophobia because their ideas are tired. Their economy sucks. They're taking us to war we shouldn't fight. And we have an opportunity to actually focus on bringing us together. So if he has some new ideas he'd like to talk about, I've challenged him to 5 debates. Mike, if you're watching, 5 debates, but you're a coward, so you probably won't do it.
5 debates, so you can deflect on every question and get asked about Hassan Piker 10 times. What? I don't understand why he's so excited to debate. He has not done that well at the debates. Every debate I've seen, he just deflects. They asked him, why did you post about defunding the police? He's like, this is just a distraction. I don't know if I'd be that excited to go into debates. I'm sure he could do way better than Mike Rogers, but I have not been impressed by his debate performances. Between Rogers and El Sayed, who do you think has a more similar policy campaign to Stevens? Really? Is that a serious question, man? Get out of my channel, idiot.
I second your sentiment about Michiganders. It was incredible to be there yesterday. Congratulations to you. I'm sure I'll see you out there again over the course of the next several months. Michigan Democratic Senate nominee Abdul El Sayed, thank you so much again, and congratulations.
Jacob, thank you so much. And anytime in Michigan, come have a kebab with me, huh?
Oh, count me in. I'm in. See you then. Thanks.
Okay. Oh my God. What is Fox News up to? Let me see the hatred they're spewing over there. Let's take a look-see here. Let's see how they're handling this. They're probably having a field day. The comrades are in control now. Right? Socialism is on the march. Right? Bunch of Iran stuff. Dr. Fauci. Schumer Daz's on support for far left Dem. All right, all right. Let's check out their latest video. The comrades are in control.
The battle for the Rust Belt was a bloodbath. Finally, we have a winner.
You know, they think that you want to use my whole name against me. Mike, listen, man, if you can't say the name, it's Abdurrahman, keep the name out your damn mouth.
Well, I can't even say that name. That's why we call him Abdul. Last night.
There you go. Already going. Look at that. No shame at all. I can't even say that. That's why we call you Abdul. Do you want a guy with a funny name in the Senate? I don't think so. Like this is just the opening line for them. They're getting warmed up.
Not a mirage, a commie sweep in the Wolverine state. Abdul beat the pantsuit off Salty Grape Stevens. Don the John.
Come on. Abdul beat the pantsuit. He barely eked out a victory, man. What do you mean? Why say that?
John beat Shri like an unruly child, and we'll miss him the most, especially his hair. The machine's calling it for what it is, a revolution, because they got flipped head over heels like Grandpa teasing the bison.
The old model was you get the donors to get the consultants to buy a bunch of ads and you win. That's how you get attention. This movement says, I don't need donors, ads, I don't need consultants. I'm going right to the people with TikTok and grassroots. The Democratic Party is now Blockbuster. These kids are Netflix. We are selling CDs out the trunk. This is Napster becoming Spotify, and it's happening tonight.
This is the machine that took out Biden, Bernie, and Nipple Nazi, but they couldn't handle Abdul. And they tried.
How dare you attack El Sayed? He is the biggest and strongest candidate I have ever seen, and he can beat you up. Anyway, back to my Hot Wheels.
He does seem to be in good shape. I'll give him that.
What Abdul had to do is take on the entire Michigan Democratic establishment. He took on the national Democratic establishment. And then in a way that I have never heard of, I don't think anybody has, $60 million in super PAC funding. An unbelievable amount of money, outspending him 9-1 against him. And he won.
This was Bernie's revenge for Plattner. And the machine's going to be sore for a while. Last night was a test. The commies proved that they could win on the coast, but now they've won in the Midwest. Bernie bros aren't just a Vermont and San Francisco fad.
I gotta give a special thank you to my first endorsers. Bernie Sanders, the OG, who came in on day one, put his entire shoulder in the work. I just hope that I can help to carry some of that load in the fight for working people and Medicare for all that he's been carrying for all of this time.
Bernie's been wanting to take away your doctor since the 70s. And after Tuesday, he's a lot closer. Sanders has been waiting for this moment his whole life. He crouched like a tiger until the party was at its weakest, then pounced, seeding primaries from the Bronx to Denver to the Upper Peninsula. Schumer got his bell rung. Didn't see it coming because his TDS blinded him. Bernie's the new machine's boss.
Mr. Carville doesn't want to be in my party, the party that I belong to, that Pica, that El Sayed belongs to. He can start his own party.
Hear that? Bernie said, my party. The independent, the socialist. He's not even a Democrat, but he is now. You know what they say. You are what you eat. The Clintons, Obamas, Bidens just got smoked by a cranky socialist senator from Burlington, by a guy who honeymooned in Moscow. There's only one man standing in his way. They call him Big John.
And what I'm saying is, like, if you are a DSA member, if you are a member of a specific political party, run under your own banner. And now I think Bill Maher said something very insightful. He said, you know, the DSA are colonizing the Democratic Party. So just be Democrats if you're going to run under the Democratic Party.
Democrats have been raging against colonialism since college. But now they're getting colonized, and what's their answer? Big tent. That's not what the Indians said. Trump likes the hoodies concept. Splinter off and split the vote.
I think they should form another party, the Communists of America Party. You know? I think they should have a new party, the Communists of America, and it will do well. It'll get about 10% of the vote.
Now, if the commies run third party, they siphon votes from Democrats. So Democrats have to let them in the tent, but risk having the tent taken over. Throughout history, communists have never, ever compromised. The Ethiopian barista from Colorado says they've already won.
I don't think it's about a democratic civil war, right? I think it's about reckoning with where the voters of this party are at. And the voters have made themselves abundantly clear that they want to change. And I think it would really behoove the party and people in the establishment to follow the voters where they're at and actually deliver on what they need.
Abdul's buddy wants Democrats to know they're not going to patch things up. It's time to kiss the ring.
Everyone being like, Abdul has a ton of work to do mending bridges. Here's the take nuke for you, okay? You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of
All these freaks that the Democrats have swept under the rug, gagged and sidelined for decades.
Yeah, that's not going to go over so well with the Stevens supporters. You're just all Islamophobic freaks calling him a terrorist. The vast majority of Stevens voters are going to take offense to that. That's not very nice.
Back with a bad attitude. They're tired of being used and abused by the machine, then told to sit in a corner after Election Day. Now, Biden gave him a window. He was so weak, they had the leverage to cut a deal. And look what they did with that little slice of power. They blew up the border, DEI, record spending, trans mania. Now the barbarians are the ones actually winning, not the Trojan horse. They're the ones with the face paint and torches and pitchforks. They're beating their chest and blowing the doors off the DNC. Michael Moore says we're here and we're never leaving.
They require a change in the establishment and in the way things are done to effectuate the changes you want to see.
If I could get on my knees and beg, it would be for exactly what you just said, because we are not going to win the other way. We lost that way when in 24. I will not support hacks in the Democratic Party who have led us to this Waterloo.
These are the people you see in the streets, spitting at ICE, torching Teslas.
I'll take what is fear-mongering for 200, Alex.
Oh, that's all they do here. And that's what they're going to do for the next 90 days with this, right? It's just, they have nothing to run on besides fear-mongering. But imagine if Hassan looked into the camera in that moment and said, listen, we welcome all Stevens voters. We understand that this campaign didn't win you over and you had your reasons, and we respect that. But we're going to fight every day to get you guys on board and listen to you. And we want you out there knocking doors and on board. And we think that if you hear a little bit more, you'll be just as excited about Abdul as we are. And you know, this is our beautiful party and our democracy. And we all have our differences, but we're all going to come together. And I'm excited to meet so many of you guys. Like, imagine if he said something like that. That'd be a great message on behalf of Abdul. But instead, it's like, you're all Islamophobic pricks and you need to get on board. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm excited to come out and vote for you, the guy you're behind. Okay. And like, oh, well, he's just a streamer. Nobody listens to him. He's on Fox News. Every Abdul interview, he's going to be shown that clip and said, what do you say to the Stevens voters who might be offended by this comment? Well, that's just a streamer. I don't stay. Okay. At some point, he's not just a streamer. He's your buddy. He's your pal. He's part of your campaign. And somebody in the Kick Chat said, this feels like streamer drama. This is way beyond that. Every attack ad by Mike Rogers has Hassan in it. Hassan is on Fox News every night, and they are linking him with Abdul. So there's no dismissing this as that's just some guy talking on his stream that has nothing to do with me. Abdul invited him to his little pool party the night before the election. Abdul has associated himself with him, and that excuse that he's just some streamer is not going to work moving forward. People do not know who Hassan is. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if they know who he is. It's just, hey, it's like Obama's pastor that people would always talk about. What's that guy's name? Something Wright, Jeremiah Wright or something. They're like, what? His comments. You know, there's always going to be somebody you're associated with, and it's up to you. Like, El Sayed could end this all right now by tossing Hassan's ass under the bus.
Distance themselves from this scene. These aren't the kinds of people you can bring around polite society.
It didn't work for Fox last night. What do you mean? What are you talking about? This is gold for them. And you could see how irritated El Sayed was that being asked to explain Hassan's comments. This is going to get old for El Sayed very quickly. It's a distraction. This campaign, in order to win, and this is not an easy race to win, Alyssa Slotkin won by like 0.25% against the same guy in 2024. This is not a layup. And more people came out last night and voted for the other Democratic candidates than El Sayed. So this is no cakewalk here. Time to get serious, man.
They don't care about 401ks. They want AK-47s. And know when he's safe. All campaign, Abdul's been saying he's running to take out Schumer and his Jewish donors. So now that he's the nominee, is Chuck going to just throw his money and wait behind him and pretend like they're cool? Chuck won't even say his name.
Look, in Michigan, we are going to beat the Republicans. We're going to take Michigan, and we're going to win back the Senate.
Schumer doesn't have a clean way out of this. Remember, they're not trying to flip this seat. This is a Democrat seat that they have to hold. If Democrats don't win the Senate, Schumer is going to lose his leadership, his fancy little office, and in 2 years, he's going to be out of a job. So he has to fund the man who wants his head. Has to. It's suicide by proxy. But Schumer could have a trick up his sleeve. He could pull a Plattner. Maybe Schumer's got dirt on Abdul, and he's going to drop it to force him out. and switcherooski sour grape Stevens. Because right now, Schumer doesn't have a lot of money to throw around. The party's broke. And Abdul, not a sure thing.
If El Sayed wins, I will not vote Democrat. I'll switch over, and I'll vote for a candidate with character, whoever that might be.
Not everybody in Michigan's feeling the Muslim fever. Abdul's not everybody's cup of tea.
As I was getting on the plane this morning, a guy who is a big fan of MS Now said to me, I'm anxious to see who wins. And I said, oh, did you vote? And he said, yes, I voted for Haley Stevens. And I said, oh, why? And he said, well, because of Israel, and I don't like the position that Abdul Sayed has on Israel. And in fact, if he wins, I will be voting for Mike Rogers.
Abdul has a lot of enemies, not just Jews. A lot of people think he's a tool.
Ugly, then I should be on a pike. And I'm like, Chief, I own mirrors. I know I'm an ugly guy. But if you want to put me on a pike, I mean, he has like a little man syndrome kind of energy.
So you think he could lose to Mike Rogers?
Oh, 100% that's possible, without a doubt. I mean, the polling seems to indicate that it is in danger.
I could see people saying the polling is useless because it was so off last night. But the polling was off showing Abdul doing a lot better, right? The polls showed Abdul plus 12, plus 17, plus 11, and then he barely won by less than 1%. The polls showed, those same polls showed that Mike Rogers was beating Abdul El Sayed by 1%. So I think you could make the argument that they were being much more charitable to Abdul El Sayed in the same polls that show his matchup versus Mike Rogers, meaning Mike Rogers is actually winning by more. So I think there's genuine concern that he is a weak opponent going into the general. I mean, I don't know how you could just dismiss the polls.
Let's go Shrek.
Let's go Shrek. I can anticipate people dismissing the polls saying, well, we shouldn't believe the polls because they were so wrong. But look at what direction they were wrong in when making that call. Again, the poll showed Stevens winning by 3% over Rogers in a head-to-head matchup. Also showed El Sayed losing by 1%. I would argue if the polls had El Sayed up double digits and he won by less than 1%, there's probably some more room there between him and Mike Rogers as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he's losing by 5%, 6% right now to Mike Rogers. It's not insurmountable, and I want him to win, but it's going to take work on his behalf, and that's why last night's speech he said it's time to mend fences. He knows he's got to win over those Haley Stevens voters. Again, more people voted for someone else than El Sayed in last night's Democratic primary. That shows he's got some work to do.
Abdul beat the machine, got outspent, worked hard, stayed on message, never apologized. You got to respect that. But half the Democrats in Michigan voted for somebody else, and blacks hate him. Detroit went for sour grape Stevens.
Blacks hate him. Jesus Christ.
Stevens wasn't even close. And he lost whites who didn't go to college, a lot of them. So Abdul has a lot of work to do. You can't win statewide with wealthy white liberal women. Early voting in Michigan starts in 5 weeks. Abdul came out of the gate hard.
My name is not raising your gas prices. My name is not taking us to war. My name is not the reason you can't afford your groceries. You know what it is? They're BS policies. So he can point to my name all he wants, but I'll also tell you this. I've been an Abdul in Michigan my whole life.
Say what you want about Abdul. He's not Midwest nice. And Michigan went MAGA twice. So he's going to have to thread the needle. The Republican nominee is Mike Rogers. He's Army, former FBI special agent, congressman, born and raised in Michigan. Not 100% MAGA, so he's swing statey. If Rogers wins, and he's up in the polls, the commie brand is going to be toxic. And Bernie is going to get blamed for Michigan and Maine. So the battle for the soul of the Democrat Party is just getting started, and Trump already dialed in.
Death, destruction, embarrassment. You lose your home, you lose your apartment, and that's where the communists will take us 100%. When I watch Abdul He's full of
Whoa!
MAGA's shown that it can win at the national level. The commies haven't come close, but they are building momentum. Michigan is an early test. That's terrifying the Democrat Party. And after the dust has settled, they've realized their money can't buy them elections anymore. That means they're going to have to rely on ideas, charismatic candidates, or their record. And that's why tonight they're drinking heavily. Be sure to like and...
What? Drinking heavily. I want to see that John Fetterman interview on CNN. Because he said more. He said, come, let's see what happens when you go to the Senate, tough guy. Something like that.
Joining us here in the Situation Room right now is Democratic Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania. Senator, thanks so much for joining us. I know you've criticized several of El Sayed's progressive policies. You've been involved in a public dispute with him as well. What's your reaction to his victory that we've now projected in this key battleground state of Michigan?
Well, I think it definitely puts the seat in play. Michigan typically doesn't really elect a Republican in the Senate for a while. And now Rogers was a very strong candidate, objectively. He barely lost to Slotkin, and she's a very strong candidate, and she just barely won back then. So now, if you've seen some of the polling, El Sayed is under maybe 5 to 6 points or more against him. And now some real money is going to flood into that state. And a lot of the things that he has done and said during the primary, we're going to come back to haunt, like campaigning with a guy that loves Hamas and is very proud to stand with communist regimes.
There, look, every time, even on the left, bringing up Hassan. I'm telling you, man, it's part of his campaign. It's part of who he is now because he hasn't distanced himself. It's a misstep. I don't think Hassan should have been anywhere near his campaign in the final days. I really think that El Sayed would have won by a couple of points if it weren't for Hassan. I mean, look how much a part of his campaign he is. And I don't know why Fetterman's wearing suits lately. I think he's trying to change his image too. Like he wants people to take him more seriously. He's been talking more about he's not a Republican and he's with the Democrats. He's been promoting some of the other Democratic candidates like Patola, Sherrod Brown, Tallarico, trying to show that he is still with the Democrats. So I don't know. Maybe he's starting to get into campaign mode or something.
So you're talking about Hassan Piker.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Who was out there with El Sayed on the campaign trail. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
You think AES could have won without Hassan? Absolutely. I'm saying I think he would have won by 5% last night if Hassan was nowhere near his campaign. I don't think Hassan contributed much to him. Like, why do you think Hassan was so instrumental? I mean, I'm sure Hassan got some door knockers out there and hyped up his campaign, but I think he would have been just fine without Hassan. In fact, I think Hassan was detrimental for his campaign.
I mean, you know, you'll be able to find out what he really thinks. Is he still going to campaign with a guy that proud to love Hamas? We'll see. Are you going to campaign with a guy that openly loved Mao and even dresses like him too for events? So overall, you're going to find out he was he had a very arrogant campaign, and now today, he just discovered that less than a majority of your state's only Democrats didn't even want you and vote for you. You came in around 48%. So, you know, you have a real situation as Democrats now that puts that seat in play.
President.
Well, people are asking me why I don't think Hassan helped. Did he organize any sort of like door knocking event or something? I think he was probably just encouraging people to sign up and volunteer and donate. But it's not like he like organized something from what I've heard. He just kind of encouraged people. So, you know, I don't know how influential that is. This is a state that Hassan doesn't live in. It's not like he has local connections. He's kind of like a outsider just flying in to do an event at the end of the campaign. Also, we looked into it. Before this last weekend's events, starting on like Thursday when Hassan got there, or Friday, I don't remember. But Hassan and him hadn't done anything together since April. like the beginning of April. So there had been no association between Hassan and El Sayed, from what I could see, from April until last like Friday. So I don't think him coming in at the last minute to live stream and go knock some doors and encourage people to come out made the difference or helped in any substantial way. I don't think El Sayed needed Hassan. I think he was just another influencer there. I think DSA and the progressive movement and all that stuff was the real force behind El Sayed, not Hassan. I mean, do people feel differently? I don't know. I don't follow Hassan, so I don't know if there was more to what he did. If there was, let me know so I can speak about this from educated place. But as far as I know, Hassan had no contact with him for 4 months, or at least public, and came out in the last few days to knock doors and live stream and just be a celebrity there. Dude Man Sue, thank you for gifting a membership on YouTube. I appreciate that. Pool party guest. Yeah, but the pool party was the night before. Night before the primary, so that goes with my point that he didn't do anything for 4 months, with 3 or 4 months. But the reason why I think Hassan was detrimental to his campaign and cost him some votes last night is because everybody talks about Hassan with him every time he's brought up. It's like the number one thing. It's in all the ads. I'm sure it was in every single AIPAC ad. It's the talk of the town that his supporter, Hassan Piker, said crazy things. Like, that's like one of the biggest criticisms of him. So if that didn't exist, imagine if on day one of his campaign, he said, fuck Hassan Piker. He's wrong. I love America, and I hope he learns to love America too. Shame on him for saying that. I love that he's progressive and he supports progressive policies like Medicare for all, but he needs to really pull his head out of his ass when it comes to his hatred for America. This would never be brought up ever again. They'd be like, oh, damn, this guy, he's not happy with Hassan at all. Now, that would never happen in a million years. He could have done a more muted version of that, just saying, I think Hassan is dead wrong when it comes to America deserving 9/11. Nobody deserves a terrorist attack that kills 3,000 people. I love this country, and I hope Hassan Piker learns to love it too, but I will not associate with somebody who does that. I think it would have been just fine. He doesn't need Hassan's help. Going to go.
Trump just moments ago called El Sayed's projected victory in Michigan, and I'm quoting Trump now, great news for the Republican Party, labeling El Sayed a, quote, communist loser who hates Jews and Israel, end quote. How do you respond to what the president is saying, and do you agree with his assessment?
I'm saying objectively, as a Democrat that understands how to win a competitive state, it's like it does put it in play. And 100% the Republicans were eager to run against him, and that's where we are. And now you see how close it was, 14,000 votes out of 1.5 million votes. And now that's a divided primary. And he has said a lot of negative things towards her and other people. And now I think he's going to find out that he has to mend fences, as he said. Well, I guess we'll see.
Considering El Sayed's win in Michigan, and we've now projected he is the winner in the Michigan primary, are you willing to consider that perhaps you are the Democrat missing what voters want from their candidates?
So for me, what if this candidate, I have a great relationship with vast majority of Democrats. We have really great candidates across the map. In Ohio, Georgia, in Texas, we have great ones. But, I have a real problem with people that are proud to campaign people that loved Hamas or that they love communist kinds of regime and under those kinds of policies overall. And that's why I'm saying objectively as a Democrat in the Senate saying that puts that seat in danger. And now that could, and now people like Sanders, after what he's done in Maine with Plattner, and now it's like it's creating more kinds of chaos. And now it's like, will you own the blowback and making it much more difficult to defend this seat?
If a
So I'd like to see John Fetterman do more of this, talking about what he does like and who he stands for, because I think he wins people over. If he just goes on TV every time and talks shit about the Democrats, saying they have Trump derangement syndrome, or I love Israel gone, or I don't like Abdul because he hangs with Hassan, he's not doing himself any favors, because he needs to remind people of what he does support. Because I think he's still mostly there. I'm blown away by anybody as some of the stuff he says, but I think he could easily win back a ton of supporters by reminding people that he supports progressive policy, which he does. I'm not going to make a defense here. It's just going to piss people off because everybody wants to rage at Fetterman, but I'll take a Democrat in that seat over a Republican any day of the week.
Democratic Senate primary were held in Pennsylvania today, the Commonwealth, as you like to call it, of Pennsylvania. Do you believe you would win?
Now, the only thing people can point to that differentiates him from all the Democrats is he's voted for a couple of Trump's cabinet officials, but so have other Democrats. He voted for the Lake and Riley Act. Well, so did John Ossoff. I don't think anybody's calling John Ossoff a Republican. So if you really look at his voting record, it comes down to he voted for like one or two cabinet secretaries for Trump, which, by the way, it's kind of a gift to us because enabling Trump to have his worst picks in his cabinet is working out for us swimmingly. You know what I mean? Like Pete Hegseth, these people are totally toxic clowns that play right into our hand for winning in future elections. And Trump was going to get shitbags no matter how you slice it. So the worse the better has always been my policy.
If there was a primary, a Democratic primary in Pennsylvania.
Like today?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean.
Look at that. He's confident. I could win.
Democratic Senate primary were held in Pennsylvania today, the Commonwealth, as you like to call it, of Pennsylvania. Do you believe you would win? If there was a primary, a Democratic primary in Pennsylvania.
Like today?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's we don't know exactly, but overall, it's 2026, so it's really kind of a theoretic.
It is.
I'm not sure he would win. I'd love to hear him detail that one out. I'm not saying he's mentally all there. Obviously, he's struggling and he has problems. I'm saying politically, he's mostly there still. He is playing footsie with the Republicans when he talks about Trump derangement syndrome and hangs out with them and pals around with Republican senators and you know, all that nonsense. But what I'm saying is he's mostly still there, like all the other Democrats with the party. I mean, what do people point to when they say he's not a Democrat? They really can't point to anything. They're like, oh, he goes on Fox News all the time and says Democrats have Trump derangement syndrome. Okay, but how's he voting? He's written like 3 op-eds saying, I'm not switching parties. I'm a Democrat. I'd make a terrible Republican. I believe him. I think worst case scenario becomes an independent that caucuses with the Democrats. We already have 3 independents, so another one wouldn't be a big deal. 2 independents. He was a lefty. I think he still is. I don't know what people could really point to say he's not a lefty. I do think he's moderated a bit on some of his issues. That's one thing I'd like to see him talk about his position more so people can see where he's at. Like we don't know a lot of his positions because he never talks about them.
It is a hypothetical question. But I asked the question because you told my colleague Manu Raju last month, you probably remember, that you would leave the Democratic Party if it adopts an anti-Israel policy, calling it your red line.
People hate him because of Israel. Yes, I agree. 90% of the hatred for John Fetterman, 95% is his unnecessarily pro-Israel stance. He's really lays it on thick, which you can be pro-Israel and chill out a little bit. You know what I mean? So, but I agree with you. I think most of it has to do with Israel.
Exactly does that look like? And at what point will you make that decision to potentially leave your own Democratic Party?
Well, I've said this, if the Democratic Party
adds that into the platform. If they say we become a party that will never vote for aid for Israel, or if we will define Israel as the aggressor, or that's the problem in the region, so then that would force me to reconsider that.
That one issue alone, just Israel, if the Democratic platform upcoming were to say some anti-Israel stuff, you would leave?
Well, that's become the defining, really the defining litmus in this race. I mean, if you've been following the Michigan race, it was AIPAC, 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 AIPAC. I mean, that really made that the center of that race and all the other races across our country. So
AIPAC, the pro-Israel lobby organization. Why is Israel, another country, your red line right now? This is what your critics are saying, rather than a domestic issue that impacts Americans' everyday lives.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with a lot of Democrats, too. And then when you migrate into these extreme kinds of views and embrace the kinds of people that should really be considered toxic. So, of course, I'm entitled to my opinion, and if you're proud to campaign with those individuals, great. That's really up to them. You know, I called trash Plattner. I called that he is a real problem, and now why people seem to be okay with it. Why was Bernie Sanders okay with the guy? And he was already the Nazi tattoo. And after all the allegations of roughing up his ex-girlfriends and saying terrible things, indefensible things online, and you would push these kinds of candidates that put our ability to reclaim the majority at serious risk.
I hear everything you're saying, but why is Israel your red line, the major issue that would force you potentially to leave your own party?
Because I think we have our nation has a very special responsibility to protect and support Israel. I mean, we're Democrats. We're the ones that have a very kinds of progressive values. That's the nation that only has those kinds of similar values in that entire region. And now, if you look at the kind of danger and the circumstances there, remind people that Israel is not the aggressor. They've been pushed into this existential war. And now I think for me, it's very critical that I'm proud to say I will always vote and support Israel.
So this is still an issue potentially, I'm not saying you're going to do it, potentially that could force you to leave the Democratic Party?
Yes, I've said that a couple times.
So it's still there.
Yeah, of course that's there.
I want to be clear, some of your colleagues across the aisle have openly
What happened to their audio?
hoped you'd switch your party to the Republican Party. If you were to leave the Democratic Party, would you become an independent or a Republican?
Oh, come on. I think he would become an independent. I think it's super overblown about him becoming a Republican.
I don't know, but as I've said this, there are no Republicans that are pro-choice and pro-union and pro-gay community. I mean, all of those things. So, if you consider me politically homeless at some point, now I have put me at odds, and I don't know why. I think more people can appreciate, calling out people that are appropriate, whether it's people like Plattner or whether it's someone like Hassan Piker, or you have people, incoming Congress people that were going to wipe their mouth with the American flag. I mean, it's like, why is it? It seems like if you can't criticize or call that out, because it seems like if you are a DSA people, you're under your own banner. Hey, I'm going to run as a DSA, the DSA party.
Socialists of America.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we want more socialism, and now we become more embracing communism in many of those circles.
So you think socialism eventually emerges and becomes communism? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying, what's become acceptable to say, and for example, now organizations like J Street have now made it okay for Democrats to vote against even supporting Iron Dome, purely defensive kinds of a system. Why would you not support that kind of a thing? And that's pushing us in the Democratic Party. Are we willing to turn our back to Israel? History has demonstrated that if a nation or people will turn their back to the Jewish community, that has some very tragic outcomes.
Congresswoman Haley Stevens, who just lost this Democratic primary in Michigan, echoed calls across the Democratic Party for unity heading into the fall. Are you willing to unify with Abdul El Sayed, for example, who's now the Democratic nominee, the Democratic candidate?
Oh,
that's a great question. You ready to get behind? Vote blue no matter who, right, John? Right, John? Right?
oh yeah, yeah, the tough guy.
Tough guy. I love these people coming to my channel screeching this at me and all you guys. Like, what happened to vote blue no matter who? Huh? You've been on. It's like, okay, and what has your response been the whole time, right? You soyed out and said you need to earn my vote. So doesn't feel so good, does it, right? Maybe maybe it's not the right response, huh? Huh?
The Democratic candidate?
Oh, yeah, yeah, the tough guy. He called me ugly and then I should be on a pike. And I'm like, Chief, I own mirrors. I know I'm an ugly guy. But if you want to put me on a pike, I mean, he has like a little man syndrome kind of energy. And now he was really arrogant in that race. And now he have just found out that, less than a majority of Democrats want him. And he has a serious responsibility between now and November to hold that seat.
So you think he could lose to Mike Rogers?
Oh, 100% that's possible, without a doubt. I mean, the polling seems to indicate that it is in danger.
So how should members of your party?
I mean, where's the lie in what he just said? I mean, they were running a campaign towards the end like they were winning by double digits, and they got humbled on election night. I've read a few articles saying that they really screwed up with those internal polls because they released them. Those were polls from within his campaign that showed he was up 12, 17. And, it gave people the impression that they were about to dominate. And then when you win by less than 1%, 15,000 votes or whatever out of 1.5 million, people are looking at you like you're weak. Now, if they hadn't done that and they said, hey guys, this is super close, and didn't release those polls and just let the regular polls tell the story, then you wouldn't have people saying, damn, that was close, So big mistake. And they were living the high life there with their little pool party and just the hubris, So now they got a little bit of a challenge. You see Destiny post on all of that and the voter suppression they did. No, but I've heard about the Michigan voter. That guy or woman, I don't know, that person's getting dragged for making up some story about an internal pollster at Haley Stevens' campaign saying that they're losing or something. I don't know.
The Democratic Party come together to defeat the Republican candidate.
Yeah, well, I can't come together with.
Can't believe the binary TikTok brain rot take on Israel is the prominent opinion. What are you talking about? Is you against the world? 881 messages in my chat, and you're talking shit on my chat? Bold move.
Someone, if you are willing to embrace people that loves Hamas or that thinks America deserved 9/11, I think that's reasonable, and I think that's the reasonable view. Being able to kind of be like, well, maybe and try to ignore those things. That's not a big tent situation. There are things that are unacceptable to have these views as a Democrat, I think.
Senator John Fetterman, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it very much.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Senator John Fetterman. Looks like Abdul El Sayed did an interview on CNN too.
The results of last night's Senate primary race have the President of the United States tonight lashing out.
Let's see how long until they ask him about Hassan Piker. Will it come up in Caitlin's interview?
And the polls were wrong again last night when they thought it would be a landslide victory for a hater of Jews and a hater of Israel. This guy hates Jews. Somebody said, oh, that's a little strong. No, he hates Jews and he hates Israel. Abdul El Sayed. Can you believe this? This could only happen to me. Abdul El Sayed, lovely gentleman. He's a man of hate.
And now he's going around saying, no, I love everybody. He doesn't love everybody. Put him in office. You're going to find out what he loves.
I heard some people talking about Trump's hair in this appearance. Looks like he's wearing a wig. Like his hair is much thicker, looking much newer. I don't know what's going on up there, man. Is Trump finally rocking a hairpiece?
He doesn't love Israel. He doesn't love Jewish people. He hates them. He hates them with a passion that burns in his heart, and there's not a frickin' thing he can do about it. There's not a thing he can do about it because he hates them. But every time this has happened, and you do that, you go through squalor and add the word again, filth, crime, death, destruction, embarrassment. You lose your home, you lose your apartment, and that's where the communists will take us 100%. When I watch Abdul, he's full of shit.
What is your response to the president?
Full of shit.
I'm glad he thinks I'm a lovely gentleman. A lot of people think so. Look, this is the response that they have. You notice what he talked about. First, look at the background. It says no tax on tips. The man can't stay on focus. That's like the one thing that he did to offer any economic relief. But instead of that, he's more focused on me and what I'm going to do while we're living through an affordability crisis that is generational. People are paying nearly $5 in gas because of a war he started. And half the time, if he's not talking about me, he's talking about the drapes in his ballroom. So at the end of the day, I invite the president to focus what I'm saying. I want to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all. I think a lot of Michiganders want that right now. And I think Mike Rogers, for his own part, is running away from Donald Trump himself. When you're asked Mike Rogers about his position on the war or his position on Trump's tariffs, he is mum. So, look, I'm looking forward to tying Mike Rogers to Donald Trump all day, every day. But I do agree with the part where he says I'm a lovely gentleman.
Yeah, he didn't push back on the Jew hate part. That's interesting. I don't know about giving Trump credit for the no tax on tips either. Like average tax return increased by about 10%, $360 due to all the provisions in the One Big Beautiful Bill. I would bring that up and say, look at the sign behind him. This guy ran on false promises and failed to deliver. People thought he would really give them economic relief. And his One Big Beautiful Bill led to crumbs that people burned through within 3 weeks of the Iran war, and the tariffs that were implemented last year added another $1,100 to their usual bills. I don't know about giving Trump credit. Maybe because it's a swing state, he thinks that might go over well or something like that. But it is interesting how he just completely ignored the Jew-hating part in Trump's comments there. You got anything else to say there, Abdul? What about the part where he said he hates Jewish people 3 times? No comment about that? Okay.
I'm not sure he meant that, but we'll leave it at that. You mentioned what your campaign message.
I mean, that part kind of stood out to me, but hey, what do I know?
Was over the last several months. You defeated Haley Stevens for the nomination by what right now I think is 1 percentage point. What does a margin that close tell you about what the next 90 days need to look like for your campaign?
Look, we as a party have to come together. We had a hard-fought battle. There were some disagreements between folks who might have voted for me or folks who might have voted with the Congresswoman. But I also know that the things that unite us are so much bigger than whatever it is that divides us. We have an opportunity right now to come together, to embrace the idea that we can have an America that is affordable, because Michiganders right now are suffering. We can actually address the housing crisis. We can address the fact that too many people worry about the fact that they might get sick and don't have the health care that they need and deserve. Mike Rogers is exactly the opposite of that. Mike Rogers spent his 14 years in Congress taking check after check after check, totaling more than $1 million from the pharmaceutical industry, for which, for his vote, he voted 19 times to raise prescription drug prices, helped to architect the legislation that kicked off the opioid epidemic, 600,000 people dead. So I want to give you health care. He wants to take it away. I provided Narcan and 100 vending machines for free. He helped to kick off a crisis for which that Narcan had to be the answer. The difference couldn't be more certain, and we have an opportunity to come together to defeat him, defeat Trumpism, hold him accountable, and start actually addressing the challenges that people in Michigan are facing.
It was a really tough primary, obviously. I mean, at one point you described Haley Stevens as a suit with a large AIPAC bank account. said hopefully they could find some ways to teach her how to string together 2 coherent sentences. That was your quote.
Oof.
She is now supporting you now that you have won the nomination. Are you going to invite her to campaign with you out on the trail?
Look, we need everybody together to beat Mike Rogers. I'm grateful. We had a great conversation this morning. We talked about a hard-fought primary. You know, I've known the Congresswoman since 2018, since we ran together. And again, whatever our different disagreements, we know that the disagreements we have with Mike Rogers and Donald Trump are so much bigger. And in the heat of a primary, you're going to say some things you later on would rather have not said. And I think we have an opportunity right now to focus on what needs to be said, which is that Mike Rogers is an existential threat to the affordability of Michiganders, which is already pretty low, that taking on Donald Trump and holding him accountable for his abuses of power is a critical goal, and that addressing the fact that people deserve health care and housing and good schools is a key goal that we all share. So we're coming together as we need to do to defeat Mike Rogers and defeat Trumpism.
Wow, that's the first time I've heard him say that he takes back what he said. Some things you wish you wouldn't have said. Damn. That was that 2 sentences, can't string 2 sentences together comment was made hours before he put out a statement telling his own supporters to stop the personal attacks.
Well, so given how many votes she got, will she be on the campaign trail with you?
Look, I should hope so. That's a choice that she gets to make. But all of us coming together around the slate that we've built. And look, we've got some great candidates on that slate. You think about the Lieutenant Governor, Garland Gilchrist, Ellie Savitt, with whom I've worked during my time at the city of Detroit. Obviously, Jocelyn Benson, who won her campaign handily, our Secretary of State and soon to be governor. There's a lot on this ticket that Michiganders can have a lot of hope in. And so I'm looking forward to campaigning together to win the future where we take on Trumpism and Mike Rogers. And I'm hoping that Congresswoman Stevens and Senator McMorrow, who was with me earlier today, will be out there on the trail talking about what we need to do to build a future where we get money out of politics, put money in pockets, and pass Medicare for all.
Well, and this.
I don't know if I expect him to have a commitment from either of them the next day to campaign with him, but the fact that it sounds like neither of them offered to do that in a concrete way is a bit concerning. You know what I mean? Like they've endorsed him, but you can't say on CNN the next night that they'll be joining you on the campaign trail at some point, even once. That's concerning. I don't expect people who lose campaigns to go out there and campaign for their opponent. These are emotional campaigns and feelings get hurt, and it's asking a lot to have somebody join you in person, you know. But this is a very serious seat, and I think that to me it shows a bit of a weakness for him that he can't go on TV and say they'll both be joining me at some point. At some point, they will be joining me. I would have offered that, you know, if I had a nice campaign against somebody and I lost, I say, hey, man, I will come out. This seat means so much to me. And if you tell me when you need me, and I'll be there. But yeah, I think Stevens would do it for sure. I think we'll see them out there. I hope so.
This seat is so critical for your party to win control of the Senate in Washington. We've heard some Democrats who are worried that you cannot defeat Mike Rogers come November. How do you plan to address those concerns from people in your own party?
We don't need worry, we need work. You know, we took on $70 million of outside spending, an 11-to-1 spending gap on the airwaves, and we took it on because we did the work. 12,000 people knocking nearly 10,000 doors a day. We started this campaign 15 months ago, having conversations in rooms of 5 or 50 people at a time. And so that's how we're going to beat Mike Rogers, the old-fashioned way, brick by brick. So if you're worried right now, get to work. That's the work that we need to do. And I can tell you on our campaign, we're going to be out there knocking doors, having those conversations that are what our democracy is about. But worrying, and Democrats worrying, is not going to solve the problem. You heard Donald Trump at the top of this show. This is a guy who can't even focus on our affordability. He's more interested in saying my name in an interesting way or calling me a lovely gentleman than he is interested in actually solving our problems. We have to stand up to that, which means let's go get to work. Let's go talk to our fellow Michiganders about who we are and who we want to be and what it takes to take on the most corrupt president in American history and his lackey who licks every boot he possibly can of that man, Mike Rogers.
All right, Caitlin, this would be a good time to ask him about Hassan Piker's comments. Let's see if she goes there.
I mean, in addition to work, a lot of money is probably going to be spent here. And you were really critical of outside spending in the primary, especially from AIPAC. You have pledged not to take a dime of corporate money in your race. Is that still your position tonight?
It is still my position. It is, has been, and always will be.
But will you need help from national Democrats? I mean, will you welcome outside spending as if there's going to be a ton of money being spent on Mike Rogers? Do you also want a ton of money being spent from national Democrats on your race?
Yeah, like how are you going to compete? The Republicans aren't playing that game. It's like he's going to go into the race with one arm tied behind his back. I get doing it for the primary to prove a point to people, but you're giving yourself a handicap going into the general. Why do that? I mean, I understand what he's trying to do, but it's like, bro, if you don't win, your little principles don't mean anything. You know what I mean?
Look, I wish we lived in a world where there was less outside spending generally. I wish we lived in a world where corporations could not spend on campaigns. I wish we lived in a world where there were no super PACs or 501c4s. But if unions want to spend to uphold union rights, if the Working Families Party wants to spend to get health care passed, if the National Nurses United or the Medicare for All PAC wants to spend to push back on the power of big pharma, I think it's important for us to make sure that we are fighting fire with fire. But those are different things. If you're a corporation trying to corrupt a politician, just like Mike Rogers has been corrupted by the pharmaceutical industry, yeah, I think nurses coming in and saying, hey, we're going to bring some funds to help a candidate who wants to stand up to that industry, that makes sense. But I think we'd all rather live in a world where outside spending was not a thing. And look, the minute I hit the U.S. Senate, I am working toward that world. I want to end Citizens United. I want to ban super PACs and 501c4s and all of this dark money infrastructure that has allowed corporations and special interests to corrupt our politics.
Do you know how much you've raised since last night, in the last 24 hours or so?
Honestly, I haven't checked. It has been a whirlwind, but I know it's been a lot. People are really excited about the opportunity we have in this race. They see the clear contrast between a corrupt politician like Mike Rogers, who offers nothing new. I mean, this guy hasn't had an original idea since 1994. And a candidate who is new on the scene, who wants to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. That contrast couldn't be more exciting. And it's partly why we saw 500,000 more Democrats vote in our primary than did Republicans. And look, if we can muster that kind of turnout in this next election, we are going to swamp. Mike Rogers will go back to his swamp in Florida, and we'll be headed to the U.S. Senate.
You said before, Chuck Schumer doesn't want to see me on the inside of the U.S. Senate. How did your call with Chuck Schumer go?
Have you seen Trump's hair today? WDF.
If that's the clip we just watched a few minutes ago, it looks like he's got a nice new hairpiece, very full and youthful looking. Is that what you're talking about? What'd you say?
We'll be headed to the U.S. Senate.
You said before, Chuck Schumer doesn't want to see me on the inside of the U.S. Senate. How did your call with Chuck Schumer go today?
Well, at this point, I'm the only Democrat standing to come to the inside of the U.S. Senate, and I think we had a good, meaningful, heart-to-heart conversation about what it takes to win in a state like Michigan and what needs to be done to defeat Mike Rogers. So I'm looking forward to partnering alongside him to win the Senate majority, to win back to keep the state of Michigan, and to win back the gavel for Democrats so that we can start holding Donald Trump accountable. I can't wait to sit across RFK Jr. and actually grill him. Dude uses big words he does not understand, and I happen to go to medical school, so I kind of understand them. It is going to be a good time holding him accountable for all of the grift that he has pushed on the American public.
So that's...
Look forward to working with Chuck Schumer. Okay, interesting.
If you win, that's the Trump official you most want to see testifying before you in the Senate.
I think it's the Trump official that most people would probably like to see me stand up against because, look, I'm a guy with a doctorate in medicine and in public health. He's a guy who takes his kids swimming in Schitt's Creek.
Oh, got him.
Speaking of senators that you might be serving alongside and questioning Trump officials, I want you to listen to what, I'm not sure if you've seen this, what Democratic Senator John Fetterman said about you today.
Are you willing to unify with Abdul El Sayed, for example, who's now the Democratic nominee, the Democratic candidate?
Oh, well, yeah, the tough guy. He called me ugly and then I should be on a pike. And I'm like, Chief, I own mirrors. Well, I can't come together with someone if you are willing to embrace people that loves Hamas or that thinks America deserved 9/11. I think that's reasonable.
Watch them become best friends. You're not wrong. Usually if you like fight with somebody and it really gets down to coming to blows, you tend to be friends afterwards, get to know each other. I wouldn't be surprised if they become fast friends. Why not?
What's your response to Senator Fetterman?
In Trump's words, what a lovely gentleman.
I mean, he said that you need to renounce people like the left-wing streamer Hassan Piker, who was campaigning.
Got it. Got Hassan in there.
With you, who was out there in Michigan on Monday night, I believe last night as well. Do you have any plans to do that?
Look, I'll tell you this. I'm less focused on folks who are campaigning with me, more focused on the folks I'm campaigning to. And I think it's important to stay in touch with the folks who you want to elect you. I think that's clearly what's gone wrong with Senator Fetterman. It's clear he probably doesn't spend much time in Pennsylvania because he was campaigning with Bernie Sanders and now wants to renounce Bernie Sanders. I don't know if he still thinks he's a Democrat or not. But look, I'm hoping to get to the U.S. Senate and maybe we can hash that conversation out in person. But for right now, I'm focused on winning my state so that we can win a Democratic majority in the fall.
Oh, he is not. I think this is a huge mistake, dude. Why are you sticking with Hassan, man? Oh, that is unfortunate. If I do not understand the strategy at all right now.
Has anyone ever seen Tom Homan and John Fetterman in the same room? I'm just asking questions.
Two ogres. Yeah, I wonder how big Tom Homan is. I have a feeling he's not that tall. I'm willing to bet he's a pretty small guy compared to John Fetterman. Thank you for the $20 super chat, Yeller. Hell yeah. I'm telling you, man, this is only going to get worse. And he's sticking with Hassan for some dumb reason. Like, I'm just listening to the people. Hassan is not the people, man. All right. Ego-driven idiot. I don't know, man. I'd love to hear over the next few weeks an argument why keeping Hassan close to the vest is smart when you're being associated with a guy who said America deserved 9/11 as you try to become the first Muslim senator in our nation's history on the eve of the September 11th 25th anniversary. Like, seems on paper to be the stupidest thing you could do, man. You got to be kidding me. Islamophobia is about to flood the airwaves to the tune of $300 million in ads, and you're going to hang out with the guy who's known as the America deserved 9/11 dude? Like, really? That you don't want to let that go? You really want to answer questions about that for the next 90 days? You could easily solve this by cutting him loose. Homan is 5'10", which isn't short but not tall. Yeah, I figured he was smaller than that, but yeah, it's pretty big.
Can you clarify for us what your position is on funding for Israel if you do become a U.S. Senator? Are you opposed to all funding for Israel, period, military funding?
Because disavowing him is weak as hell? So you think hanging with the guy who said America deserved 9/11 as the Republicans spend $300 million to scare the living daylights out of people with Islamophobia, with September 11th coming up, you think that's a good idea? You think that's okay? It's flip-flopping. Who cares? Who cares? I think it matters. Nobody's going to be like, so you're a hypocrite for now distancing yourself from Hassan. No, they're going to be like, until he moves away from Hassan, they're going to continue to assume he's his best friend and he loves him and he supports all his policy positions. I think it's idiotic to stick with him. the clips of Hassan cheering Hezbollah and the Houthis haven't even dropped yet. Oh, they're gonna.
Hassan, the financier?
Yes, exactly. They're going to mine the vaults for Hassan's worst moments and play them giddily in ads on Fox and it's gonna be the talk of the town, man. But okay, I guess the concern is he abandons his boys when the heat turns up. That's the concern. Okay.
I'm opposed to unconditional military aid for any country. That is Israel, yes, but that's also Egypt, where my family immigrated from. That's Pakistan, that's Saudi Arabia, that's UAE. And that's not because of a focus on what's happening anywhere except for a focus on what's happening here. We've got communities in my state where the median income is $14,000, and I believe they have a right to their tax dollars. I also believe in international law and upholding international law, and there are Leahy laws.
Wait, hold on. I gotta hear that again.
Military aid.
To become a U.S. Senator, are you opposed to all funding for Israel, period, military funding?
I'm opposed to unconditional military aid for any country. That is Israel, yes, but that's also Egypt, where my family immigrated from. That's Pakistan, that's Saudi Arabia, that's UAE. And that's not because of a focus on what's happening anywhere except for a focus on what's happening here. We've got communities in my state where the median income is $14,000, and I believe they have a right to their tax dollars. I also believe in international law and upholding international law, and there are Leahy laws against dealing arms to countries who are engaged in human rights abuses. And I don't want to fund a foreign military that does genocide, apartheid, or has taken us to a war we don't need to fight. I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for Jewish Israelis and Palestinians alike. I believe our responsibility, though, more than anything else, is to use our tax money here in Michigan to provide health care in Michigan, and schools in Michigan, and roads in Michigan, rather than to send it to a foreign government that might use it in the form of bombs and tanks to destroy infrastructure and schools and hospitals there.
Hey, but you could make this argument about Ukraine as they have started to attack inside of Russia. You could make this argument for a lot of countries. I do think it's smart to mention Egypt and other countries. I think that's the beginning of the pivot. He's done it before, though. It's not the first time. I think he did it in the debate where he mentioned Egypt. But I think that's a bit of a pivot there to bring up. I'm against all aid to countries, you know. But he'll get pressed on that a bit, and we'll see if he can thread that needle. Isolationist. Well, I hate when politicians do this, but in all fairness, a lot of them do it in the sense that's like, if we stop sending the $3 billion to Israel, we can have that money here in Michigan. That money is not making its way to Michigan, dude. Those are two completely separate pots, and they don't depend on each other. Like, nobody is pressed for money for Michigan because we're sending money to our countries abroad. I mean, let's not kid ourselves here. So you're like promising things you can't deliver on. It's just, you know, we can fix everything in Michigan if we just stop sending money to Israel. It's not going to work out like that. Also, there's no aid for Israel right now anyways. Israel is so toxic that you couldn't pass a single dollar for Israel beyond just some basic military cooperation that we've been doing for 50 years.
Some people might hear that and say, well, does he support, funding defensive systems like the Iron Dome in Israel? Do you?
Good question.
I don't believe that there's really a difference between offensive or defensive weapons. And I also don't believe it's my responsibility to buy defensive weapons for a foreign government when our kids are defenseless against schools that have been underfunded for a very, very long time. My responsibility as the next senator from Michigan is children in Michigan, rather than thinking about what's in the interest of a foreign government.
Okay.
All right. So I don't hear this argument, and maybe I'm crazy, but if we don't provide defensive weapons, number one, that's a pretty unpopular position. I think you're not going to find a ton of people that support not sending defensive weapons to Israel. As if rockets rain down on them, they'll change their behavior. In what world does Israel just change their behavior because now they're exposed to rockets from their enemies? they're going to go 100 times harder on offense to wipe out any threat. They're not going to be like, oh, damn, well, we don't have our defensive weapons, so we better change our behavior now and start acting better towards our neighbors. No, they're going to go, okay, you want to take down my fence? I'm going to fucking go shoot my neighbor in the head, so he doesn't do anything to me. It's like, this seems the worst idea in the world to not give them defensive weapons. Like, there's got to be a better way to encourage the behavior you want than taking away someone's security. I understand the argument. Well, they're hiding behind their shield and they can do whatever they want. But you have to understand that if you take that away, they're going to feel that they've got to do even more. People say, well, how much more can you do? That's already genocide. Trust me, there's a lot more. So, not a big fan of this argument. D. Wayne, thanks for the resub on Kick, bro. Appreciate that.
Okay, so that's a yes, that you are against funding to things like the Iron Dome.
I am against it in large part because I just don't understand why anybody thinks it's the right thing to do to send our tax dollars abroad to fund foreign militaries when our own kids barely get to go to schools that are functional.
One thing during the campaign that we saw people in your state talk about, the Attorney General, Dana Nessel, she's Jewish. She said she's not going to go to the...
This is Pisco's argument too? Has Pisco made that argument? I haven't heard that. I've never heard anyone really make that argument. Tank left Mossad deleveraging OP confirmed. What? You want to speak English, please?
Democratic Party's nominating convention that Nessel, we saw people in your state talk about. The Attorney General, Dana Nessel, she's Jewish. She said she's not going to go to the Democratic Party's nominating convention that's happening this month in your state.
Butch body. Oh, what now? Please want bad built butch body. Baby girl. Please want bad built butch body.
Oh, what now? That's what she said.
Bad built butch body. Baby girl. Bad built bad built body. Bad butch body. Please want bad butch body. Please want bad butch body.
Trump is a regard. You said you're not sure whether to grant Ukraine the Patriot missiles. Do you want to see more from Zelensky? Trump, it's a big step. We have to be very careful about letting somebody build them. We haven't agreed to that. They could turn on you.
Yeah, not happy to hear that from Trump. What the hell, man? Give Ukraine their ability to build patriots, man. I saw some articles saying that they're struggling right now because they don't have the interceptors. We don't have interceptors either because of Trump's stupid war in Iran. Yeller with the $100 super chat, man. Holy shit. Let's freaking go. Thank you. That is huge. Not even throwing down on the poll. Yeller leaving it to the others to weigh in and see who they want. I appreciate that. I think that's cool. You do you, bro. Trump was so close to being based for the first time in his life. Yeah, he was starting to warm up to Ukraine. But I think Putin called him. His boss gave him a ring. Hey. Don't give them any advantage. I don't know why we gauge in the MAGA slopulism or retreating from foreign affairs because of debt or lack of funding. Yeah. I think there's a smarter way to go about curbing Israel's bad behavior than withholding defensive weapons, or we shouldn't be funding anybody out there. It's like there are reasons why we spend the money there, and it's not just because. Number one, well, not number one, but in addition, if we don't give Israel defensive weapons, I think they'll go even harder offensively. If we don't give them anything and we don't stay involved with these countries, they'll get it from somewhere. These countries aren't just going to just say, oh, well, looks like the funding is dried up. Nothing to see here, boss. They're going to go get it somewhere, and they're going to become better friends with some of our adversaries. China, Russia, who knows? North Korea, I don't know where the hell. But, like Israel's not just going to burn, They're not going to go like, oh, well, shucks.
She says she doesn't feel safe there. You earlier today in your acceptance speech when you got the nomination said that you want to work to protect Jewish Americans to make them feel safe. How do you plan to do that? What does that look like for you personally?
Well, I happen to remember the nominating convention in 2018 when then Attorney General nominee Dana Nessel asked me to read her nomination officially into the books. So she felt perfectly safe with us there. I think it's important that
Why, dude? Why would you do that? You want her support. Why would you say something like that? Well, I remember back in the day when she felt perfectly fine. You know what I mean? Like, that was no big deal at all. But now, I don't know. Hold on, we got a small child in the chat. If any parents out there missing their child, I think they stumbled into my channel for a minute. Oh boy, this guy, you know, you have to wait 20 minutes to post anything in the channel. This loser's been sitting here for 20 minutes. At least 20 minutes. Oh my Lord, come on. All right, keep them coming. Anything else? Go ahead. Get it out of your system, little guy. Go ahead. We hear you. You're having a mental health crisis. I know. Okay, I know. There it is. I know, little guy. Get it out. Get it out of your system. Get it out of your system. I know. Mom and dad dropped you on your head when you were a baby, and dad never loved you, and mom never showed you anything. And like, I get it. We can't. Life is RNG who our parents are, man. And your parents failed you miserably, and your community let you down. I'm sorry, man. It happens, but it doesn't have to be like this. You don't have to live like this, little guy, all right? You can choose to change your life. Oh, wait, my subscriber mode's not even on. Okay, now it is. There we go. How did that happen? Well, we fixed that. All right, guys. The male loneliness epidemic on full display right there. Jesus. Can't even spell slurs correctly. Yeah, that is unfortunate.
that all of us feel safe, and Jewish safety to me is a priority, just like the safety of my own daughters. But I do think it's important for us to differentiate between safety and between our different political positions about the interests of a foreign government. And I do think that it's unfortunate when people mix those issues. I've been very, very clear. Jewish people and Judaism are a light unto the world. I'm deeply grateful for them, and I will always stand with the Jewish people against any anti-Semitism in any type, just like I understand the experience of being discriminated against for how I pray. I don't want anybody discriminated against for how they pray. But that's not the same as AIPAC or Israel. And I think there is a challenge when folks try to use the specter of anti-Semitism to extend toward protecting a foreign government against criticism, and I think that's the place that the Attorney General and I might disagree. I'd be happy to have that conversation with her, but up until
what the fuck is this answer, dude? What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you nuts,
O'Rourke
bro?
voted against the border wall. Now, that's a good thing to learn. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
3, 2, 1. Brigade.
Brigade. I think it's just one psycho. Bro, thank you, Bad Company, for the $10.
Writing a letter to YouTube. I am a subscriber but can't chat anymore. YouTube L, Twitch W.
I'm a subscriber but can't chat anymore? Well, you might have got it. No, there you are.
I don't even think a photo op at the Wailing Wall would save him if he keeps kneecapping himself like this. Crying face emoji.
What is this answer, dude? Is he drunk? This is an insane answer. I agree. This is nuts. Why would you do this? People are using the specter of anti-Semitism to support a country like, bro. All right. He's moderating. Holy throws, dude. I got to hear this again. That was an epic throw. I don't think I've seen a throw like that before, man. Like, fuck off, dude. Anti-Semitism is at an all-time high. It's in 2024 it peaked and it's come down since. But places like New York City are seeing it as the #1 hate crime. You can look this up. Jewish people make up like 10% of the population, yet 50% plus of the hate crimes are against Jewish people. This is a problem in America.
This is his Hong moment.
Yeah. What a moron to say this, dude. I was trying to make a defense of this guy, too. Holy shit. All right, let's hear that again, because this guy just shanked himself in the stomach.
That you want to work to protect Jewish Americans, to make them feel safe. How do you plan to do that? What does that look like for you personally?
Well, I happen to remember the nominating convention in 2018 when then Attorney General nominee Dana Nessel asked me to read her nomination officially into the books. So she felt perfectly safe with us there. I think it's important that all.
I think he took this the wrong way. He let me hear Caitlin's comment by Dana Nessel. This is the sitting Attorney General of the state, who's quite popular, Dana Nessel. Sorry to rewind this a bunch, but this is a interesting moment.
Our tax dollars abroad.
Said she's not going to state. You know, one thing during the campaign that we saw people in your state talk about, the Attorney General, Dana Nessel, she's Jewish. She said she's not going to go to the Democratic Party's nominating convention that's happening this month in your state. She says she doesn't feel safe there. You earlier today in your acceptance speech, when you got the nomination, said that you want to work to protect Jewish Americans, to make them feel safe. How do you plan to do that? What does that look like for you personally?
Wow, I think that's a perfectly fine concern. She is probably getting screamed at as, probably somebody who's said some things about Israel that a lot of his supporters and people out there don't like. I have no idea. I've never heard anything, but I mean, you get screamed at if you're Jewish and you don't say the right thing nowadays. And so she's saying, I'm not comfortable to be there. And he's taken offense to that instead of saying, anti-Semitism is definitely a concern. And I think a lot of people are being targeted unfairly. And I'm going to do everything I can to bring that down. If somebody is saying their concern, it's only Jewish people, their concerns aren't taken seriously. This is why I get so pissed off about anti-Semitism, because people act like it's no big deal. Well, that sucks for those people. And here he is doing exactly what I get pissed about. She felt perfectly fine 8 years ago. Well, a lot has changed or whatever since then, buddy. Definitely don't want a Republican, but goddamn. Wow, what a dumb response.
Well, I happen to remember the nominating convention in 2018 when then Attorney General nominee Dana Nessel asked me to read her nomination officially into the books. So she.
Imagine if some black people said, I don't feel comfortable going to your convention because of racism that has been in the air, just in the air. And your response is, well, you were comfortable coming 8 years ago, and I think you're just using this as a cover. Dude, totally inappropriate. Nobody would ever say something like that.
Felt perfectly safe with us there. I think it's important that all of us feel safe, and Jewish safety to me is a priority, just like the safety of my own daughters. But I do think it's important for us to differentiate between safety and between our different political positions about the interests of a foreign government. And I do think that it's unfortunate when people mix those issues. I've been very, very clear. Jewish people and Judaism are a light unto the world. I'm deeply grateful for them, and I will always stand with the Jewish people against any anti-Semitism in any type, just like I understand the experience of being discriminated against for how I pray. I don't want anybody discriminated against for how they pray.
Boom. Should have ended it right there. Right there. That's fine. Okay. I could live without the you felt safe before. That was idiotic. But right there, no problem. That's what he needed to say.
But that's not the same as AIPAC or Israel. And I think there is a challenge when folks try to use the specter of anti-Semitism to extend toward protecting a foreign government against criticism. And I think that's the place that the Attorney General and I might disagree. I'd be happy to have that conversation with her. But, you know, up until...
That's where the Attorney General and I disagree. You're saying the Attorney General of Michigan is doing that. Oh, my God. Oh, this is not great. Okay, bro. Not beating the anti-Semitism charges, bro. What are you doing, man? What a moron.
Recently, we've had a great relationship, and I was honored that she invited me to read her nomination back in 2018, where I would think that she probably felt safe.
You said up until recently. I mean, what is the state of your relationship with her right now?
You know, that's kind of unimportant, but I do think all of us need to unite around beating Mike Rogers, around beating Republicans. And, you know, our relationship, you know, likely I haven't had a long conversation with her, but I do think it has a lot to do with the fact that I do talk about the fact that our responsibilities are here rather than backstopping a foreign government. And on that, she and I disagree. But I do hope that she feels safe at our nominating convention. I think it's really important for all people to feel safe, and it's a thing that I am committed to. So I do hope that she comes. We want all Democrats to be a part of the movement that we need to take on to address Donald Trump. And if you ask yourself about safety of people who pray differently, you heard what Donald Trump was saying about people like me. What do you think he was trying to highlight? He was trying to highlight aspects of my name and my faith in what is a play toward a kind of Islamophobia that I think none of us really want. So look, I understand what it's like to be made to feel unsafe. And so our responsibility is to take
Zog much?
him on so that we have a politics that embraces all people, whether you're Jewish or you're Muslim or you're Christian or you're Hindu or you're Sikh or you don't pray at all. You deserve to feel safe in this country. You deserve to feel safe in the Democratic Party. I'm committed to that. But I do think that we need to be very clear about differentiating between that and the interests of a foreign government.
Well, and
cooked. His brain's cooked on Israel, dude. Like, first of all, you need everybody's support, right? So you've got the popular Attorney General, and your answer to what's your relationship with her is like, that's not important. Obviously implying there is no relationship. That, like, why not say, look, I'm out there looking to win over everybody. He's basically saying it doesn't matter that, you know, what is it? It doesn't matter. Like, if he doesn't give a shit about the Attorney General's support, why would he give a shit about anybody's support?
You think him being a minority, headlock shoulders.
Headlock shoulders? I don't get that one. That is a crazy answer. Two crazy answers in a row right there, dude. How can you just... Oh, it doesn't matter my relationship with the Attorney General of the state that you're hoping to represent in the U.S. Senate. You don't think that matters at all? Like, nothing? Doesn't. And the fact that if someone has a problem with you, that's their problem. Like, if I'm running to represent all the people, I'm trying to represent all the people. If that gets clipped and more people see that, that's going to be very problematic. Like, the specter of anti-Semitism. Imagine somebody imagine saying that out loud. Like, imagine if I said, oh, Hassan is using the specter of Islamophobia to attack people or something. Like, I don't know. You would never say this about any other minority group. Never. In a million years, you would say something like that. That, oh, they're just using the specter of this label to hide the interests of a foreign government or something weird like that. Well, good luck mending those fences, bro. That's all I can say.
you talked about when you've run for office before, death threats that you got, Islamophobia.
You just got to drop the ego and the attitude, man. Like, this is not helping him, man. Hanging on to Hassan, criticizing people for claiming anti-Semitism when there's evidence that anti-Semitism is sky high, and then don't care about his relationship with the Attorney General of Michigan. Okay. All right.
you do win, you will become the first Muslim senator in U.S. history.
Jewish fences in shambles.
What would that
Jewish fences in shambles
mean for you?
It's not as much about what it means for me. I'm not running to be the first Muslim anything. I just want to be a really, really great senator for my state. But it does mean something, I think, about the country. There are people like J.D. Vance or Donald Trump or Mike Rogers who want to define America as being too small to include some kinds of people. And they point to my name, they point to my faith, they try to...
Yeah, he just broke some more fences. He just smashed through some additional fences. More fences to fix now. Oh boy.
To insinuate that somehow I'm less American because of those things. But I've put myself forward, asking my state to give me their stake in democracy, to allow me to serve them as an agent of the government. And there is no greater, I think, call than to ask your fellow Americans to give you their stake in democracy. And when they do, I think it says a lot about what America is. They want America to be small. I believe that America is big. It's open-minded, it's big-hearted, it can include any of us, regardless of how we pray, regardless of where our families come from, regardless of who we love or how we identify. That's the America we're building, and I think America, and Michigan in particular, has an opportunity to remind us just how big we are.
You know, in terms of your race, you are not a Democratic socialist. You're not part of the DSA. You have members of them who endorsed you, who supported you. You know, one thing we were talking about last night as we were counting the votes in Michigan was this progressive rise that we've seen in recent weeks and months, and what that looks like for Democrats come November. With the positions that you've had on Medicare for All or abolishing ICE or, you know, a billionaire's tax, what do you think that looks like in terms of going forward? You know, we've heard some people, Van Jones, saying there are some positions that you have that you'll have to moderate on. Is that your plan? Is that your takeaway from what the margin was last night? Or what does that look like over the next 90 days?
Look, I think we've built a movement around the idea that we can get money out of politics, put money in pockets past Medicare for all. I think right now the question that people are asking is not where do you stand on the left-right spectrum on a series of issues that people talk about on CNN. I think the questions that people are asking is who's going to help me afford my housing? Who's going to help me afford my groceries? Who's going to make sure I can see a doctor
How'd
if I
this
get
dude get less normal after he wins?
He's looking pretty normal until this interview.
sick? I'm interested in answering those questions. I'm not a socialist, but I am a scientist. And so I like empirically driven answers to hard problems. I like to solve them. When it comes to Medicare for All, I didn't just say it one day. I literally wrote a whole book on how we could do it. I went to medical school, did a PhD in public health, led health departments. I have some experience in this matter. And so I'm interested in solutions to problems. Now, if trying to moderate so that I can placate folks who think that somehow the world operates on a left-right spectrum is the way to get elected, I just don't see that on the ground here in Michigan. I'm a lot more focused in having conversations based in people's lives, talking about the solutions, and I think that's exactly how we're going to win this election in the fall.
Abdul El-Sayed, thank you for joining.
So if it was me, I would say, look, I'm not interested in moderating. What I'm going to do is go out and talk to people who didn't vote for me and see what their concerns are, and if we can build a coalition and see if there's some compromise that maybe they've got some ideas I haven't heard, and I'm sure they do, and I look forward to engaging with and winning over people who may not know me as well as I'd like them to, and may not have heard of my ideas as detailed as I'd like them to. And now's a great opportunity for me to get out there and introduce myself to some people again. I don't know. I don't think you have to take the bait on moderating. You can just say, well, the general's a different game. And I know there's a lot of people out there who voted for my opponents, and I want to win their votes. And that starts with me listening and me going out there and talking to people that didn't vote for me and seeing if we can find some common ground, and maybe they aren't as aware of some of the things I stand for. I don't know.
I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. Vibes every time he mentions being a doctor or a scientist.
Is that a meme? I'm not familiar with that one. I do want to acknowledge that there are people who cry wolf when it comes to racism or anti-Semitism or Islamophobia, right? There are people out there that do that, but when you paint with such a broad brush and speak about it the way he did, you are belittling people's concerns. And I don't think that's a good road to go down. You know, imagine telling black people that they're being hyperbolic with their concerns about racism, or telling trans people that, you know, there's a lot of people hiding behind transphobia instead of listening to criticism and, you know, pointing a finger. Like, that's just not the way to go about it, you know? Like, but for some reason, when it comes to Jews, it's okay to diminish and belittle any claims of anti-Semitism, especially if you can point to some other people doing it in a way you think is inappropriate. But I think that's radioactive to go anywhere near trying to correct people claiming discrimination. Like, why would you want to go anywhere near that, you know? There's clips of Hassan saying all those things. Of course there are. Hassan has a million clips like that. He going back to October 7th, he was talking about people are putting up posters of hostages so they can entrap Muslims, tearing them down, and film it and put it online. I mean, the guy's nuts. We heard a lot of this downplaying of anti-Semitism from people, and here he is playing into it. Very stupid. That was bad. Oh well. Good luck, champ. Looks like you got some more fences to mend now. We're gonna have to see how he acts going forward, but I'm starting to lay out the plan for how we win the Senate without Michigan if this continues. Here's how we win without Michigan, guys. It's a little harder, but we can do it. All right, we're gonna do some C-SPAN and laugh at our fellow Americans and then get out of here. I gotta use the restroom, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna press play on this though.
From Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, he took questions from endorsed.
That's loud.
Countries, and if they love it. He's a Republican in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Good morning, Carl.
This needs to be a donation message. Blue sky. Oh, he's full of shit. The Trump line. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I don't know about where we would put that. Also, this was sent to me. Let me show this real quickly. This is funny. If it is true. Abdul is full of shit.
Noticed you haven't yet endorsed in the Wisconsin governor's race. What's your thinking there, and might you endorse? Or
I don't think so. I met Francesca a couple of years ago. I was in Wisconsin, and she seems very, very nice. But again, this is a race I just am not that familiar with. We have not gotten involved in many governor's races. I think we did one in Maine with Troy Jackson. You know, obviously my major concern right now is seeing that we have a Senate and a House that is going to stand up to Trump. That's really where my focus is. So,
yeah, that doesn't make any sense, Bernie. He just said it. He undermined his own argument. He endorsed Troy Jackson in the Maine Senate race in June that he lost, came in third. So it makes no sense. What do you mean? Is there another socialist? Is there another DSA person running? Like, what? Why would you not endorse Francesca Hong? What the hell? What is he doing?
I noticed you haven't yet endorsed in the Wisconsin governor's race. What's your thinking there, and might you endorse? Or
I don't think so. I met.
I don't think so. Wow. What do you think the explanation is there? Because his answer is total bullshit. We just don't know. Why wouldn't you look into it? There's like, you don't have time to look into that? You have no clue? We've watched half a debate and we know the position of all 5 candidates. Now 4. There's 4 candidates in that race now. 3 of them are moderate and one of them is the socialist. Like, what? He thinks she's awful too? Yeah, maybe he's a big Thanksgiving fan.
Good morning. Well, I hope the Republicans win because the Democrats are coming out with.
I mean, if Bernie doesn't even like her, then why should anybody else? Damn, that's interesting.
These people that move from different countries and come here and trying to get us to run our country the way they left their countries. And if they love it so much, why don't they go back where they came from? And then if you look at the Democratic Party, who ruined the education? The Democrats, because the Democrats are in charge all the time of teachers. Then you look at the people coming from over the border and all. You look at them. Who allowed all that? The Democrats. You know, it just seems like we've been all these years, 250 years, one of the newer countries around, and we've come a long way, more than some of the ones that have been in existence for a long while.
And Carl, Carl, tell us about your candidates for the House in your district.
In my district, I'm voting Republican because I just don't care much for Democrats.
And who is that, Carl?
What's that?
Who is the Republican candidate there?
Some guy, I forget his name right now. I'm not very good with names.
That's okay.
But anyway, and that's what and I've always been taught that nothing is free. You never get anything for free because somewhere along the line somebody has to pay for it. And if we keep wanting to tax all these billionaires, which granted they probably should pay more money, but people go into business to make money. And a lot of times you have to have money to invest, like oil companies. They have to have money to, build new buildings and all that, wells. Thank you very much.
All right, Carl, let's talk to Amy next. Palm Coast, Florida, Independent Line. Go ahead, Amy.
Good morning. Yes, I'm super happy about the win of the progressives in the Democratic Party. I am an independent, but for I guess since 2016, I've been voting. I guess on the left side. I was a Republican in 2012 and prior. But, I'm really happy to see that Abdul El-Sayed won in Michigan.
Well, it actually hasn't been called officially yet, Amy.
Oh, okay. Well, I sure do hope that he wins.
Okay,
and,
tell me why.
Well, I think that he is the strongest candidate. I disagree with, the line that the establishment has been saying for the last 10 years, basically, that the progressives were unelectable. And I really think that that's why we lost in 2016, because Bernie was kept down in 2016. We lost to Donald Trump. And Kamala Harris, who's also an establishment corporate Democrat, just like Clinton.
Yep.
She lost to Trump, and Joe Biden, honestly, in 2020, had Donald Trump not been an absolute disaster with COVID, had he not fumbled COVID so badly, Joe Biden also would not have won in 2020. So the Democrats need to see that these neoliberals, from the Clinton era onward, they do not serve the Democratic Party, and they're not even really Democrats. They really might as well just be Republicans. They are.
She's buzzword city over here. She's slopping hard, yeah. She's looking forward to all that free stuff, man. Can't wait. She's going to work 6 hours a week. Free everything. Can't wait.
They are pro-war. They take money from AIPAC, just like the Republicans. So
Amy,
let
me ask you about what some people are calling and saying, look, democratic socialism has not worked for any country, and why do we think it's going to work here? And this puts us on a path towards communism.
Can Abdul win?
Yes, of course he can win. You got to stop putting his foot in his mouth like that last interview and kick us onto the curb. But I guess we'll see what he does. Thank you, Cake. Appreciate the resub on Twitch.
Response to that. And also, like Carl was saying, nothing's free. You can't have anything for free. So how would you allay those concerns?
Well,
nothing's free, lady.
I've lived overseas for about 25 years of my adult life. I've lived in Asia, and I've seen countries like Singapore, who are very socialist. They have a socialist system, a democratic socialist system. So does China. I mean, well, China's not democratic, okay? But, and I also, my husband's French, and so I've lived in France, and so they are democratic socialist. All of Europe is democratic socialist. So they are doing it, and I've got to tell you, my quality of life is so much better when I'm in France.
Why?
We don't worry about health. We don't worry about health insurance. So
And taxes are much higher, though, right?
No, they're not. They're actually not. And the cost of living is actually lower. Even in France, the cost of living is lower. Unless you're renting an apartment in Paris, your cost of living is lower in Europe, in these democratic socialist countries.
All right.
Because, they
Source, trust me, bro.
They orchestrate the economy and the business to, business works there, but people also can survive there.
All right, Amy. And Ohio Representative Max Miller.
Where's my free stuff?
Are winning policies. And Tom in Riverhead, New York, Independent. What do you think, Tom?
Well, I don't have a candidate because I'm an independent. So,
all right. Well, we're going to talk about this right after this segment at 8 o'clock, Tom. But go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to the caller from New Mexico. I mean, the guy. How do you not know who your candidate is if he's a registered Republican? Plus, I have a candidate who is not a candidate, but he's my representative who really doesn't live in my district. And the guy has not appeared at one public town hall. And I call his office and I asked him, I said, what happens to the money that they cut, the funding that they cut? Who's keeping track of that money? Where does it go? I'd like to ask him that question, but he can't. So I have a choice between him or a Democratic candidate, Chris Gallant. So, I don't have a candidate. I would like to find alternatives.
Yeah, I mean, have you decided what you're going to do in November?
Oh, yeah.
What?
I'm a senior citizen. I'm collecting Social Security. They're always talking about, they can't. They want to cut this. They want to do that. They want to do that. My friends, everybody I know, they have to change health care systems. They got to change doctors. This is wacky. They're not doing anything for their constituents.
So who are you going to vote for? Or are you going to write in somebody? What are you going to do, Tom?
I know who I'm going to vote for, but that's my business.
Okay. No. That's fine. You don't have to tell us.
My business. Oh, embarrassed Republican. Nobody's embarrassed to say they're voting for Democrats. Only Republicans are embarrassed. There you go.
And appreciate the call. Lamar in Maple Heights, Ohio, Democrat. Good morning, Lamar.
Good morning, Mimi. It's a couple of things just right quick I want to speak on. And yes, I am happy with the candidate here that's running on the Democratic Party ticket. But just a couple things about this socialism thing. Socialism, everybody thinks it's a dirty word. It's not. It's and as you see all these candidates that's winning now, that's coming up and wants a change, they're not afraid of socialism anymore. And it's funny, these people that's voting on the right, a lot of them, just like the one from New Mexico is mentioning, they don't even know who their candidate is, who they're voting for. That's the reason why Donald Trump is in office. Okay? But at the same time, there's so many social programs that help people, and socialist is not a dirty word. And everybody's going to come to realize that in this election cycle.
And how do you define socialism?
Yes. Thank you, Mimi. I ask these people, every one of these people, what is socialism? What does it mean to you?
Lamar.
How do I define socialism?
Yes.
As something that's going to help people.
There you go. There it is. It's going to help people, guys. Socialism is when help people.
Besides, just like the money that a lot of these candidates take from PACs, that, in my opinion, that's socialism. Okay, so
this is why when I see the polls saying a third of Democrats identify as Democratic Socialists, you just have to assume they have no idea what socialism means. To them, it just means the government doing more and helping more people.
Why is that
Which, it's fine. If that's what they want to believe, it's hard to talk them out of that, right? So we have to accept that they're cooked when it comes to what socialism is. But I believe if they were hard pressed to actually vote for socialism, they wouldn't do it because they'd be like, wait, this isn't what I support. And it's like, that's socialism. What do you mean? They're like, I don't support that. I thought it was something else. They're like, no, actually it's this. We're going to give everything to the workers, man. You said you're on board with this. No.
dirty word? Can anybody answer that?
And the problem is nobody wants to sound stupid by asking anyone else what it means, because then they'll have to admit that they don't know because they haven't looked it up and they don't know anything about it. So it's like, it's just a circle of people not wanting to sound stupid to one another, which that goes well beyond politics. That is just a human nature, maybe an American thing. I don't know, probably all around the world, but people are so terrified of someone finding out they don't know what something means.
All right. And we are going to switch over to open forum in case there's other things that you'd like to talk about. A lot going on while you're calling in.
I'm going to go till 45 here.
On other topics, or you can certainly continue on this topic as well. I'm going to show you Senator Bernie Moreno.
Skip ahead here.
Denmark and Norway.
Senator Bernie Moreno yesterday. And this is Frank, a Republican in Pompano Beach, Florida. Good morning, Frank.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
You're right there. Yeah, I just want to let you know.
That clip of Doge staffer defining what DEI means, chef's kiss.
Oh, I forgot about that one. Yeah. Nobody wants to look anything up or research anything. They want to pretend that they're smart. That's why this democratic socialism thing is just, it's an aesthetic, you know? It's not, oh, I'm not a Democrat. I'm a democratic socialist. Like, and then nobody wants to question that and say, well, what does that mean? Because then they'll be accused of not knowing themselves. And God forbid somebody thinks you don't know something. So it's just, oh, that's cool. Yeah, no, I'm a democratic socialist too. Like, really? I didn't know that. Yeah, I've been for a while now. Yeah, been for a while. Took the test and everything, passed it, and I've been registered for a while now. It's like, oh damn, really? Dang, I haven't taken the test yet. I did sign up on the list. Like, oh, you got on the list? Damn, I've been trying to get on the list. Like, just two idiots lying to each other about everything.
That socialism is not bad, like in Denmark and Norway. The problem is that anything over here in the United States, when you start giving away, like what man Donnie's doing, when you start giving things away for free, like health care, whatever it may be, right now the Republicans have so much fraud in health care. Not only in health care, the drugs that are being seized on a daily basis, that CNN, C-SPAN, MSNBC, they don't seem to be concerned or never even mention the amount of drugs that are coming into this country, especially fentanyl, and at the airport, at the borders, even in the street. And how about these people having?
So, sorry, what's the relationship between socialism and drugs coming into the country?
Yes, because I'm letting you know that when the illegal aliens came here through the border illegally, they took advantage. They were in the health. They were in the hospitals. They took advantage of every single thing. They were in the hotels.
Yep. Socialism is when military-aged males go straight to the hospital from the border. All right, finally made it into America. Let me go straight to the hospital. For what? What do you mean for what? I need to get checked out.
They were given this treatment that the American people were neglected because of these illegal aliens. Who knows? Why would you even let 25 million people into this country illegally, knowing that they're going to, destroy the place, which they did? And now we're dealing with it. President Trump is going to be 3 years into his presidency to get rid of these people because they took advantage and Democrats allowed them to have access to every benefit in this country, being illegal, not even being citizens. They gave them the voter IDs. They gave them the licenses to drive tractor trailers. And
everything.
They didn't even read. They couldn't even read the signs or whatever it may be.
Can't read a U-turn sign. Those arrows are tricky in English, man, I tell you.
And how many people died? How many women got raped or whatever it may be? Oof. So this socialism, just like Mandani, you think this is going to end well in New York? It's not.
There's the connection. So Biden did socialism, and that's what led to all this. That's it. That's socialism. I think that the country needs to have someone speak to the whole nation about what socialism is in like 5 minutes. We need like The Rock to go live and address the nation and define what socialism is.
They're already talking about people going from other states into New York, getting groceries for free. It's not going to work. And not only that, it works in countries that are honestly going to the hospital for something that's necessary, but not in the United States. People just take advantage, and this is why in the United States, no matter what you try to do to give people free anything, EBT cards, whatever it may be, Section 8, there's always this corruption that follows.
Biden shouldn't have took a stake in Intel if he didn't want to be called a socialist.
Right? Damn you to hell, Biden. Can't believe you took 10% of Intel. What a monster.
But in a lot of these countries, they do have socialism, but they respect if they get help. They don't stay on Section 8. They don't stay on welfare. They do it, they get on their feet, and then that's it. But not in this country. No, they got to. I know 60 years people have transferred welfare, Section 8, and all of this. For 60 years, they gave it to their daughters, and then their daughters gave it to their daughters or sons, whatever it may be. That's the problem. It's not the socialist thing. It's just the fact that we take advantage of every opportunity. If we give people
okay,
things
Frank,
for free.
we got that point. John in Easton, Pennsylvania, Democrat. Hi, John.
Hi, Mimi. I'm going to give you a good example here.
I think this guy's projecting. Yeah. I have a feeling he knows that person a little better than he's leading on. That's taking advantage of the system, right? I know a lot of people that are getting stuff. I know one guy, he's kind of old. He's been getting free stuff for a long time, and he hasn't worked in years. In fact, he loves fishing, and he goes out all the time fishing on my boat. I mean, on his boat.
When the Republicans drafted the Declaration of Independence, they knew how they did it, okay? They wrote it, but they didn't know how to read it, okay?
Okay.
When the Democrats do something, they socialize. That means they're not socialists. They socialize. That's what socialism. That's what the word socialism comes from. They socialize.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that. That's great. Thank you, sir. Today I learned.
They talk. They learn. Republicans don't do that. You can't tell a Republican what to do. And that's been proven since day one. They were supposed to abolish slavery because every man is created equal, and they didn't do it. It took the Democrats 60, 70 years later to do it. And every time the Republicans do something, wars break out. The Civil War. You know, every time we do something, the Republicans do something, it's a war. We're in Iran now. Why? We had no problem with them. But they made a problem because they were enriching uranium. Well, everybody's doing that now. What are we going to do, go to war against the whole world? If you want to be normal, be a Democrat. because we socialize, we talk, we learn. Okay? I'm proud to be a Democrat. I only voted once for a Republican, and his name was Nixon. He said he was going to end the Vietnam War. I heard him. Okay? And he did it. But he also did a lot of other things, like he was a crook. He was breaking in and all that.
All right. We got that, John, in here on...
Yeah, and we're going to encourage you to make sure you got your medicine.
Not sure we are sending our best.
Are you kidding me? That man was the face of the Democratic Party, and I'm proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with him as we socialize. Okay? I'd socialize with that man any day of the week. That's incredible, man. My fellow Americans, dude. I tell you, nobody has a clue what socialism is. And that's why when I see people freaking out about it, I just kind of shrug, because I'm like, dude, they don't even know what it is. And it's, you know, if someone tried to actually implement some of these things, they would get laughed out of the room, you know, because everybody has their own idea of what socialism and democratic socialism is now. And I don't think people are voting for the DSA agenda. Whatever, man. What a disappointment that CNN interview was. Holy shit. I'm still thinking about that. I'm really trying to get behind Abdul. We need this seat, man. We need this seat. But like I said, the cards are in his hands. He's the one who's going to have to navigate this. I'm going to be curious to see how the public reacts to that Caitlin Collins interview, because that's pretty fresh hot off the press. So we'll just have to see if people take the same view of that. That's a yikers from me. That's a yikers. But we'll see what happens. Okay, I got to grab something to eat. Guys, thanks for hanging out, man. Hell yeah, we had a lot of fun today. As depressing as some of this stuff is, but at least we got the race settled. Next Tuesday, we got Wisconsin, where Bernie won't even support the Democratic Socialist, which is hilarious. But I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll see what else the hell is going on. But what a wild time, man. What can you say? Just got to keep your head up. Got to stay positive. Hope for the best. But I tell you, at the beginning of the stream, I said, I feel a sense of relief that I don't feel responsible for what happens in Michigan now. And it's kind of a nice feeling. I don't have any interest in tanking it. It doesn't bring me any joy to see us lose that seat if we do. Obviously, I want to win, but I feel like I'm a little lighter for the first time. I don't feel like I've got to convince the world to see something that they can't see. Like, feels like that's been the case for years now as we try to defend all this stuff. It's like, now this is your guy now, and you need to do the salesmanship, not me. So let's see what happens there. All right. Thank you guys for all the super chats, the subs. Yeller, thank you for the 1,000,000 subs. Appreciate all the gift memberships and the kick subs and all that stuff. Thank you guys. Appreciate all the support. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Mend my fence.